coming in very clear? Can y'all hear me? Just saw something buzz by on the screen. I think it was a bug. Am I coming in very clear? Yeah, can y'all hear me alright? Okay. I figured it should be coming in. Lorraine, I talked to the guy from the night vision company today. He told me what my issue, might have been. So, I guess if I'm going to use it in total darkness, I have to use the infrared, which I didn't do. So, that was my issue with that. But I know that infrared kills the battery pretty quick, so I ordered a rechargeable infrared light on eBay for 19 bucks. So I'll try that out, and I can use it with my regular camcorder too, so see what happens with it once I get it. Yeah, the camera's got one built on it, but it kills the battery too quick. So I bought an external one. It's got 36 infrared LEDs in it. So that should take care of the problem, and I can use it on any camera I want. It came with a bracket too, so. No, not for the Skywatch. For paranormal investigation. Yeah, infrared's got a short range, but that's all I need for indoors. Yeah, I think the one I bought, I think it said the range is around 100 feet, but that's all I need. Now, I don't need anything for the Skywatch part of it. This works fine. No, not for this application. No, everything's okay here. And I can use those infrared lights, like I said, with my regular camcorder. So that'll give me more options of, being able to record stuff. Came with the bracket too, which was good. I'm slowly getting some equipment put together. Yeah, I've got infrared already on this camera. You can see it a little bit, but I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, the light I bought, you just plug the whole thing in. It's just got a outlet jack on the back of it, and you just plug the power thing into it and plug it in. So you can leave it plugged in all the time if I wanted to. Yeah, this one came pretty highly recommended from some different paranormal groups, so I figured it'd be all right, and it wasn't terribly expensive. Yeah, I'm right. I'm about a little over an hour, maybe hour and a half or so, from Wright Patterson Air Force Base, but I'm directly in their flight path, so they fly around here all the time. A lot of traffic. There's an airplane. But I'm slowly getting stuff put together. There's some other equipment that I want to get, but some of it's a little pricey, so I found a real good deal on eBay, but it's one of them things, you find the good deals when you don't have the money. It's about probably $180 worth of stuff, and I could get it for like $90, but I just don't have the money. It's possible it could have been anything flying around here. See all kinds of stuff. I can change the color of this Skywatch too, but I don't know, I haven't used green for a long time, but I think this looks better. More natural anyway. Yeah, when you notice the flashing and they look a lot bigger, they're just usually closer to lower altitude. There's a couple of them going by. Here in just a second, you'll see them. I keep forgetting about the 28-second delay I've got. And I went ahead and got me a subscription today too for Coast to Coast. Yeah, YouTube delay, software combination. It's a combination of the two. But it's about 28 seconds, give or take. Not familiar with that. I can change the delay on this, but I just haven't messed with it. I just left it alone. Really wasn't that big of a deal. This software here works pretty easy, so pretty foolproof, so I just leave things alone. Like I say, I'm not too concerned about a slight delay. I can watch all this in real time anyway through the software, and I'm recording everything as I'm streaming it, so not going to miss anything. I'm going to try to Skywatch the entire week next week, but I don't know, depends on the weather. But if I got clear skies, I'm going to do it. It's the big meteor shower. Hopefully it's as good as they say it's going to be. They claim it won't be this active for another 10 years, so hopefully I'll be able to stream as much of it as I can. Hey, Jade.
Hey, what's up? Give me a minute. There we go.
We should be both on the air now.
Both who?
Me and you.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I had to turn the other setting on so they could hear you.
Oh, they don't want to hear me. They want to hear you, man.
They don't want to hear me. I'm just rambling on. But yeah, I called the night vision company today. I tried to get a hold of him yesterday, but the technician was out of the office. So he called me back today. And actually, he was the guy that invented the night vision, the same one I'm using. So he knew all about it. And he told me that it will not work very well in complete pitch darkness without using the infrared. So.
No, usually, yeah, you need some kind of light sometimes. Stuff like that.
But I knew that the infrared that's on it does work good, but it kills your batteries fast. So I went on eBay and I bought an actual rechargeable LED.
Right.
Infrared. There's 36 of them in it. And it's just a little square. 36 infrared LEDs, and in the back of it's where you just plug your charger in.
And that actually helps when you're looking up at the sky?
No, for paranormal.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong track, man.
Same camera, but no, I don't need anything for the sky.
Oh, okay. Now I got you. Yeah.
Because when I was indoors doing it with the camera, I noticed when I went back and looked at the footage, that I could tell right at the beginning of it. It would look real good. And then you could tell as the door was shutting as I was leaving, it got so dark you couldn't see nothing but just the green background.
Well, what you do is, whenever you're doing that, you can buy LED lights that are separate from the camera.
That's what I did. That's what I just bought.
Okay, well, buy 2 of them.
Yeah.
And you put them at 2 different angles. That way, if anything gets in there, you have 2 different angles of light hitting it.
The one I got will light up the whole room.
Well, I understand that. But if you got 2 LED lights coming from 2 different angles, that way, if you've got any movement at all, you're going to catch one shadow or the other of something. Yeah.
The one I bought, it wasn't that expensive, but like I said, there's 36 LEDs in the square. And it came with the bracket, too, to mount it to either. I can use it on this camera, my night vision, or just on my standard little JVC camcorder.
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine. I looked at. He got a GoPro.
Yeah, those are nice.
With the night vision attachment that goes on it, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And he's got the separate LED lights that uses a separate battery system.
Yeah, I'll show you the ones that I just bought. I got it on eBay. Came with the bracket and everything.
Okay.
So that made it nice. And I got it for $18.99. He wanted $19.28, but I got him down a few cents. Hey, every little bit I can.
I hear you. Go hunting on a budget.
Yep. This one guy's got a good deal on here, but I just don't have the money for it. But it is a good deal. He's got the 2 different meters. One's the Mel meter, which is expensive on its own, and the K2 meter. Separately, it'd be about close to $200. And this guy's got it. I could get it for $90.
Now, is that IR with a red lens?
Yeah.
Huh. Usually I never see them with a red lens.
Yeah, I looked into them, and a lot of them are like that. Polaroid makes this same one. I think this is just a knockoff. But the reason is that if you don't put some kind of a tinted lens on it, you can see the infrared light. I can see it on my night vision camera when I turn it on.
Well, you could, okay.
And by using this, it's supposed to block a lot of the visible part of it.
Okay.
Like putting sunglasses on.
Apparently, he still has more going.
Yeah. So I bought this one, and I may end up getting another one later, but I get one just for now. Make sure it's going to work like I want. But with the bracket and everything, and being able to use it on different cameras and stuff makes it nice. But the whole thing, you just plug it in just like you would charge anything else.
Yeah, he's buying these for around $7, $8 is what he's.
The Polaroid one's about $35.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy that's selling this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's buying them for about $7 or less.
He's getting all this stuff from China.
Yeah.
Because some of his items even say that. I think it was this guy said they even ship from China.
Oh yeah.
This one don't though. It just depends on the item. I don't care as long as it works.
Yeah, as long as it works.
Most of it's made in China anyway.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
well, you can make your own from Radio. You can get the Radio Shack. You can make your own. You can use instead of 36, there's 36 of the low level bulbs. You can get like 4. Oh, they got 4 bulbs. That'd be enough.
Yeah.
You could light up a section of it. We used to sit there. A buddy of mine, he made his and used a 9-volt battery, and he would just drop them. And it would literally cost. I think he was making them for like whatever the cost of the 9-volt battery.
Yeah.
Plus $2 extra.
Yeah, they're easy to put. I've even seen these little. They're like an adapter that just snaps on top like you would a 9-volt charger.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just got the 2 spots in it, and you can just put your LED in it, whatever color. Snap it on there, and then you can set them, like say, just set them wherever.
Yeah, but he's got a 3D printer.
Yeah.
That he uses, so he can make them, click them on.
Yeah.
And then he can set them up in rooms whenever he. Yeah, I'm looking into making a forge to melt brass, man. I just realized I probably got about 60 pounds of brass.
Yeah.
Laying around it.
Well, just scrap odds and ends stuff, or?
No, just from the range.
Oh, okay.
That a lot of it is I went through and pulled out the stuff that I want to reload.
Yeah.
But a lot of it, it's not worth reloading.
I looked into it at one time. There was a company, what was her name? Freedom Munitions, I think. They make a lot of remanufactured ammo for just about everything. I've always heard good reviews, but they'll buy scrap brass, and then they give you a credit to buy, ammo and stuff. I looked into it, but you really couldn't come out ahead because it costs so much to ship it.
Yeah, that's
That was the killer.
I could load some. I've been loading 300 blackout for people.
Yeah.
But I just assume melt a lot of the brass down to little ingots and keep for whatever.
There was a guy on the coin forum that I deal on, and they got a section on their firearms and stuff too. And he said that, I don't know who the guy was, but somebody, he said, just gave him 1 ton of empty shell casings, and he don't know what to do with them.
Oh, there's all kinds. If I go out there on the range, it amazes me. There was a guy today. He got rid of. He went through about 40 rounds. Of 308 and just had the brass. And he's getting ready. I'm like, "What are you doing? You gonna throw that away?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't need it." I said, "Oh, here, I'll take it."
When I go to the range, I'll see several guys. Usually older guys. They'll be there and not even shoot or nothing. They're just there picking up brass.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a state range that I go to, and it's all outside, so they don't care what you pick up. I mean, saves him having to clean it.
Oh, they don't. At the range I go to, they don't. They're not fussy on it. They're upset if they don't get it first. The guys that work there. There's some guys that work there. They'll take it to 22, and they'll sit there and wait till they get a barrel loaded, and then they'll take it down and sell it.
Yeah, this is just, like I say, a state-run deal, so they don't really care. I mean, but if you go to the indoor range, it's next town over, they're real picky. I mean, they'll yell at you if they find out, you're picking up someone else's brass. Because the range wants it themselves. Now, you can pick your own up, but yeah, some places are more picky than others.
Oh, there's an indoor gun range, and their rule is you're not allowed, unless you ask for special permission, you're not allowed to pick up your own brass.
Yeah, I've heard of places like that too. It's crazy. The coolest thing I saw was that gun range in somewhere in Pennsylvania. I saw it on TV. The owner of it, I guess it was a small gun shop, but the range was the biggest part of it. And he was picking up the brass, and reloading and selling the reloads. Well, people got tired of having to walk out of the range because they don't want to leave their stuff back there unattended and all this to go out and buy more ammo. So he put a vending machine back there. And you put your money. It was an old, just one of them old style ones, for candy bars. But you push like E9 and a little sandwich baggie and 9mm falls out, or 22s or whatever you want. So that way people wouldn't have to leave the back part of the range. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that.
I saw a guy do it online with an old Coke machine. One of the kinds, my barbershop here in town's got one where you open up, you pull the front of it open like a door, then you put your money in and, get a can of pop, whatever. And the guy had one the same design, but on the inside he made a gun safe out of it. But on that front door part, he put on there, because it had the buttons on it for Coke, Diet Coke, whatever, but when you hit Coke, like a box of 45s would fall out. Or whatever, and he had it in his gun room. It looked neat. The guy done a good job with it. You'd never know by looking at it. You'd think it was just an old Coke machine. But I guess in some states, those things are pretty inexpensive. They're a fortune around here. But, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to try my best, depending on the weather, that is, to have a sky watch probably just about every day next week. That's the Perseids meteor shower, and I'm going to do my best to get as much of it as I can. They said it won't be this active for another decade, they said. They're talking like 200 an hour.
Wow.
And luckily, with this meteor shower, it's northeast, and that's about the only clear part of the sky I can even put my camera, because I got trees around me. So that's the perfect spot. But yeah, a couple websites that were saying that there could be times during the couple peak nights that you could literally lay on your back out in your yard, if it's dark enough, and it'll just be for a whole hour, nothing but meteors. There won't be any time go by you won't see one. So if it's that good, that'd be pretty cool to capture. But
where's it coming out of?
It's the Perseids is the name of it. I forget what constellation it comes out of.
That's northeast, south?
It's northeast, though.
Northeast? Okay.
But well, I just hope I don't know. I don't mind, whoever comes to the streams and all that. But last year I ran into some characters, though.
Oh, you're always going to run into characters.
Well, people wanting me to get these meteors on command. Not real. They thought I was doing this with a computer program. Literally.
No, well, we're already being crazy in chat.
Because people was saying...
Hi, Lorraine.
I had several say stuff like, my wife or girlfriend gets off work, she'll be home about 11:30. She's never seen a meteor. Can you make one appear when she walks in? I'm like...
Go to his house and throw a rock at him.
So I just tell them, well, find one that you've already seen, or remember what part of the video it is, and replay it when she gets there. She won't know the difference.
By the way, how's your father doing?
Doing good. He's sore, of course, but he's doing all right, though.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, no complications or anything.
Okay, good.
Didn't take him no time to wake him up afterwards. The only thing he hated was, staying in the hospital all night because it was so hot. He said it was like 85 degrees in his room. And that was with the air conditioner full blast. The woman on the room on the other side of the wall, she was freezing to death and had her heat cranked to like 90. So Dad was just like sweating.
There's a meteor. That looks like a satellite crossing the screen right now.
I would say it could be. Probably a small plane, though. Looks a little bright for a satellite.
Hold on. Somebody, no, you're not chopped liver. Yeah, it looked like a satellite. Yeah, you probably get, that was, I don't know which way your camera's facing.
Well, I'm facing kind of northeast, but right now that thing's probably at about an 85-degree angle, almost straight up.
Okay.
So, but if I would level it out more, it would be northeast. Just because I had to point it straight up, because when I first started, it was still partially light out, and it was washing out the camera. So I had to get it farther away from the horizon. But it looks alright, though.
Cool.
At least everything's visible, I guess. Like I said, I changed the color on it, but I tried it at first when I first got the camera using green, but I think this actually looks better.
It does. It looks great.
Now, green's the easiest color for the human eye to pick up. That's why they use it for night vision. But
no, they use it for night vision because there are more colors in green.
Well, that's just what I read anyway.
Yeah, there's more colors in green than there are any other colors.
Yeah.
And there is like you were saying, it's not easier to pick up. There's an eye release.
Well, yeah. You
so
can
that you
distinguish
can stare
more variations.
Right, and you can stare at it longer with the green. So there's I have to forget what it's called. But they call it an eye release. It's an eye release or something on the color of it. But yeah, green has more colors than any other colors that we're able to see.
Yeah. Yeah, be careful. Using lasers and stuff up in the sky. Even infrared. Infrared's worse. Because I called the military base. It's not far from me. They're a refueling wing now. But they're also just a regular small airport too. But I called up there because it was the first place I could get a hold of, and I asked the. I don't know if he was the air traffic controller or not, but he worked in that department. And I asked him. I said, "Well, I know you can't point like green lasers up in the sky and stuff, but what about infrared? Since the pilot won't see it." He said, Do you like the idea of going to prison, or do you like freedom? I said, well, I kind of like my freedom. He said, then don't be pointing anything any brighter than just a regular flashlight up in the sky. He said infrared will hurt a pilot worse than a normal laser because it'll mess with all the instruments on the plane. I never thought of that.
I don't know what instruments it'll mess with, but okay. I mean, I don't know what I'm not a pilot, so.
Well, being where I'm at, right in the flight path of a large military base.
Yeah, that would. Yeah.
Right in Patterson?
Yeah, they're using.
Yeah, they fly literally right over top my house. So, being military, and they have a lot more sensors and stuff on the outside of those planes, obviously. It can really mess with them.
I've been living in this house now for probably about 10 years. And when I first moved here, the planes were going literally commercial flights going overhead. And some military flights.
Yeah.
In formation, I would see going overhead. But they've changed in the past 2 years. They've changed their flight pattern.
Yeah.
Because I'd go out and sit outside for an hour or two smoking a cigar, and usually after dark, and because that way I'm naked and nobody can see me. But but they've changed their flight pattern. They no longer go over. They go about 8 miles to the north of me.
Yeah.
Now and fly over that way.
Yeah, I see all kinds of stuff flying around here. Not quite as much as it used to be as far as jets and stuff, like your fighter planes. Don't see as many of them anymore. It's more just military, like cargo planes, and the base that's just north of me, Rickenbacker, like I said, they're a refueling wing, so you see those once in a while flying over. But them are big planes, but they'll fly almost treetop level sometimes.
Oh, well, man, he was saying he got 3 responses from going outside with a pinpoint to brake burst. That's pretty impressive. I've tried doing that and never got anything pointing a laser at stuff I thought might be an object or something in space, and never got anything.
I never even messed with it. I've thought about it in the past, but I got a police scanner, and I've literally heard more than once people in different parts of town messing with lasers, and I don't know how they do it, but it'd be within a matter of minutes of the person doing it, and the pilot can actually call it in and know right GPS coordinates of where that light came from, and they'll go right to the guy's house.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's that fast.
Oh yeah. If there's anything in the air that sees it. Well, when I was in the military, rangefinders and stuff we had, and at nighttime, being out in the desert, man, you can see them things miles away. Somebody, flashing one of them things, and thank God that the other side, their night vision was crap.
Yeah,
they could have done all kinds of.
And that's one good thing about this night vision camera I'm using now versus your more high dollar ones is if you get like the military grade, You know, if you get a real bright light into those, you can ruin the night vision. It'll burn out. This one here, it won't. It just shuts down. You can shine the brightest light you want into it, and it won't hurt it because it's all digital.
Now, when I was in Macedonia, we had a camera, or I'm not sure which one to call it. It was a scope, but it was a big round one, and you put it up. You had to sit there and you put cables on it after you get it all plugged in and everything, and you put it up in the air, and you sat down with a box. We had it attached to a 113, and you had a big monitor inside. And man, we had literally 2 guys eating MREs. We were up in the mountains. Okay, they were 9 kilometers. 9 kilometers is 1.6 kilometers equals a mile. You guys do the math.
Yeah.
And we can sit there and zoom in on them, and then zoom in on them, and keep zooming in, and we could read the writing on the MREs, and we called them up on the radio, like, yeah, how's that spaghetti and meatballs going? You know, ooh, you got omelet and ham, and they're just like, how the hell, are you guys near us? I'm like, no, we're looking at you through the camera.
Yeah.
So the guy stood up and took a leak. I was like, can you see that? I'm like, yeah. Mine
was surprising when I first got it. I mean, I took it out to the lake, and I mean, it's not a huge lake, but it's maybe 300-400 acres, something like that. And I was standing there, and it was pretty dark out. I couldn't see nothing on the other side of the lake, and I looked through the camera, and I could literally see a guy's bobber floating in the water where he was fishing. But it does a pretty good job. I don't understand why this one's got the different colors, though. I know the black and white and green, but I can also use red or blue. And they look horrible, though.
Now they got, if we were fighting a conventional military that had somebody just sent me a message. I think somebody else is about to join us. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It's oh, there goes a plane.
Yep.
Brian Bowder, you know who he is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he wants to get in on this.
I don't know if I got him on contacts or not.
Yep, give me a minute, Brian. We'll see if we can get you on contact. Hold on.
Put his name or something in the chat box here in Skype, and I'll see if I can.
All right, I'll do that.
Find him and add him. I saw an article. It's been a month or so ago. I don't know where I read it at, but it was a new night vision they're working on, and it was supposed to be like, you know, the best thing out there if they get it working. They said it won't be nothing like you're used to now. It'll literally be, if you're looking at a house and the house is red, you'll see a red house, green grass, just like daylight. Now, I don't understand how it could work.
They're using multiple. Oh, hold on, give me a minute. Let me type this in.
Okay, I got him on the list here now.
Oh, you got him already?
Yeah, he sent me a contact request.
Oh, okay.
I accepted it. Now I just got to find his name.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, is trying to find his contact going through.
I approved it, but I don't see it. Let's see. Well, oh, there it is. Okay, I'll add him to the call.
There we go. Now here's the man. Here's the man that knows all about the spookies out there.
Yeah,
he's the expert.
Gentlemen.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? Yeah, I'm the laser boy tonight. You know, I'm weary. I have a couple different lasers. I got greens, which are great. I got
I just bought a
UV, blue, purple, blue, and red. You know, your typical red. But we were doing a CE5. This is the second time we're doing it in a location, and we're all talking. Nothing really is happening. There's a lot of traffic. Great skies. It's over. We're outside of New York City a bit, up the river, but we're looking down that way. and I saw something move in the sky, so I just I pointed to it with my laser quickly, keeping it away from any type of aircraft, nothing in that area. And I kind of did a couple of circles in that area. And the next thing you know, you get a pinpoint of light that bursts with a little red ring around it and comes back. And it's like, as soon as it came, is as fast as it left. So we were like, no way, that didn't just happen. And I saw it move a little bit to the right. We did it again. It responded again. It did it 3 times in total. I was kind of blown away by it. I wasn't expecting anything, especially in such a metropolitan area of that kind. But yeah, I don't normally point green lasers in the sky because of all the freaky people out there that want to arrest people or shoot them. You know, I advise everybody against it. Actually.
Okay, so that's. I'm sorry, real quick. That's who you are in the chat room.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was okay. I couldn't put the name together. I'm going, I know him somewhere. And I sat there and clicked on it. There's only one person. That must be who is this guy?
That's Brian from BPS. Yeah,
okay, gotcha.
It comes up because you're used. I sometimes it links in other I guess profiles.
Right.
Everybody's linking a profile to a profile to a profile. Yeah. I mean, I've actually gotten requests from people. I'm like, who's Sex Kitten 49? I'm like, oh, that's your mother. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy that way.
Oh, I heard the funniest thing today. Oh my God, I fell over laughing. I had these older kids, high school kids, on the bus, and they started talking about private parts. And one of the kids said, your ding dong's it's the size of a tac-tac or a tic-tac. Says, yeah, your ding dong's the size of a tic-tac. And the guy looked at him and says, that's why your mom's breath smells so good. And I was just like, oh my God. I almost ran off the road over that and oh God. Did not just say that.
That's good stuff right there.
Well, they were doing it on purpose, going back and forth, mama jokes. But that just...
Hey, Brian, I put it in here earlier before you had joined the call, but that's the IR light that I bought.
Yeah, that's the one. I actually recommended it to several people. It's a great light.
This one's actually, I'm sure it is. It's a knockoff. The Polaroid's like $35, but I got this one for $18.99.
It's not as bright, but you know what I'll do? I'm gonna send you some schematics of what I did. I jerry rigged a. It has a rechargeable battery, I believe, in it.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is in order to recharge, you got to plug it into actually a regular outlet. So I jerry rigged something for us when we go on the road. It runs off a 9-volt. So I'll tell you what it is, what you need to get, and then all you do is just strip it, put it together. It works like a charm. So you'll have unlimited power to use that with. Otherwise, you get a couple hours, like 40 minutes maybe, or something like that.
That's what I figured. It wouldn't last real long, but.
No, it works great though, because when it floods your spot, it's not like an intense section. It's evenly dispersed, diffused perfectly.
Now what I'm wondering is, I've got a camcorder. It's a JVC, one of the little small ones, and that's what I've used for making YouTube videos and whatnot.
Right.
But I don't know if it'll be able to work with infrared or not. It doesn't say on there anything about it.
It does. All cameras, all electronic cameras will work with that infrared.
Okay.
What'll happen is it's going to put it out there. You're not going to see it, but the camera eye picks it up.
That's what I thought. I even called JVC, and they said nobody had ever asked, and they didn't know.
It does work. I tested it actually with a regular camera.
The other night, I was back to my mom and dad's church, and they've heard a lot of strange noises and all kinds of stuff back there over the years. Church has been there since at least the 40s anyway.
Right.
And all the stuff that's went on in their funerals and everything else. So I set up down in the basement, and Lorraine's been listening to the 9 hours worth of recording I got on my voice recorder. But I also set up the camera, my night vision camera, same one I'm using for the stars, but I didn't turn on the infrared, and in pure darkness you see nothing.
Yeah, you'll get that problem, but you know what? Actually sorry, Lorraine. Have her listen to the audio from the video, because whenever we do anything with video, I watch the video. I go frame by frame a lot of times, because I'll watch it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, well, the camera that I was using, won't pick up audio. It's just video.
Oh, okay.
So I had a little handheld recorder.
I tell you a trick we've been doing. It's an old trick.
Right, it works.
Anytime we hear something, and we can't make out what it's saying,
yeah,
we play it backwards. We'll slow it down at different speeds going forward, and then we do the same thing going backwards. And a lot of times we make out stuff at going backwards.
I'll tell you, when we did Pine Bush and we were in this doctor's house, and you know, I heard things. I mean, there was a big crashes and bangs, whatever. But I was able to catch EVPs because I was using. I retrofitted one of these mini fake GoPros to a full spectrum, and I was running that because I was getting the full spectrum photos, the video, and I got the audio, and I listened to the audio, and I heard a faint thing. I pulled the audio stream out of that. I ran it through Odyssey, and I slowed it down, cleaned it up, and that's where we heard that. You know, of course, you need headphones for EVPs, by the way. Yeah. And it said pass them. It knew we were in that room, and it said pass them, as in get the hell out of this room. So you gotta, you know, I'm catching things I couldn't believe I was going to catch. You know, look, we're all into this. We're researching it. We're doing all these things, but you still like, I can't believe I just caught that. That's not real, and you got to listen to it over and over again.
What I just put in the Skype chat there, that's what I wanted to buy, but I just don't have the money for it right now. Because that is a good deal.
The millimeter one?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You can get that. You can get
that millimeter's running about $120 on eBay, cheapest one.
Yeah, I've been looking for a millimeter for forever.
But that one there's a good deal, $99. You get both meters.
That's actually really good. You should do it.
If I had the money, I would. I got the guy down another $10, but I just don't have the money.
No,
I'm trying to see how low I could get him, but
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
So I'm just. The laser pointer I got, it's one of the grid, makes the grid on it, on the wall or wherever. I got it for like $15, and it came with a mount. And the guy that sold it to me, he actually has his own paranormal team in Wisconsin. Brew City Paranormal.
You know, it's funny you say that because like I bought about 6 of those green laser grids.
Yeah, that's what this is.
And I paid, what did I pay for them? I think $6 each.
Yeah, this one must be pretty good because if I take the end of it off, that actually, you know, the part that makes the grid, because if you turn it, it looks like a kaleidoscope.
It becomes a regular laser.
Yeah, if I hold that on the back of my hand for about 30 seconds, I can feel the heat.
Yeah, you can actually, if you hold it for about a couple of minutes on a match, it'll light the match. It's supposed to be able to do that.
There's a hack to them to make them more powerful.
Oh, there's, you know.
And all you need is a screwdriver.
Well, it's really funny. I used to one of the things I was playing around with. I take the those old DVD burners.
Yeah.
You find people throw them out all the time. If you pull the laser out of that, it will burn you.
Yeah.
The same thing with the Xbox. You find the old Xbox. People throw
but it will burn you.
I don't know about the particular laser pointer that I got, but a lot of them, if you take a screw or whatever, and pop the little power, you know, the button you push to get it to turn on, take it out. Inside there's a screw. You turn that screw, and you can increase the laser. It gets more concentrated.
Yeah, you get more power to the actual beam. But the problem with that is, I've actually seen this myself too. You can burn the crap out of yourself with it because it will just reverse it. Yeah. Sometimes it reverses.
But I like this one because the end of it, you know, you can turn it almost like one of them old kaleidoscopes.
Yeah.
So you can make the grid pretty much any pattern you want.
I'll tell you right now, if you have a smartphone, specifically an iPhone, and you go to download an app called Geek, Geek. Go there. It's pretty much like an Alibaba. You can get all these things for a lot less than eBay. I mean, and sometimes they sell them in bulk. That's where, you know, I do a lot of shopping. The problem with that is you have to wait sometimes, but it may be worth the wait.
Oh yeah. Just depends on, you know, what you're actually getting. And
well, what I do is I just set up a disco light in the ceiling and play some music and see if I can catch any dancing.
That'd be pretty good. You know, we've been doing a couple different investigations all over the place, but we went to the Stone Chambers up here. I don't know if you guys have Stone Chambers down by you. But we actually saw something pass in front of the light in the chamber, and the chamber room is, I'm gonna say maybe 10 feet by, 10 by 10s or 15 by 10s, really small stone chambers. So those grids come in handy. Besides the, turning on some music and just putting on Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's some of the stuff you buy is just incredible. But
one thing I want to try, and I don't know how much I can really get away with, but I'm gonna try it anyway, is to go back out to the lake some night and go back to that same house where I had the first experience at.
Hey, I'll be right back real quick. I gotta go do something.
No problem.
See if I can pick up anything from there. I saw a video that somebody took back in April of that house, and it looks like they're doing some work on it, but I don't know. I saw where one of the windows had like a curtain or something up to it, and the front door was even open.
Well, you never know.
But I haven't been out there for a long time.
Here you go, Lucky. Just a 5 milliwatt laser, 532 nano.
Yeah.
It has the grid on it, $5.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the only reason why I suggested
right.
Download that app because it's actually pretty cool. I'm gonna post a link to it so you can see it, check it out.
All
right. Hopefully it'll pop up, but it's super cool.
Okay.
It's the same. 99% of the stuff you buy in this country now is made in China anyhow. It's
That's
the same
what I was
thing.
saying earlier.
I mean, they have some great Cree flashlights that are UV.
Yeah.
That are incredible.
Oh, I know this site.
Yeah. It's really good. The only problem is the weight,
Yeah.
Ship. If you get an e-packet, you may get lucky and get it within a week.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's on a slow boat from China.
Yeah. People don't realize, though, how cheap it is for people in China to ship stuff here. It's unreal.
It's super cheap, but if you get something that doesn't work, and I've gotten several things that don't work, shipping it back could cost you an arm and a leg. So
I was talking to some guys that do a lot of shipping overseas and stuff back and forth, and said that they had their contacts in China that could actually ship them a whole semi-trailer load of whatever, and shipping's only $400 for a whole semi-load of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So it's because in China they don't pay per package; they pay a monthly fee.
They do it by the crate too, so they're shipping out these huge shipping containers. So it's like a consortium.
When my dad used to have his business before he retired, he had a contract same way with UPS. They paid so much a month, and it was whatever he could ship. I used to ship stuff that way. Now the only time he'd have to pay extra is if it was something like very large, or because they had their parameters, depending on what you normally shipped, and that would be what your bill would be.
It's it gets crazy after a while, but
I saw a documentary thing on TV on Alibaba because they're the biggest thing in China.
Yeah.
And they have their own postal service, and they showed this guy. He was probably in his 20s. He ordered some clothes off of there. 2 hours he had it at his front door, and they're tracking like the whole process from the guy ordering it and. But when the delivery guy gets there and knocks on the door, he actually tells the guy, "Go try the clothes on and see if you like them. I'll wait. If you need to return them, then I'll just take them back, and I can credit your account right now, and you'll have your money back by the time you shut your door."
That's pretty cool.
And I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
That's really good stuff right there.
Well, they started that holiday. Over there and made a fortune off of it. They call it Singles Day. If you're single, buy yourself a gift. And in 8 hours, Alibaba made over $1 billion in profit.
Holy
in 8 hours. Because they got so many people in China. But it was Singles Day. If you're single, buy yourself a gift.
Wow.
They started, kind of like Hallmark. I think they created a lot of holidays back in the day just to sell cards.
Yeah.
Same type of thing. Smart business practice, though.
No, it's the problem with China is the following. Like when they're telling you to do something, they're not suggesting. They're actually telling you.
The problem I have with Alibaba though is all the fake gold and silver and all that stuff. That's been a big problem. That's what I deal a lot in. and on the forum and stuff that I'm on, a lot of those guys have bought stuff from places.
Right.
One guy got taken. He bought a bunch of gold off of a guy on Craigslist, and the guy even had a receipt showing the company he bought it from. And I found the same thing on Alibaba, the fake receipt even, fake coins, and even a pamphlet tell you how to make your buyer think he's buying something real.
Wow.
And the guy says, send me a picture of any coin you want and give me 7 days and I can make them for you.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty good at it. I mean, we've been making fake gold for a while.
But it's getting to the point, it's hard to detect a lot of times because, like with coins, say your old Morgan dollars, they're able now to make them in whatever grade you want, like from the grading companies, so it can look worn, but it's in a holder that matches identical to the real ones at the grading services.
Right.
Real serial numbers, but the coin's even the right composition of metal. So
you can't even use like an element detector?
Nope.
Wow.
Because the real coin might be, I've seen these a couple times, like the real one might be worth 10 grand. There's only like 3 of them known. Well, you go on there and you can buy them all day long for $20 a piece.
Well, it's really funny. If you go on eBay, right, you can buy demo U.S. currency. It's for $7.
Alibaba sells $10 and $20 bills by the kilo.
Yeah, and you can literally pick these up, and they're for demo uses only to detect fraud and bank.
Alibaba calls theirs wedding favors.
Well, it's pretty interesting because just think about this. For $7, you're getting $115 worth of actual currency. It looks like currency. It's on the same printed material.
Yep.
And you could just buy those things left and right and just start. I mean, I wouldn't do it personally, but you could pass them.
Oh,
and most people won't detect it. Even the detectors won't detect it.
Yeah, it's crazy how much stuff they've got. And I saw a video even a guy had making fake coins, like old mercury dimes and stuff. And he had like 55-gallon drums full of them laying around his warehouse.
That's insane.
Yeah, he had a video showing the whole procedure, and he was one of the ones also saying it only takes him 7 days from the day he receives a picture from you, and he can have one made and in his hand at least.
This is the problem. See, when we talk about $6 trillion, I think it's how many trillion they have in debt.
Oh yeah.
U.S.
Yeah.
You know, how much of that is actually bankrupt? You know, or counterfeit.
Well, they just had an article out a couple weeks ago or so on Yahoo saying that the biggest business in China right now is selling counterfeit coins to the United States.
Wow.
That's their number one money maker over there.
I mean, I always suggested, and when I was giving financial advice a while back, I told people to buy real gold and silver, primarily silver, because you get more bang for your buck. It's a little bit, people see gold, they get crazy, but when they see silver, they're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And you get more bang for your
buck.
You
got a better chance of a higher return.
Oh, 100%. And I was doing this for years when it was like 6 an ounce, and then it went to 9, and then it blew up to 37. And one guy came to me, goes, I invested everything as I said, don't do that. And he goes, no, I did it anyhow, and I made a killing. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah.
But
I've had some interesting conversations with people and stuff when it was real high. Well, most of the stuff I had, I bought for 13 an ounce, and I sold out at 42.
Oh.
So I bought some just this year off of a girl on eBay for $2 an ounce.
Nice.
I bought I forget how much silver altogether was there, but there was silver and there was probably $30 in clad mint sets, like state quarter sets, still in the hard plastic from the mint. But I got those for quarter.
That's good. Value. That's a good buy.
So the girl had 2 Canadian maple leafs originally on her listing, and I bought both of those it was a decent price. And I just messaged her like, "You got anything else?" And she said, "Yeah." So I gave her my information, and she texted me all these pictures. I sold 1 coin for more than I paid for all of it, and she paid $30 to send it to me.
Wow.
So she said she just moved in the house and found all this stuff in the attic.
Yeah, one of the things that, I dream of going out with a metal detector and picking up a couple of Morgans
The best find I ever saw, it was on YouTube. It was in about 100 miles from me down Cincinnati. Ohio. There was these two guys. I don't know if they were friends or brothers or what, but they went around and bought all these houses that basically nobody wanted.
Right.
So they bought this house. I guess the guy had died and had no relatives, no nothing. So they got this 2-story home for, I think they gave like $10,000 for it. And they got all the contents too, everything.
Right.
So they're going through filming it, and it looks, just an average house, nothing real spectacular. Till they get in the basement, there's this big wooden, like a blanket chest. They opened it up, and there was 20,000 ounces of silver in it.
It was 19,700 and something. They were stacked in 5s, 15 by 13.
How much did they pay for the house?
They gave like $10,000 for the whole house.
At today's silver, it would be right around a little over $300,000.
Yeah, because most of the bars and stuff came from the 70s. They were like different art bars and.
Yep, I saw the same video.
Some might have had even more value on the collector's side of it.
Yeah, you got to go through the dates. You got to really look at the coinage and the bars. But what's really sick is if these people had it in a chest. Yeah. Just think, if you're buying these old houses that no one wants, what you got to do with them, they're going to be condemned anyhow, 99% of them. You got to go in and you got to start peeling boards off. And I'm talking about ceilings, floors, and everything. And I guarantee you will find a cache someplace that will pay for all of it.
Oh, when I was over in Germany, we did demolition. Basically, it means their houses and their walls are built out of like concrete.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't use wood, so when you go into a house, a lot of times you don't tear it down, you just move walls around, tear down old ones.
Right.
When I was tearing down a wall, I found it's 17 something. It has a picture of a woman on it, but I found 7 silver 1 ounce. Now, okay, this is a different ounce.
Right.
It's not the Troy ounce.
Yeah.
Okay, it's slightly smaller.
Right.
But I found 7 of those. And they're worth more.
Because of the rarity?
Yeah, because of the rarity. Yeah. And there were 7 of them, and they were behind a wall socket.
Wow. See, you got to look. You got to figure out when the houses were built and when they were really occupied. If you get
I've seen some people make some crazy money, though, on there's a guy that... he's part owner of the coin forum that I'm on, and he makes a lot of his own stuff and sells it and gets good money out of it. But
I'm telling you right now, if you want to live and if you on an income, you only get a certain amount of money.
Right.
Down there in South Carolina, down at Myrtle Beach.
Oh yeah.
The guys I was talking. One of the guys lives next door to my mom. Real nice guy, older guy, but I mean religiously, he goes out to the beach with his metal detector.
Oh yeah, I've been down there, and a lot of guys do that and find all kinds of stuff.
Oh, he finds rings. A lot of it, he finds earrings. He might go out there and find nothing for a week straight, and all of a sudden, boom, he'll find like 3 gold rings or 3 silvers.
There's no real decent coin shops in my area, but the guy showed the bar that he bought. It was Engelhard, 3 ounce. Gave $90 for it. Sold it on eBay for $7,500.
Yeah, wow. We're still at a point right now where a lot of these people don't know about the internet and check it online before you sell something to somebody. And so that's called arbitrage for anybody that's listening. It's not stealing or screwing anybody. It's arbitrage. It's somebody knows more than you, or you know more than them, and that's how that's capitalism. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can still get some of those every once in a while. Being where I am in the city, I used to pass some coin shops and antique dealers, or what they now they have a nice way of saying pawn shop here.
Yeah.
But those guys are just too. Actually, they're not only they're well informed. They overprice their stuff because they're looking for the big hit and.
You go in there, they're overpriced inside because all their stuff is on eBay. That's what pawn shops do. I worked at a pawn shop for a long time, and everything that came in, as soon as he gets it, and it has to sit on by law, it has to sit for I think here it's so many.
30 days, I think.
Yeah, it's 30 days. Hold on, let me remember this.
Or is it 90?
No, it's 30 days until payment, then it gets put on something else. You have to whatever address they give you, you have to make an attempt to contact them. Okay?
Right.
It's as an attempt, because a lot of times they give a fake number. You know they're never coming back.
Right.
Okay? You just know it. And then after that, man, it goes straight. And in the back of the guys, in the back of the pawn shop, this is when eBay was coming out and stuff. And I only worked there part-time, but that stuff gets put back there, bam, online, and that's all he's doing is eBay all day long, selling stuff, putting it out. And
because that's pure profit without too much of a paper trail, actually.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got thrown out of the We Buy Gold shop we had here in town. Yeah, well,
you know too much, huh?
Well, no, I got into it with the girl working there because she stole a bunch of gold jewelry off this older lady that was in there.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the woman come in. She was probably in her late 70s. Had a whole handful of gold. There was rings, couple chains, and I could tell that, it definitely looked legit. I mean, I didn't hold it, but you can just tell. And the woman says, this young girl, probably some college girl, she says, well, I got to test it to find out. I didn't think nothing of it. And the woman says, well, I've never saw that. Could I see how that's done? She says, no, we're not allowed. We can't show you how we test it because it involves acid and someone could get hurt. So I got to go in the back. Which is only one drop of acid. It's no big deal.
Nah, I would have said forget it, give it back.
But, so she goes in the back, does that, comes back, tells the woman, well, all your stuff is fake and it's all lead. But if you throw it in this box over here, I can safely dispose of it for you. So the woman hands over all this gold and walks out.
Yep.
And I made mention of it. And then as I was walking out, this boy come in with a stack of Morgan dollars. And I was standing outside smoking a cigarette. And the boy come out and I said, not trying to be too nosy, but what'd they give you for them? That guy said, $5 a piece. I was like, what?
Wow.
I said, you could have put them on eBay and made more money. He said, well, I thought about that, but the girl in there told me it would take me at least 8 hours to list one item. It was that complicated. And he said, I didn't have that kind of time. I said, dude, I could have listed them all and probably had them sold before you could have walked out of this parking lot.
Yeah, you can do it with your phone.
Exactly.
Just give me them. Picture, post. I've been to places where they buy, silver and gold, and I get it because, let's say you have a piece that's worth $100, right? They're not going to give you the $100 because they want to make money off it. So they'll give you I'll give you 45 for it.
Yeah.
Try 35.
I'm just using a generic number, but you're right. They'll probably go to 30, 35.
I understand to an extent. Because they are taking a little risk as far as they don't know what the market's going to do. But as much as they do cut people is just wrong.
It's gold. They know what the market's going to do.
Because the shop here, the shop that was here around the corner from me, whatever the price of gold was, they paid $700 less per ounce. And whatever the price of silver was, they paid $14 less.
Oh, jeez.
So that was their price. Because they told me, I called them. And she says, no matter what we get, it could be the rarest coin in the world. We don't care. We melt everything.
Yeah,
I said, and you're believing your boss, too, and I hung up.
I have a problem with that because I'm a history guy, and I like the history of these things. I'd be the guy that, we find the Declaration of Independence in an old frame, and I'm like, well, it's worth about $6 million, but I really want to keep it.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
But they don't melt everything at those places.
No, all these guys, when they fence stuff, they melt it down. They already know they're going to melt it. So.
The pawn shop I work, if it came in and it was junk gold, in other words, it was like an old ring, but it's gold.
Yeah.
The guy gave you, he actually gave you they did fair value there. I mean, the place I worked at was actually pretty decent. That stuff got melted down. They take whatever diamonds and stuff were left, because a lot of times you come in there, there's like missing the diamonds gone, this is gone. Unless it was a nice ring and they can rebuild it. If it's a nice piece of jewelry, they take it and it goes up on eBay or whatever other site. He might put it aside, and we would have a jeweler that came in there
and he'd check it out.
Well, he would buy all the diamonds and stuff. They pop all the ones they pop the diamonds off, and we would probably get a little tin, a couple of carats a month. Now that's not one diamond. That's multiple diamonds.
Right.
Stuff. And that might go 2 carats, 3 carats, depending upon what it is. That'll be an extra $800, and the diamond guy would turn around and he sell it for $1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the scams that and people are very unaware of. It's like that lady. We got to go in the back.
Yeah.
Never happened with me.
No.
Like, no, you're not going in the back. Just put it down. We're good.
Yeah, because they can switch it.
Right. And a lot of jewelry stores, retail as well as even some on the market in the city, what they would do is they go, let's go test it. I'm going to go test it. And when they go in there, they pop out. They know what your stone is. They could look at a stone, and they're that good with their eye that they know what they have there. They'll pop it out. They'll put it in a cubic zirconia, and they say, here it is, and you don't know. So if you really, if it doesn't cost that much, but if you have an item that you really want to preserve and you want to make sure that no one's going to screw you on, you can get it serial numbered.
Yeah.
Even the stones, but never ever let it out of your sight. And if you have a reputable guy, they'll do it right in front of your face.
Oh, yeah.
They'll come right out, and boom, they'll do it right there.
And a lot of times, I'm going to tell people this, they're going to laugh at me, buy your diamonds online.
Yep.
And do your research. There are certain companies that approve diamonds that are overpriced and overmarked. And a lot of times you can get the same quality diamond. You punch in what it is, and you get the same quality diamond for and even 2 or 3 steps up.
Right.
For $1,000, $2,000 cheaper.
I was talking to a girl online not long ago. She's in a stock trading chat room, and her son had bought his fiance this like $10,000 diamond ring or whatever, and which I saw a picture of it. It was a nice looking ring, but it was appraised at like $40,000. But now his insurance company won't insure it for that, and I was like, well, who done the appraisal? Well, the place he bought it. I said, well, that's the reason the insurance company won't do it. And I could not get her to understand. I said, never accept an appraisal from the person you're buying it from. They can tell you anything. They want you to think it's worth $40,000. They think, wow, I'm getting a great bargain at 10.
Right.
Well, you need an independent person that can care less if you buy it or you don't.
Oh, see, I got a diamond. It's appraised at $30,000, but it's an old diamond.
Yeah.
I inherited. It is a $30,000 diamond.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And at the time, and the value of diamonds go up and down much because it's a controlled market.
Sure.
It's the clarity. It's color clarity, but it's really funny. I have friends and family in that business, jewelry and whatever. Yeah. And when I was going to go get engaged, and a family, friend, my brother-in-law's mother-in-law took me, and we went. And I had a ring that was given to me, passed down, and I like that, passing down something there. And we went into the district, and we're talking to all these guys. And what you do is it's a great educational tool because you get to know the price of everything. So if you have a band that you want to get an engagement ring, and you're going to put a diamond in whatever, basically, if I'm just going to use generic numbers, if the price of everything is $1,000, and you're buying it at the the inside price at $1,000, that is a $6,000 ring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you just add about 5 to it. So if you have a $10,000 ring that you're buying for $10,000 on the inside price, it's $60,000 ring.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I know pilots, airplane pilots, and whenever they go over to these other countries, that's what they're buying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know where to go, because they've gone there, for the past 6 years. They hire a guy, they'll get together, they'll hire a guy, and go out and buy $40,000, $50,000 in diamonds. Bring them back.
Yeah.
That's even better than the inside price because they're getting it from the source.
Right, that's where they're going, is to the source.
So you getting a $50,000 worth of diamonds at this point.
Well,
you're probably a $200,000 diamond.
That's about what it is. They come back, they sell them. They have a guy that sells them, and that's how they make. Matter of fact, the guy that sells them gets his cut, And let's say, you got 10 guys that kicked in 10,000 and you're getting back $30,000-$40,000 after everybody gets their cut.
Isn't life beautiful?
Yeah, you're doing good.
I've sold some scrap jewelry and stuff at some jewelry places in different places around town, and first thing I always do, walk in there and just look around and stuff in the showcase and just casually ask the guy, say, hey, you know what the spot price of gold is right now? Just catch them off guard, and then when they tell you, that's when you say, oh, well, I got some I want to sell then.
Yeah, you got to play the game. You got to play the game. You can't go in there dumb.
No.
And you got to know the terminology and the lingo. And once you do that, they know they can't screw you. So
yeah, they're gonna play. They're gonna play dumb with you.
Yeah.
See, I won't sell. I know who I can sell to. And I know what, because he's gonna try to make a profit off of it too. But trying to sell silver when it's high is hard to do.
I don't know. I can sell it. The higher it is, the easier I can sell it.
Yeah.
And get more money.
Well, silver has multiple uses more so than the gold, actually.
Oh,
and it covers multiple industries.
Silver is used in just about
everything.
Everything from medical stuff all the way down to the cellophane wrapper on like little Debbie cakes and Twinkies and stuff.
It's incredible when you find these metals, and it really is.
Speaking of Twinkies, I still never forget selling 2 boxes of them on eBay and making $80 profit.
It's funny you said that, because I was really pissed off the other day because I was remembering my dad years ago when we had the Tylenol Excedrin poisoners. They were poisoning things. Yeah. So this is how my dad is. This is how we think. My dad went out and literally looked up the lot number and bought a box of each. He had it for years. And he goes, here. And I said, well, why don't you sell it? He goes, no, you can't do that. I said, yes, you can. There's something called eBay. Someone's going to buy it.
Sure.
Now,
he threw it out.
The best one I saw when I was over in Europe, was Old Bay Spice, Old Bay seasoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were cans of it, and people were buying it overseas for $50 a can. Like an 8-ounce can of Old Spice, Old Bay seasoning. Old Bay seasoning.
Sorry, the camera's all washed out. As soon as the clouds get by, it'll be all right.
It'll kick back in.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone, so actually I'm just seeing the Skype thing right now. So I hope they would fix that, but it's how it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really considering right now buying me investing about $600 into a metal detector.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple good sites for you though.
One around here. I've got one, but no.
Well, no. There's a guy up in Gettysburg who basically damn near invented the damn things. He's been around that long.
They're mostly illegal here.
Yeah,
they're illegal in Ohio?
Yeah.
Why?
You can't. There's very few places you can go. I mean, I don't know what the reason really is behind it. They won't say, but if they catch you on anything owned by the state, city, or whoever, they'll take your detector and whatever you got on you.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty strict. I don't know why.
I've always wanted one since I was a kid, Jade. I mean, I just I have this pirate fantasy,
Oh, I've had one, and I found stuff. But a lot of stuff I found was not like coins and stuff. I actually found a huge box of lead shot, of musket shot from. Oh, it had to be old. The cabin was not even there anymore. And
that's pretty cool. It had everything in it. I mean, it was intact.
Yeah, it had wax paper. And now it was inside a tin. This tin. And I couldn't figure out what it was. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, that's lead. That's lead. So I took it down to a pawn shop that deals with that kind of stuff. And the guy bought it off of me for $200.
It's really funny. You said when it was in a tin. The tin's probably worth more than the lead.
Yeah.
Because it's the older tin. I actually, I have such a sophisticated mine lab, or I forgot what it's called, metal detector. It's kind of hard to I still don't get to use it that much around here. But I purchased it on Kelco or something like that. I posted a link to where I went to get it. but if you can get it for less, go for it. The coolest thing I found, I was up in Canada. I was in St. Andrews, town of St. Andrews, which was a loyalist town during the Revolution. And I see some guy there, so I said, well, what am I really listening for? He goes, you want to hear this sound? And I went through and I found a musket ball. And that was, I still have it. It is just the coolest thing. It's easy from the 1700s.
Speaking of metal detector, I was watching a YouTube video about, I think last week. This guy, he goes all over and metal detects and stuff in there. But he was at this, what state he was in, but he was in a river he was detecting. And he found an iPhone. And somebody had just recently lost it because it was still on, but the password was on it. And, which got me, remember the whole deal with the government trying to unlock the iPhone?
Yeah.
Well, this guy found this one in the river, password. He walks straight into his local Verizon store and says, hey, I do YouTube videos. I found this. Can you unlock it? 5 minutes later, the phone's unlocked, and he's got it in the mail, mailing it back to the owner. The guy done it right in the office.
You know, the government always does the half-ass backwards way.
He said, all you got to do is just plug it into their main computer, and it'll unlock it.
They were trying to use that. Everybody was screaming that. They were trying to use that to pass certain laws.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Trying to go around.
Yeah.
That was a false flag.
But you did remind me of something, though, Brian, when you talk about the diamonds and stuff. This was a show I saw, I think last year. It was on National Geographic. It was talking about weird ways people found to, make a living.
Yeah.
And this guy, he was homeless originally, and now he's making all kinds of money. He was just wandering the streets in the Diamond District, New York.
Right.
And he got to thinking, that people lose stuff because he'd find change on the sidewalk once in a while or whatever. So he got this idea to, so he scraped up what he could, and he bought him he got a bucket and a putty knife. And,
I seen that, yeah.
He went around and he scraped up everything he could find on the sidewalks and on the gutter. Chewing gum, all that stuff, nasty stuff. And then he melted it all down in this bucket and strained it and was getting the diamonds out of it. All these jewelers and stuff running in and out of these buildings, and then he would take it in the same shops and sell it to them. Make all kinds of money.
That's the guy also, what he started doing, I think, if I'm correct, because I think I saw something similar on this person. He was going into the cracks also of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And he got even smarter. He started checking the drains around there.
Right.
And you'd see him go down and pick things up, and he was pulling up rings.
Yeah.
I was like, this is insane. Yeah. Because people it falls off your finger, you don't know where it is, you can't go, you can't find it.
The announcer, whoever was narrating the show, was saying that there's millions of dollars of loose gems lost there every year, just the diamond buyers going into the shops to sell it and all that.
Here's the sick thing. We know people that go and travel and bring in the raw stone.
Yeah.
If you saw the raw diamond stone, you'd think it was a rock.
Oh,
you'd throw it away.
Yeah, they don't look nothing until they're cleaned up.
You would be like, this isn't a diamond. He goes, nah, it's a diamond.
Yeah.
You would not believe it, and it's pretty insane.
Years ago, I went in a jewelry store. It used to be here. They moved out of town now, but I went in. They had bunch of rings. So I was just looking. I mean, I just got off work and just bored because it was close to my job. And I was looking in there, and there was a young girl working there. She was still pricing stuff. And she had 2 rings in the counter, and they were both emeralds. One was natural, Colombian emerald, and the other one was synthetic.
Right.
Well, the prices, was a big difference in price, almost $1,000 difference. And I asked her if I could see both of them, so she let me. I had my jeweler's loop in my pocket. And I was looking at it, and I told the girl, I said, if I'd have had the money, I'd have just bought them and walked out, but I didn't. I said, you might want to check your stones. You got them priced wrong. And she's all, what are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. And I was able to prove it to her. I said, the one you've got for the lower price, that's the real Colombian emerald. She said, well, how do you know? I said, well, put it this way. If you're claiming this one is synthetic, then why has it got some minor inclusions in it? Synthetic will be pure because it's being made. I said, and then, your real one, of course, will be the one to have the little specks in it. And she looked, she said, oh my God. She said, I've only worked here about a week. If they'd have found out and I'd have sold these, I'd have probably got fired. She switched them around.
It's people, they work someplace or they briefly touch on something and they think they're experts at it, and they don't want to. No one wants to be proven wrong.
Right.
No one understands that there are actually some good people out there that aren't going to try to screw you. That they're just being themselves. They're nice people.
Yeah.
And they're going to let you know.
Right.
You know, it's insanity. It's insanity how people operate today. But you know what? Live and learn, right? So she would have sold the wrong ones. But that's arbitrage, right?
Yeah.
You know more than she does.
Yeah.
So now you're going to buy these things, and you're going to get the real diamond for the synthetic price.
If I would have had
and
the money, I would have walked out with both of them. But I was just messing around, killing time.
It's just there's something about it. That's kind of like finding buried treasure. It's metal detecting.
I sold a diamond ring for about $300, I think I got out of it, and Dad found it in the yard. It looked like brand new. It wasn't old or nothing. Don't know how it got in my yard, because I got a pretty good size front yard compared to the rest of the street, so nobody, getting mad driving by in a car throwing it's going to land it right by my doorstep, practically. But it had 7 little diamonds in it, and it was inscribed "I love you" on the inside of it, 14 karat. And Dad found it digging up. He was going to plant flower bulbs, and dug a little hole in the rings right there. So I took it to the jewelry store and sold it.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. One day I'm going to take a trip with this whole family here. I'm going to go down to Arkansas to that diamond park.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to go to it. I mean, I know it'll take you years in a day to find these things, but the prospect of finding something, even the smallest stone, it just gives you a satisfaction.
There's a cool story about that place I saw not long ago. This guy, he was probably in his 80s. He'd went there his whole life, never really found much, just nothing of real value. And his grandson had bugged him for a while, wanted to go. The kid's only 5 or 6 years old. And he's like, I want to go. And he's like, when you get older, and the guy just finally gets aggravated and tells the kid, well, come on, if you want to go. Figuring he'd get bored too easy. Well, they get there. The kid gets out of the truck, takes 2 steps, and at that point in time found the largest diamond ever found there in the parking lot.
Yeah, I remember that.
That thing was big. It looked almost like a Jolly Rancher candy. And the kid found it right there. I mean, and they weren't even really in the area yet to where you start digging. It was just right there.
You know what's cool about the park is...
He picks it up and he shows his grandpa. He's like, is this worth anything? And it's worth a fortune.
It's awesome because you find these things, you go over to the ranger station, they weigh it, they check it out, they say what it is, and then you name it, and you get to keep it. There's nothing else involved in it. It's go ahead. So, I mean, what other place can you go to where you're going to kind of, spend the day outside in nature? It doesn't
really cost that much to look. And I think they said every so many months they go out there with some equipment and, till up the ground.
Yeah, it's probably loaded with these things. Yeah. I mean, there's an active volcano underneath it. Yeah. It's Well,
I saw a new video that came out last night from the Flat Earth people. And but I was real surprised of the hundreds of comments, and I didn't see a single person disagreeing with this guy. Now you might get a kick out of this one, but he's talking about there's no forest, no real forest in the world, trees and stuff. So something about the giants, way back thousands of years ago, whatever, and the gravity's a man-made thing. But what he's trying to say is, if you go out west, like Monument Valley, where a lot of the cowboys and stuff was filmed at.
Right.
Well, you see all the columns of, the rock, mountains, whatever. Well, he says those aren't mountains. Those are tree stumps from the ancient trees.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know that?
And the guy, and there's even people saying, there's one guy in the comments said, he said, I just turned 51 years old, and you have finally opened my eyes and changed my life. And all these other people are saying the same thing. It's a life-changing, it's like an hour and 20-minute video. I only just skipped through it, but yeah, even like Mount Everest, that's a tree stump.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all, and the trees that back then, they got the petrified forest and all that. Well, he said that a tree cannot turn into stone like that. They're silicon trees. And that's where they got the idea of making silicon microchips. They get it off these trees.
Hey, guys, I want to link a YouTube channel here.
Sure. It's,
about diamonds.
Nice.
Check this guy out. He explains a lot of stuff. and he tells you how to ways to buy them. There's another guy that I'll listen to, and he buys his coins on eBay.
Yeah.
And what he does is he looks for the stuff that just got posted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he tries to see if anybody, instead of paying $19, if they put it for $9.95. And he says he has gotten a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Probably over 100 coins just doing that.
Another good way to do it when people misspell stuff. There's actually a website you can go to. It's Fat Fingers. You can put in like the word silver, and it'll put in all the misspelled ways it could be misspelled into an eBay search. And I've bought stuff that way. People spell it wrong because nobody finds it.
But a lot of people don't realize when you go to eBay, you type in eBay, and then you type in silver. And then you type in negative.
Oh yeah.
And then you type in, plated.
Right.
And all that other stuff on there. Yeah. Eventually, but this guy, if you check out this guy's website, he talks a lot about where to go and stuff, color.
Yeah.
And how you're getting it, and a website that you can go to, GIA.
Yeah. Gemological Institute of America. I wanted to go to their school, but there's none around here.
Yeah, that's the if you have something that's GIA certified, you're pretty solid.
Yeah, they're the top. But Alibaba sells them certificates, though.
Nice.
GIA, so you can take that for what it's worth. But yeah, they're the tops, though.
They got a Morgan silver dollar, one bid, $20.
Yeah.
Well, silver that's $1 under bid. So by the time you pay for shipping and handling.
But yeah, if you can get a Morgan for $20, that's a pretty good deal.
Well, this is an O Morgan. I don't know. I don't know coins as much.
New Orleans Mint. Yeah, it just depends. Probably a common date. 1900 or something.
That was 1887.
87, yeah.
If the picture, if you buy a coin or of any kind of coin and the picture is in a hand,
yeah,
right,
don't buy
it.
It's automatic Chinese crap.
Not necessarily.
No, yes. Every time it's the same hand.
Well,
it might be different. It's the same hand over and over again. And it's the guy that done this. He bought two to prove it. And
you gotta be careful.
There's a certain hand. You'll see the hand. And every time it's going to be fake. Let me see. Metal right now, silver is $20.38. Gold's $1,375 and change.
Yep.
Copper's $2.17 a pound.
But you gotta remember too, a Morgan dollar is not an ounce of silver.
What's that?
A Morgan dollar is not an ounce of silver. It's only 0.77.
Yeah.
I mean, they got one on here right now, an 1879 O Morgan Annex MS64 mint.
Yeah.
In the plastic and everything. It looks like it's been authenticated. They want $529.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, Morgans can go up several $100,000.
Yeah, it
all depends on what it is and the grade, and you get some that are toned and look, bright as a sign hanging out in front of a nightclub. I mean, those are worth a fortune too.
Yeah.
Toning.
I could go right now into a jar that my dad had growing up, and I get the 1888, 1870 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But they're all they're battered, bruised, tarnished.
Well, believe it or not, depending on the year and all that, but I've seen a lot of times ones that are worn almost to a slick, they'll sell more for than one that's uncirculated.
Yeah, what's the big craze now? It's the 1970 quarter? Is it a 1970 quarter or something like that?
I think it's somewhere around there. I heard about it.
And they're supposed to be going for a ton of money.
Yeah.
Why?
But Morgan dollars, though, there's a lot of people that are putting sets together, and they want literally the lowest grade possible, which is a PO1. It's almost so slick you can't even see what it is. And they're worth more than... And the only reason is, when the coins are that worn, there's not that many of them out there graded, because people don't see them... it's not worth grading, normally.
There's something with the 1970 quarter that has to do with it's uncirculated, or it was printed on another coin actually.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. If you look in the upper in the corner, there's actually like it says something else in the corner of it.
Yeah,
it's a queen's coin or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it's like an English coin, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I bought the gold Mercury dime that came out this year from the
Which
US
one?
Mint. Mercury dime, but it was 24 karat gold.
Oh, it was a new one? They just put out. Is that a special?
Yeah, it was newly released, and then in September comes out the next one in their series, and it'll be a gold Standing Liberty quarter.
Yeah, we went to the mint. We went down to the Bureau of Printing and Engraving, and one of the things we bought is an uncut sheet of $2 bills. And it's nice. I mean, it costs you the same amount of money as $2 bills.
Yeah.
But you ever hear that story about the guy that went out? He ordered some food, and it was like McDonald's or some fast food restaurant, and he gave him a $2 bill, and the guy goes, "This is fake."
Oh yeah.
And he goes, "It's not fake. They actually called in the Secret Service. The guy got arrested."
There was a girl in Texas that was arrested at a high school down there for trying to buy her lunch with a $2 bill not long ago.
It's just like...
Yeah, they arrested her.
It's insane. These people just... See, this is the problem. These people allowed to vote.
Yeah, they called in the sheriff and stuff, and the sheriff was the one that literally put her in a squad car, took her to jail.
It's
tried to say
insane.
She printed it during her computer class. But it was legit.
It just blows your mind.
But I lucked out on that coin I bought, because I'll give $205 for it altogether.
Right.
And I bought it, and 5 minutes after I ordered it, I had already sold it for $155 profit. I got the most money out of anybody on eBay on that coin.
Well, as long as you can do that, you can buy from Peter and get paid by Paul. That rocks. But
I would have kept it if I didn't sell it. I didn't really care.
I don't know. This is insane. eBay's get. I got taken on an amp actually.
The fees
it really pissed me off.
eBay though.
Which one?
The fees. It costs you a lot to sell stuff.
Well, I don't. They up their percentage, right?
About 20%.
What's that?
eBay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're charging 20%.
Yeah, because if you charge whatever for your item, well, you got to pay your fees on that, but you also got to pay fees on whatever you charge for shipping.
Yeah, but it's also, I think if you put a reserve in, that's what really screws you more so than anything else.
Reserve price gets real expensive.
Yeah, but again, if you're getting something for $5 and you can get 500.
Oh well, yeah.
It's kind of like those people, in business. I met somebody and he's, "Oh, we don't take American Express." I said, "Well, you're an idiot." I said, "I'd rather get something than nothing."
Yeah.
You're making your money.
Yeah.
Take something for nothing.
Here's a 2-ounce silver bar, $216.50, and I already can look at it and tell it's fake. Oh wow! God.
Where are you on eBay?
Yeah, I'm on eBay looking.
What kind of bar is it?
What's that?
What kind of bar is it?
It's a 10-ounce silver bar, but I can tell you right now it's fake. It's got the wrapper it comes in is fake. You can tell it's a heat seal that they don't come in.
Right.
You can tell it's been opened and resealed. I'm just looking at the picture.
A lot of people do that. I've done that.
Yeah, but you could tell if you could look at the bar. There's. Hold on, let me zoom in.
Most of the fake bars that are out, they'll come in a plastic, like an airtight case that snaps together.
Yeah, this is that just looks bigger than what it should be.
They're actually doing a counterfeit expo in Texas coming up. They're looking for people to lend any counterfeits they have to the expo so that they can train law enforcement.
Yeah, that's what they tell you.
Yeah.
I know a guy that runs a website, and it's all counterfeit coins. He's exposing all the counterfeiters.
Yeah, they're gonna take it from you.
Well, when I lived in Europe, man, I used to see them all the time. It was mainly $20 and $100 bills that were fake. I saw them all the time. Some of them were pretty good.
Texas is one of the biggest places in the country where a lot of counterfeits are being made. They've busted several guys making counterfeit silver bars like out of their basement. But
what are they making them out of? Lead, and they just
with silver plated.
Some of them aren't even plated.
Are people that dumb?
When you're buying online, and you give them a bad picture.
I only buy my silver either where I can see it, look at it, or online from reputable places that are well known to sell.
I generally buy off the forum that I'm on. I've sold so much stuff on there over the last several years. Never had any trouble there. Those guys are pretty trustworthy. I mean, I've had guys send me $4,000 cash money in an envelope.
It's pretty interesting how much they're counterfeiting these days. By me, they counterfeit everything. They go from ones all the way up.
Yeah.
And they're saturating the market with all this stuff.
They had that one of the world's best counterfeiters. He lived in New York. I saw a show on him. I forget his name. They showed it in his apartment. All these like clotheslines strung everywhere, drying money. And he would just send one of his guys to like Office Max to go get more paper.
Oh yeah, well, what they're doing too is they're taking $1 bills and they're bleaching them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
this guy was using regular, just old printer paper, and he had so much that he couldn't even get rid of this stuff.
Well, it's interesting.
Because he found out one chemical. There was one way to bypass the little pin they use at the counter to check your coin or your dollars, hundreds and 20s and all that. He found a way to bypass that, and it was using it was hairspray, but it was a certain brand. It was that Australian company. It's purple can.
Aussie something.
Yeah, that one. And he had already been caught and everything, but he was telling his story reenactment thing, and he said, yeah, they would print it all up and then hang it all over the apartment and then just spray it with this hairspray. He said that stuff. He said at the time he was doing it, I think it was back in the 70s, they estimated a third of all the money in New York City was his counterfeits.
Well, here's some trivial quiz for you, okay? You know where the term joshing came from? Somebody's joshing?
No.
Okay, well, this is a true story. And I forget when it took place. It was real early here in the States. A guy named Josh, what he found out is that the silver dollar and the gold dollar they were the same size and basically almost the same weight. So what he did was he was painting the gold dollars or the silver dollars to look like gold. Okay? And what he'd do is he'd go around, and it wasn't unusual for gold coins to be. That was circulated money back then.
Yeah.
So he was going around, and he'd buy like a cigar, and he'd get the change back. And he went up and down the East Coast doing this. And then finally he went out to across the states doing it. And then he went to, he got enough money, he went clear out to California doing it. Well, people started catching on all over the place. And it was like, probably around 10 years later, they caught him. Okay? And the thing is they couldn't do anything to him. You see, Josh couldn't speak. He can hear, but he could not talk. And he never asked for change back or anything. And
that's genius.
And at the time, there was no law against what is it called?
Defacing property?
Defacing or changing money back then. There was no law against it. So that's how you got the law where you can't deface money. And Josh never got charged. And he kept his money. And they estimated at the time right around about $60,000.
That's a lot of money, man.
Back then it was $60,000 to $70,000 is what he was
That's like $600,000 to $700,000 in value, roughly.
Yeah.
Purchasing power.
Right. And he kept on. They couldn't find the money. They never knew where he was hiding the money at.
Where I worked when I worked in the city at the last bank I was working in, they had a print shop upstairs, and they had a machine there that had, by law, the feds would come in every month, and they had a live camera 6 live cameras on this machine all the time, monitoring what's going in, printing, and what's coming out, because it is the same machine they use to print currency. So you can make P notes there. So I knew the guy there. I'm like, dude, let's go. We'll start making P notes. He goes, I'll get fired. I'm like, you're gonna get more than fired if you make P notes. You're going to jail.
Yeah, there's a guy out in Utah. He owns a silver company. I used to advertise for him, and he had just recently bought one of the press machines from the Denver Mint, so that he can use to strike. He can do up to 25,000 ounces of silver an hour.
That's cool though. But if you got a nice coin. I mean, I have a coin. I bought him for $6.
Yeah.
And pardon the expression, it says, I don't give a fuck coin.
Yeah.
And it's giving you the finger, so I hand them out to people that I don't give a,
Yeah.
Oh, I had a coin when I was in Las Vegas. I had a coin made with actually, no, it wasn't a coin. It was a chip. Poker chip made.
Yeah.
With me giving the finger, and it was that was my all-in.
Calling card?
No, that was my all-in chip. So if I lost, the guy had a chip with me giving the finger.
I'm all in. That's great. See, that's another thing too. Like people not thinking about it. But I was thinking when I don't gamble. Every time the last 2 times I gambled, people died. My grandmother and my friend, and I kind of got like spooked by that because I roughly won the same amount. But I'm like, why doesn't somebody go out and just make copies of these chips?
Oh God, I hope you don't win the lottery, man. We're doomed.
Yeah.
No. It's literally that kind of casino gambling. It's not lotto or the other stuff. But I was thinking, like, why can't you just make counterfeit chips like this?
Because
now they have RFIDs in them, so you can't.
Not all of them. There was actually a guy who dug up a ton of chips, like I think like over $500,000 in chips from a casino that closed down.
Yeah.
And he dug them up. They went out and they were supposed to they were supposed to burn the chips. Well, what the company did is they dug a big hole, they set fire to them, and then came back the next day and just buried it over and said, yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
And this guy, years later, it was like 10, 15 years later, he went back, and by law, since he had the chips, they had to end up paying him out. Yeah, they had to pay.
Usually they won't.
No, they had, by law, there's some kind of law out there when a casino shuts down due to something, they have an insurance thing they have to put in, and a lot of money that has to go someplace.
Because I know a lot of people that went out there and brought chips home, and then go back like 6 months later, chips no good. Because the casinos change chips.
They have to take them.
Nope.
I don't think that's right, man.
No. And I've even seen them talk about it on them Las Vegas shows on TV, Secrets of Vegas and all this. They don't. They won't do it. They'll the chips that are no good ever so often. It just depends on the schedule of that particular casino. But they change designs because they have to, because they don't want to have them too long or people will counterfeit them.
Well, they have to keep those chips out though for so long after they take them down. Then there's a law against it. I know.
It's because what they'll do with a lot of them, they'll sell them in a gift shop.
Yeah, well, usually they drill a hole.
Yeah, but as far just like the decks of cards, drill a hole in them.
I'll tell you, you really don't want to screw around with the casinos. No. That's just a general good idea.
Well, I could show you my wedding pictures. The guys, when I got my wife, we go to Vegas from time to time. And remember the MIT crew?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to give names, but 2 of those guys were at my wedding.
Nice.
My wife's brother is in Barge. You can look it up online if you want to. These guys are the guys that does the in the Texas Hold'em, the tournaments, and all this other stuff. And all these are the guys, and these guys are all mathematic. They're all. My wife's brother, my brother-in-law, is literally a certified rocket scientist. He does something with missiles on ships, and he's done stuff with satellites and all this other stuff. Computer does the math for him. But they sit there and for fun, they'll sit there and do all these calculations in their head.
Yeah.
And somebody will sit there with an iPad and they will bet thousands of dollars, not within the poker game, but outside the poker game to see what card's going to pop up next.
Oh, so they're just betting on the next card.
They're just betting on the next card according to the odds on what is already being shown.
Yeah.
I had a math teacher that got booted from casinos because
counting cards.
Yeah, but he can count into like a 10 deck.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I gotta see that. That's.
He was like, he's like an idiot savant. He was a great guy. He goes, yeah, I can't go anywhere. I literally, once I walk on the streets of Las Vegas, they know exactly. I get there and they know. And if I go into the casino itself, they will boot me out. They'll have me arrested.
Well, one of the guys I was hanging with up there, whenever we walk in the casino, immediately 2 people are following us. But he can't sit down at 21. He can't sit down at a certain game. And he can sit down at Texas Hold'em, but it can't be one. It has to be where other people. It can't be one that's a game by the casino. Okay. And I'm like, am I going to be kicked out? He said, there is a good chance if you hang with me. You know, but they realize that Barge is in town, and a lot of casinos will give these guys money to come hang out in their casinos because of their fame.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to sit down at the blackjack table. Or if they do, they'll sit them down at a blackjack table and they'll give him money to play just so they can get people to come in and watch. But the whole blackjack table, that's not real money there.
Yeah, they'll set that up, but that's kind of cool. You know, it's a kind of a cool thing to have. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm not going near the table. I'm just going over to the slot machine. Nah. Let's go to the bar.
Yeah, they were videotaping him on TV a couple of years ago. And they actually came and yanked him from a table, and I was asking him about it. He said, no, that was real. that was
one casino, I don't know which one it was, but they were showing it. They had this one room you could go in, and it was like, I don't know, $5 or $10 just to watch these millionaires gambling. And this Japanese guy was in there playing blackjack for $1 million a hand.
Wow.
And he lost, I don't know how much money. So to comp him, of course, they paid for his stay and all. Well, he paid for it himself, really. But he got a brand new F-150 pickup, fully loaded, a brand new Harley, a big trailer and all this. But he lost like $40 million. So and the guy's like, well, I'll be back, in a few months or whatever.
Oh, yeah, dude. They'll sit there. One of the guys, now, he might spend not quite $1 million. He might spend $10,000 a hand.
Yeah.
Okay. But the gifts, he's like, hey, you guys want to stay? What was it? The Prexor, the Pyramid Building?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lexor, whatever it is. Yeah. You guys want to stay in the building tonight? I'm like, well, we're in old downtown. My wife's like, yeah. He says, no, I'll get you. We'll get the best room. He goes, watch this. So he goes up and he starts playing, and he's sitting there dropping money. He says, yeah, man. He says, I think I need to go crash down. Yeah, I'm going to go head back to my hotel.
Oh, no, please, sir, stay.
Oh, dude, they came over and comped. He says, well, what about my friends here? He says, they got to, like, he's like, and he told me what to say. And they're like, you know what? He says, all my money's at the other casino. I said, I think I'll go back there and play and stuff. And they're like, no, we got you, dude. We had bathroom. They brought food up for us. Dude, it was actually, they had remote control for the curtains in the room. You didn't have to get up off the bed. Everything was brought to you. If you wanted food, they knocked on the door. You had a little voice thing that went out to an intercom system. And you hit a button, just say, yeah, come on in. They'll come in and put the tray by your bed and literally sit the food in this little tray thing that sits down on you. We had breakfast in bed. Literally, they had trays in the bed.
You talk about something that doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah.
So, but if you drop in $10,000 the first,
yeah,
they love when love people like that.
No, the kicker was he was winning.
Yeah, because if you have a smart player there, they know when to lose and when to win.
Oh yeah.
To get what they want.
Yeah, he walked away. He says, yeah, after they comped, I said, I went upstairs, took a shower. they had my luggage sent from the other hotel to here. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, they sent my luggage. I said, I had to go back and get my luggage. They had the luggage sent over, okay, and then on top, because he had nothing of value there. And he said, what they did is he went back down there. He said, yeah, I lost $80,000. But he said, when I went back down there, he says, I'm right now, I'm $90,000 up. I'm like, holy shit, man. I'm like, dude, here's all my money. Here's $600. That's all I got.
Just double it.
Do something with it.
I saw this one guy on TV too. He was, well, they weren't really interviewing the guy. It was more the game that he was playing. But
well, hold on. This is what he said. He says I could use it as a tip.
That sucks.
I don't know what casino they was at. I can't remember now. But they had them, like if you go to Walmart or somewhere, you got them little claw machines. You grab the stuffed animals and.
Yeah, the rip-off machines.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at those. But anyway, this guy was going into this one casino and they had two machines there, just like the $500 every time you drop that claw. But it wasn't any jewelry or anything. It was all keys. One was car keys and the other one were house keys.
Holy shit.
You could win anything from a basic like an F-150 all the way up to, a $100,000 Jaguar. And then the other one, which is the one this guy was playing, $500 a drop though. The houses in there range from $200,000 up to I think it was like $2.5 million. And he ended up winning one.
I wonder if that machine's tested.
He
Sweet.
What was it? I think he had spent just under $5,000.
Now here's the funny thing.
He finally got it.
We're sitting there talking about casinos.
Yeah.
And Saturday, me and my wife are going out to Atlantic City. We're not going to Well, we'll probably spend $100 each.
Right.
But we're going out there to. There's a hamburger place out there that makes the greatest, and I forget the name of it. It's a little hole in the wall in one of the casinos, but they make the greatest hamburgers you've ever had.
That's a nice trip just to go get a hamburger, Jade.
Well, you gotta understand. We'll listen to audiobooks going up there.
Yeah, that's cool.
We'll sit there and play with each other's boobs and stuff like that.
Every time when you're talking about winning houses and cars and trucks, I just keep on thinking of National Lampoon's Vacation.
Yeah.
Here you go, Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we were on a cruise ship several years ago, and you know how they got the machines where a bar goes up and you got to stick it in a hole to knock over.
Yeah, like coins or something like that?
Well, you got to knock over the package.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There was a kid. They had $100, $500, $100, $500. A kid within an hour cleaned that machine out. His father was sitting there shocked that he could not believe that his thank God he was 18 years old kid could do this. He was like, yeah, Dad, this is how. He couldn't understand how he made. His father's videotaping and shocked. He says, my son's been telling me that he makes money doing this. I thought he was stealing all the stuff.
No, it's these kids. Some kids are really good at these little games.
Yeah, there's YouTube channels that show it.
Oh yeah, his father. Yeah, the kid is like, yeah, he spends $600, $700, $800 a week playing these stupid games.
Yeah,
I didn't know he was making all this money off of it.
Yeah,
He sells all that stuff on eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. That's big.
It's crazy.
My problem is
sells it.
My oldest is like she sees these game machines and you can see the like that demon inside coming out.
Oh
and
yeah.
I my wife and I both agree we got to keep her the hell away from any type of slot machine because she's just gonna be sitting there feeding the pig, throwing it in and ripping down the line.
Oh my God! One night there was this big woman. We were in Vegas. We went to go eat. Okay, I remember when you come down through the elevator, you have to walk through the casino to go outside.
Yeah.
We went to go eat. I remember seeing this woman sitting there. Okay, and she had $700 built up in the machine. Okay, and I remember seeing her sitting at that same machine earlier that day with $300 something. Okay, we go out to eat, dude. We're gone for like 6 hours. We come back, she's sitting there. She's got $3,000 built up in this machine. The same machine.
Right.
So we go upstairs and all that other stuff. And I said, you know what? I can't smoke in the room. And I said, I got a couple of cigars. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to go down because we were in the old strip where it's undercover.
Right.
So I go down. I'm smoking. I'm looking at the prostitutes and stuff coming by, seeing what the sale, if there's any sales going on. And all of a sudden, man, I come. She's still sitting there. It is now up to $9,000.
You know, if you work those machines, you get their number.
Well, what she does is, I talked to the guy. I talked to one of the guys. I'm like, yeah, what's the deal with this? Because she comes in here and she will be here for 48 hours straight at that machine. She comes in, she puts in $500 into the machine, and she just works it.
Yeah.
And it's not that machine. It's a set of machines that she goes to. And she goes, yeah, she's won multiple times. I think the payout is $10,000.
Right.
But it's setting odds where you win at small increments. And she'll just sit there and keep playing. But she knows how to play it.
See, you know, we were talking about counting cards. At one point, some of these machines, the older ones, if you sit at the same one all the time, or if let's say you work there and you watch the same machine over and over again, you'll get the pattern.
Well, they used to have pressure releases in them a long time ago.
Right, so you get to a certain point where all the coins are there, and it's going to go.
Yeah, there used to be a pressure sensor in there.
And
what they did is they wait when they have to come by and check the machines every so often, and people were actually paid to hang out in the casinos to see when they open up the machines to see how filled up the coin thing is on it.
Yeah.
And that's what they would check for.
A while ago, well, there's this one spot in New Haven, Connecticut. We used to go get pizza, Frank Pepe's, and then I'd go across the street, and it's like kind of like a deli / local place. And I'd always play the scratch-offs. Anything new at one point when you had a scratch-off, within the first 10 tickets, you're going to win. And if you did a strip of 20 or 30, you can get a pattern down. And I had the pattern. I got to a certain point, and I just kept hitting and hitting and hitting. Give me 10 more. Give me 5 more. I knew exactly where it was. So now, well, at least in New York State, they are not paying out nothing on any of these things. And they don't pay out. It's usually when you have a new scratch off, you want to hook them, right? So you throw some winners in there to hook them.
Right.
Now, I see people buying stacks.
Yeah, it's the same way here, and I figured one part of it out though, because by law they have to pay a certain amount out. But what they're doing is bigger prizes. But which means all the smaller prizes, I mean, there's more losers.
Right.
So if they have to pay out, let's say, $100,000 on a particular ticket, well, it doesn't matter how they do it. They could have, just 10 grand winners, and all the rest are losers, or whatever.
Yeah.
So there's no real rules saying how they have to split it up as long as.
Well, no, because it says you can win up to on one ticket, a chance to win $100,000. On that ticket.
Yeah.
But what they do is, they don't have to announce when that ticket went. If somebody cashes in that ticket, the winning ticket, they don't have to. They don't announce it.
Now here I can go on a state lottery website and it'll tell me every winner and losers that are left for every ticket.
Yeah, there's a couple printouts you can get. One of the local guys that runs one of these candy stores that sells all the lotto tickets. What they do is they look at the odds on the tickets. And they do their own pool at one point. They'll say $20 in, we're going to buy the stack of these, and whatever it is, we all divide it, which is a genius, actually, idea. You pool the resources, and, they make money by selling tickets, plus they get involved.
Well, there's guys on YouTube that go out and buy, on YouTube, they'll sit there and buy a stack of 1,000 tickets and scratch it.
Yeah.
But and on average, they make they spend 1,000, on average they get back a little under 500.
Yeah, it's insane. It used to be better odds, but government's got greedy. They don't want to pay you out. They
But
don't
yeah,
want
they
to pay.
show it here. You can look up any ticket that they sell, and it'll tell you exactly how many winners are left. Like this dollar Monopoly one, there's 163,261 dollar ones left, all the way up to 5,000's top prize, and there's 2 of them left. It goes for every ticket.
Now, my stepmother won. She won $50,000, but by the time she got the money and taxes and everything, she got like 24,000 or 26,000.
It's interesting when you win. Just take off 50% right off the bat.
Yeah. So how is that? And they're telling me I can't. They're telling me I can't run a system because I might rip people off. What are you doing?
Yeah, they always say here the money goes to the schools, but all the schools are still broke.
Yeah, the money's not going to the schools.
No.
See, they say it goes into a school, but here in Maryland, the way O'Malley did it is it goes into a fund, and what the little catcher is, it's a small percentage of the money that goes. It's like 2% goes back into this, and that's when all the teachers got pissed off. It's like, well, wait a minute. And the casinos here, I don't go to state-run casinos. If I do, I might play a slot machine or 2 or something like that, or something stupid.
Right.
But or I'll play at a table with somebody is what I usually do.
See, that's all we're allowed here is just slot machines. We only got just a few casinos.
Yeah. Now you get me at a craps table with $500 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Usually, I can walk away a winner.
And we can't have a casino here at all unless it's also a horse race track.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, when I used to go into the casinos, I wasn't there to play most of the games. The games I like are a little bit. My friends call them loser games because it's built for the house. But yeah. I really actually enjoy roulette because I'm going for the biggest payout possible.
Yeah.
Well,
so
roulette,
instead of sitting at a blackjack table for 5 hours, 10 hours, and coming out, losing, I'm going to do it quicker so I can get the hell out and just get on with my life.
Yeah.
But if you hit, it's big.
Oh, yeah.
Now, see, what I liked over at Vegas, there was a place that you went down to. It was just outside the strip. There was a little hole in the wall casino.
Right.
And what I liked is they had roulette for a quarter.
That's kind of cool. You get to play. You get to do something because that's feasible. What is it? I think it's 40-1 most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
But no, it's 30-1.
30.
It's 36.
It's but what's interesting is
the payouts.
So people have numbers. Everybody always has a favorite number. Yeah. So you throw $5 down, you see if it rolls. But what I get into the patterns and I start seeing number patterns and I see odds and evens and
it's not there. It's not there.
It's not there all the time. But there are
the biggest sucker play they did was put up on the side of the machine.
Yeah, what's been drawn.
What's been drawn?
Yeah,
is the biggest sucker play they ever did.
That ball and that wheel have no memory.
Yep.
I agree with you 100%.
What you could do. Now, hold on. What you could do. Now, believe me, I've talked to professionals on this. What you could do is you watch the lady who was rolling the ball.
Yep.
If the lady rolling the ball gets into a pattern,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You got to take in the numbers that are coming in and watch how she's spinning. Right. And if the person is spinning consistent, there is a pattern there.
Yep. And you go the opposite of where the ball landed.
Yeah. And eventually you'll get the wheel pattern because it's a slight. They get into a rhythm. They're not supposed to, but they do because they're humans. But if you can see them getting into the rhythm, you should play the table. And I've said that to I've said that to a ton of people. I said, no, play this table. But I like the other one. I'm like, no, play this table. And when I tell them that, they start winning. And they have no clue what they're doing. But what I like about roulette is you play the number, you can play a corner, you can play half, you can play, there's a multiple different plays on it.
Well, I had a lady came up. I sat down with $20. Okay, it was $5 max play. And I sat there and watched it. And then finally I sat down and I put my money in a little corner area on certain numbers on the opposite of what she was throwing. And boom, I hit.
Yep.
And I put down again, boom, I hit. Then I hit 4 times in a row. Okay. And they came over and changed. They came over and I knew the guy was talking to me or talking about me. They came over and changed roulette. The lady at the spinning the wheel. And I took my money and said, I'm done.
Well, they don't bother you if you start watching. If you keep watching and watching and watching.
Oh, they don't care. No.
I literally, when I used to play, I could stand there for about an hour sometimes watching multiple tables at once, and I get the rhythm, and I'm like, okay, I got my table, and I go over there and I'd start playing and I'd start winning. It's pretty interesting. I play the mundane games while everybody's playing blackjack. I literally sat there and I played War. I haven't played War since middle school.
Yeah.
You know? And I won $900. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing on the planet.
Oh, I remember that game, yeah.
Well, we sat there one time. Now, mind you, I was with mathematical geniuses. But I was down there, and they were coming back from a drunk run. And I was down there at the craps machine. But it's a computer crap machine. Okay, where there's big dice in the middle of the thing, like a Yahtzee game or whatever that you the dice are dropped or it moves, the dice bounces up and down. And I was playing a formula that they taught me, and I was actually practicing the formula that they taught me to play craps.
Right.
And I kept winning. I started off with $100. I stuck $100 in there, and I was up to 500. They come back, they see it, and so all of a sudden these guys are all doing it, and they're sitting there doing the math in their heads. We're all betting money on the same thing, and we're all winning. And I walked away from that machine with $2,000 in my pocket.
Yeah, there are patterns in everything. Everything has a pattern. It's just it's the patience that you have to watch the pattern.
Well, they came over and they unplugged that next day. That machine was unplugged.
Yeah, they knew you had the number. Like, no.
No, it wasn't so much as a pattern to the machine. It wasn't the pattern. It was just the way the thing wasn't. Was it bouncing right or something? And
so there was a glitch someplace, and they saw it.
If a dice, and these dice they're big dice. If a dice got into a certain corner, it would land on the same number. It would bounce up, but land on the same number like 3 times in a row in that section. So you knew what that number was going to be.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's
the other one's going to be.
Hey, I was just reading this article on Yahoo. This Olympic gymnast, he's from Japan. He just got a $5,000 cell phone bill since he's been in Brazil. He downloaded Pokemon Go, and it was eating up his roaming data charges. So he calls his company in Japan, and they said they're going to cut him a deal, so they're only going to charge him a flat rate of $30 a day. Said he's addicted to the game.
Jesus Christ!
That's better than $5,000.
Yeah.
Well, they're telling people the swimmers not to go swimming in that.
Don't put your head under the water.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there.
No.
But
I saw a picture. Yesterday somebody sent it to me. I think I deleted it, but it was actually one of the army bases here in the States. They have them little safety classes, if you go on out in town or whatever.
Right.
Well, this was actually a safety briefing on playing Pokemon Go. This is for the Army. Showed all and these were not new recruits either. These guys have been in a while.
Dude, we used to get safety briefings on everything.
I thought it was kind of comical, though, on Pokemon.
We used to have a safety briefing. Okay, I kid you not. This is what happened on post at Fort Bragg. Okay, there was a girl going over, and she was picking up guys. Okay, take them back to a hotel and want to get kinky. Is somebody whispering?
No.
Oh,
my wife was actually just came in from the outside, so yeah.
Kick her out quick.
No, I gotta get off the phone eventually. I want to hear this though.
Okay. Well, she was sitting there and she'd handcuff the guy to the bed, and what she'd do is she would then say bye bye, take his stuff, and say bye bye. Then a guy dressed up in a Batman's costume came in and had his way with you.
Yeah.
Okay, and apparently this happened like 5 times. So they gave a safety briefing on it. So for like 3 weeks straight, there was a big running gag. Did Batman catch you?
That's sick.
Well, what happened is they caught the guy. But what it was is they sent the undercover guy out, military undercover guy out, and he went out and he found, according to the description, he found the girl.
Right.
Okay, and this was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pretty guy, and he found the girl. Well, he went back. Now he was thinking he was being followed by the other guys that were following him. The other guys got lost. They caught him after the act. They caught Batman, but after the act of what happened.
Oh, I'd kill people at that point. I'd go back to base and just start putting the soap into the sleeping the sleeping bag or the pillowcase.
Oh no! Here's what happened though. The guy's name got published by accident. Everybody knew who he was. And they had to end up transferring him to another place.
And that's why you don't piss in your Colonel's cornflakes.
Oh yeah, but he was. I mean, he was trying to sue and everything because apparently whatever tracker or whatever system they put on malfunctioned.
That sucks. That sucks. Oh God! I gotta go, but I gotta ask Jade one thing because you may know this. Why the hell do some school buses have like a strobe light on the back, and why is it on all the time?
Okay, it depends on the state and the law.
New York State.
Okay, I don't know what New York State. Here in Maryland, or here actually depends upon the county sometimes too. In the county here, when weather is bad, because we have a lot of foggy mornings.
That's what I hear.
Okay.
Or it's raining, we have to turn it on. Yep. If the weather is normal, or if it's nighttime, or because sometimes in the morning you go pick up kids, it's dark out.
Right.
You have to have it on. But if weather is normal, you don't have to have it on. But every time you stop and you open your doors and your stop signs come out, that
it automatically
comes on.
Yeah. Okay, that's because I've seen them on during the daytime around here, and not all buses have them. And I'm like, it always seems to me like. Is somebody in trouble? It's like, are there hostages involved?
Or if somebody is pissing me off, I'll turn it on.
Oh, there you go.
Because that shit irritates the hell out of you when you get behind it.
Yeah, no, I know. This is one. I'm like, what the hell is this on for? I'm like, next time I speak to Jade, I'm going to ask him.
Yeah, it just depends. A lot of times you forget it's on.
Yeah, I get that. Trust me when you're driving, but it's craziness. Gents, thanks for having me on. Yep. I will speak to you guys eventually, but I got to go because the boss is here.
Actually, I'll be right back. I got to go. I got to run outside real quick.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, take it easy, Brian.
You be well, Luck. Bye.
See ya.
Okay, I'm back. Anybody on? I guess nobody's on. Well, anyway, I guess we're doing a Skywatch tonight. I've seen a couple of planes up. He's outside adjusting the camera. And we pretty much talk about anything.
I moved the camera.
Yeah, I saw that. It's kind of funny how many people kind of come and go as you talk. But then again, we're not, we're doing Skywatch, but that's not really what we're talking about.
Yeah. What amazes me, though, is like last year when I done the Perseid, the one that's coming up next week, and people was actually commenting that they watched the entire thing, but it was 2 or 3 days after I done it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's like 8, 9 hours, some of them. One guy said he sat there for 8 hours straight and watched the whole thing. I couldn't do it.
Probably got a lot of people from other countries that are watching it.
Yeah, but man, but I recorded it 2 days prior, so.
Yeah, I know Bill's probably going to be doing it too. Where's he been around that, man?
He said it depends on, he wants to, but it depends on the weather, and he said he had some things he had to do too, so.
Yeah, he's been busy lately doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I'm going to be getting a little busier once, because the 12th, I think it's the 12th. The 11th, next week. I got my local UFO meeting, and then that's when we got to get our pictures and our stuff put up on the website so people can know who to get a hold of for whether it's a UFO report. We got another guy doing all the cryptid, Bigfoot and all that stuff, and then me doing the paranormal. And then we got to get our, I don't know what you want to call them, not business cards, but, our cards made up to pass around.
Yeah, if I ever had like money and stuff like that, I might invest in doing something. I like to set up a van or a Winnebago camper set up with stuff on it. Hey, there was something that just flew by. And not so much paranormal, but to do aliens or Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Drive out someplace and set it up and do a live stream.
The reason I got put on the whole paranormal thing was I was the reason it's even talked about at all during the meetings, because it was never mentioned before. And I remember a few months back we having a meeting, and we had a little dull period, not much really going on, and they were looking up something out of the MUFON journal or whatever, and there was some dead silence. So I just spoke up about paranormal stuff, and then all these other people started chiming in with their stories and all these different experiences and stuff. So it kind of, they were kind of surprised at how well people accepted it. They were afraid people would get offended, and I was like, I tried to tell them, you're not going to offend anybody when you ask something in a group setting. You don't single anybody out. If they don't want to say nothing, they don't say it. If they do, they do. It doesn't matter.
Right. I hear that.
Everybody's we've had all kinds of different ones, like missing time events, that's been one. And we got the Mothman Festival coming up in September, and the way it looks, I'm actually going to be speaking at it for a few minutes. So that'll be kind of fun. Yeah, there's a guy that's in our group, he's actually our Bigfoot researcher. He's a little bit younger than I am. And he's going to speak at the Mothman Festival. He's got an hour talk. But he don't know if his material is going to take the whole hour. Because he's never spoke. It'll be his first time doing a public speaking thing. So he's not sure how to time out, what he got to say. So he was worried, and I was talking to him, and I told him that whatever time he had left to fill, I could fill it. Because I had a missing time event down there. I don't know if you ever saw the movie, The Mothman Prophecy. Well, I had the exact same missing time event like he did in the movie. Same place, too. The only difference was mine was in reverse. Mine was coming from there, coming to Ohio, and he was headed to Point Pleasant. And I was coming from that direction. Because I'll never forget it, because I was that same county, Mason County, where I got a speeding ticket for going too fast in a snowstorm, for passing this little Geo Metro that was getting on my nerves. Because you know how you go past somebody, you can see another car in the other lane, but it's way up there, and you got plenty of time to, get around.
Right,
So that's what I did, not knowing the car in the other lane was a state patrolman. He flipped the lights on and gave me like an $80 ticket. He was polite though, but still got a ticket. I was in the wrong, whatever. So I got to this like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So coming home, I was tired anyway. I was driving from Virginia. I drove it straight on home, and I remember coming across the same bridge that the Mothman event happened on. Of course, that's a rebuilt bridge now, but same one. And as soon as I saw the sign that said I was in Ohio, I don't remember nothing for the next about 65 miles till I found my exit to turn and come home.
Yeah, I've had that. Well, you've already heard my story on what happened.
Yeah.
Since that time, I have paid attention to every little thing I can see.
Yeah. And there's no way I could have just dozed off or something because, the road's too curvy and it's just, it's not like being on a straight road.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something going on
where I don't know, but it was, and I never even really thought much of it. This was several years ago. I never thought anything really of it till last year. It was about a month after I went to the festival down there, and I come home and I was watching the movie on TV. I'd never seen it, and then once I saw that part, it just like jogged my memory again. I was like, that happened to me.
Huh?
Same. It's just, like I said, the only difference was he was headed that direction, but I was coming home just an opposite direction. But same area, though. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know if it really mean much, but it was interesting. So I already got a tracking number on that infrared light I bought on eBay about an hour ago.
Cool.
I already printed a label and stuff. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, someday I'd like to learn to get into that. I've never sold anything on eBay.
I've sold quite a bit on there. I've only got 300 and some feedback, but I've done way more deals than that. Usually I can convince a person to either buy from me or sell to me off of eBay. Just send me the money through PayPal and I'll mail you out your item, give you a break on the price, and I'll still make more money anyway. So.
Yep.
I don't know. People have just always said I was very trustworthy, and I always do my best. I never want to rip nobody off. Not intentionally.
Yep.
Things do happen, but I always make it right, though.
Yep.
Yeah, I never want to try to take advantage of anybody.
No, you always got to...
Things do happen, but, I'd never do it, like I said, intentional. I still remember the guy that wrote me about a 5-page email. Man, it took me a good 10 minutes or so to read it. It was so long. Because I was selling little 10th ounce silver rounds, which I got one left. I wear it around my neck. And I got a pretty good deal on them. I had about 500 of them or so at the time. And at that time, eBay didn't charge you any fees on your shipping cost. So I was selling them a starting bid of penny, $6.50 shipping. Can't charge you, any fees on a penny. So I was getting the full price, and I just put them in a regular envelope. Take a, like a carton, like Pepsi or something would come in and cut it. Put the coin inside of it in a little bag or something. Sandwich it in between the two pieces of cardboard, put it in an envelope with a stamp on it, and mail it out. I sold tons of them. And some people was bidding these things up to crazy high price, like $20 a piece, only worth about $2. And I had never had any trouble. But one guy in New York sent me this real long message. Cussed me out, man, all this, threatening to leave me all this bad feedback. Because it took like a week for him to get it. He's like, I paid $6.50 shipping and blah, blah. I was like, dude, what's it going to take to calm you down, He says, well, if you refund me 50 cents, we'll call it even.
What?
So I gave him his 50 cents back, and he gave me a 5-star feedback, great seller, blah, blah. I'll go through all this hassle over 50 cents.
So what is it now? Do you have to print something special or something like that?
No, it's just...
Whatever.
Well, you can ship stuff however you want. It's just when you list your item, when it sells for whatever price, I mean, the money will go to your PayPal account. Well, PayPal will take their money right off the top anyway.
Right.
But the rest of it goes in your account. But every month, eBay will send you a bill for your fees you've incurred through that month. Or you can pay it instant right away, is what I always do. I pay it as soon as I sell the item.
Uh-huh.
But then you'll pay them, and then whatever's left is yours.
Okay, and then how do you when you mail it? How does that get? How do you give the verification that it's mailed or something
Tracking
like
number
that?
from the
How do you
post
get a
office.
tracking number?
From the post office. Tracking's free on anything you mail. Just whenever you take something to the post office, it's just printed out on your receipt.
Oh, okay.
Or if you print your own labels at home, you can get it there too, which is what I normally do. I was using this website called stamps.com. It costs like $10 a month, and they give you some discounted postage, but it's a ripoff. You can get the exact same prices, the discounted prices, for free through PayPal. It's just a link they don't ever really put out there. I just happened to have found it one time on an eBay forum. Somebody put it out there, and it works. I've used it for probably 2 years now. And you just print it off, and it gives you a little discount. It's not a huge savings, but it's a little bit. And you can print it off and just hand it to your mailman when he shows up or whatever.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to let you go, man. My wife just told me she wants me to come to bed.
Oh, okay.
She said I'm too loud.
Well, next week, according to what the reports are saying, it's the 11th and 12th, which is next Thursday and Friday, are supposed to be the peak of the meteor shower. So, if you get a chance, you might want to.
I'll definitely do that.
Stop back or so. I'll send you a message or something.
Oh yeah, dude, send me a message, man. I definitely want to sit there and check that out. I'll make time.
If I got clear skies, which I don't know, it's no sense in even checking yet. But I'm going to try to live stream the whole entire week if possible.
Sweet.
But it just depends on, like I said, the weather and all that. Now, how late I go every night, that's just going to kind of depend on what kind of activity is going around. But the later toward the week, it should get more active. But they said it'll be the best one for the next decade. So
can't argue with that. All right, hey, look, I have got to go.
Yeah, take it easy.
Hey, take care, man.
Bye. Hey, doing pretty good. And you're the only one here besides me. Everybody else left. It was getting late, so I guess they all bailed out. But I figured I would check around and try to find, somebody that might be on, and you was the only one I found, so. Yeah, there was a little bit of activity earlier, some planes and stuff, but hasn't been anything for a little while yet. Yeah, I posted the links everywhere I could think of earlier, but I know people don't always catch everything. But I try to put it out there where I can. Yeah, hopefully I'll get a little bit of activity, but I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Anytime you see one of my sky watches or something, throw the link anywhere you can. I'm limited on places I can put it, as far as Facebook, Twitter, stuff like that. So, yeah, anytime you find it, throw it around anywhere you can. That's how things get spread around. I put it out where I can, then you can pass it around where you can, and then those same people throw it around. So maybe get, some people around. I like the normal kind of crew that's always around here, but it's always fun getting, new people too, so it always makes it enjoyable. Mixes things up a little bit. I'm still working on trying to put some, like a little kit together for my paranormal, investigation type stuff. I'm working on it. It's just hard to do on a limited budget. Or hard to do quickly, I should say. I get a little impatient at times. But I did buy me an infrared light tonight to help out with my camcorder, plus this camera here for when I use it for indoors. Next week, I don't know for sure, but my plan is to do a skywatch every night next week. All week. Because it's the big meteor shower. So, if the weather permits, I'll do one the entire week. Thanks. But that's the plan anyway. I've never went 7 nights in a row doing a sky watch. I've come close to that, but if the skies are clear enough, I'll give it a shot. They said it's supposed to be the best meteor shower. It won't be this good for another decade. So, I appreciate it. Maybe some point you can get Skype or something going, and you can join in with the conversations. There'll be all kinds of people bouncing in and out during the meteor shower. There was last year. Skype's pretty easy to figure out, though. There's not too much to it. Yeah, you just gotta download it, and that's about it. Download it and just let me know whatever name you use, and I can add you to my contacts list and call you straight from there. If you're going to be online sometime tomorrow, maybe in the afternoon or something, send me a message, wherever, and I hope you get it set up if you want. Yeah, Skype's pretty easy, though. There's really not too much to it. It's not bad at all, but if you get time, next day or so, I'd be willing to help you out. It wouldn't take that long. Main thing is just download it, make an account, and that's the main thing of it. Once you do that, then I can help you with the rest of it. It's just Skype.com. Yeah, try to get you set up, before next week, so you can join in with the rest of us if you want. If you're using a laptop, they normally got a built-in microphone on them anyway. If you got a desktop computer, well, you can pick a mic up if you don't have one, pretty cheap. Don't need anything fancy. I just lucked out on the one I got. I wish I'd have bought every one of them they had that day, but I wasn't thinking. Bought this one at Walmart. They had a whole rack up. They had 2 racks of them side by side. The one I got was $5. Normal price was $100. They had a whole row of them mispriced. I should have bought every one of them. Yeah, laptop you'd be fine. They usually got a built-in. Has it got a webcam built in? If it's got a web camera, then definitely it has a microphone, which most of them do anyway. So yeah, I bought this one, and I didn't really care about the camera part of it. I hardly ever use it, but I just figured for the price and being that it's decent, then I'll go ahead and use it, and it's the microphone I've always used. So yeah, you'll be fine then. A lot of people, when they getting into computers and they buy a laptop, don't even realize it has a microphone because the hole's so small. But yeah, I'll get it, set up for you. Just if you get chance, between now and then, just go ahead and download the program and install it. And it'll, make an account. It tells you how to do everything step by step, and then the rest of it I'll help you with it. That's all you need right there is the web address. Yeah, once you play around with it a little bit, it's pretty basic. There's not much to it. And it's totally free, so that's good. Free, and you can use it as much as you want. That's what I've always used when I've called in on the different radio shows that are on at night. Is always Skype. But yeah, I'm just, like I said, trying to get my paranormal stuff kind of situated. Slowly getting some of the basic stuff. Some of the equipment's going to be a little more expensive, but I just get what I can, as I can. Can't be in no hurry. I don't really have to be in no big rush anyway, but it would be nice to get everything and get familiar with it before I actually need it. Yeah, some claim that. I highly doubt the Earth is flat, but that seems to be getting more popular for some weird reason. that's okay. He didn't miss anything. Other than a few bugs flying by. Yeah, the activity seems to have slowed down some. Yeah, once next week, got Thursday night. I'll be doing the Skywatch too, but it might be a little bit later than the others. Not by much though. Just all depends, because I got my local UFO meeting that night. We got some stuff we got to work on as far as our website and getting our cards made up so we can start passing those around. But I should be, no later than 10 o'clock I'll be set up anyway, so it won't be too bad. But since I got put in with all the paranormal stuff, I gotta try to get some kind of a kit together of stuff I'll need. Some of it's a little pricey, some of it's not too bad though. Luckily, I've already got a couple cameras, so that'll save me some money there. I already got them. Which should work pretty good since I just ordered the infrared lights tonight. No, I didn't. I didn't hear that. I knew they was always messing with it, though. Every time somebody would see something interesting, they'd shut it off, but I didn't hear they were going to stop it altogether. Did they give a reason? Hey, I made you a moderator in here. In case you run across any links or anything, you can post them in here now. Just in case you run across anything. Yeah, the sky don't look too bad tonight, just very little activity. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to move the camera, see if I can find a better spot in the sky. Yeah, there's a plane or something. I don't know, it's awful slow, whatever it is. Must have been a military plane. Nothing on the radar. There's really nothing in my airspace right now, according to the internet. No, I don't. I just use a couple websites that track it all. They come in handy once in a while, though. I like the plane finder one a little better. It seems to show more, but they're both alright, though. Yeah, if you look at the whole country, or if you can put in your like zip code or something like that, you can look at your own area. Nothing in my airspace though right now. But it's hard to say sometimes because of all the, like I said, the military flights around here. They won't show up. Just your commercial and private planes, stuff like that. Oh, I just, do a lot of searches and try to find stuff. Some stuff works, some stuff don't. Usually I can find what I need, though. Sometimes it takes a while, though. Or trying to find a free version of it that'll do what I want. That's the hardest part. I'm too broke to pay for too much. I need to start me one of them GoFundMe pages or something. Get some people to give me some money to buy some paranormal equipment. I might actually try that if I could figure out a decent way to write it up. Put one of them, I don't know, one of them crowdfunding websites. People give money for some dumb stuff, so maybe I can get some of that dumb money. I mean, it seems like a lot of people just are looking for a place to throw it, so why not throw it my way? I can use it. But I got my infrared lights now, my voice recorder, couple cameras, my night vision and my camcorder. I got those. They're slowly coming together. Now whether I ever catch any evidence of anything, that's another story, but just depends on who ends up putting in a yeah, that's about as good as anything. Straight and to the point. I think I've actually got an account on Indiegogo. I'm not sure though. I think I made one a long time ago. Yeah, I'm going to try it. I just got to reset my password because I can't remember what I made it as. Now I wonder how much I should ask for. Don't need very much. I mean, not a bunch of money. I just need a little bit. Yeah, I just had to do a reset. They emailed me the link and I reset it. No, I missed it. I'm filling out my whatever you call it here, crowdfunding thing. Yeah, I didn't get to see the Blue Angels this year. They canceled here. I was supposed to went to the air show back in June, but they canceled because they had recently had the ones crash and all that. So, but they's always my favorite though. Yeah, they're very loud, but they're a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, for once I actually got some decent skies. Usually they're not quite as clear, at least don't seem to be, but well, it looks like my fundraiser thing is good to go. Did that link work? Sometimes I wonder if they work in here half the time. Maybe I'll get somebody to throw some money my way. Who knows? I don't have to pay no fees either. Since I listed it under this category as a non-profit, then it said I don't have to pay nothing. So that's good. So I'll see how it does. Now, whether I actually get anything or not, that's going to be another story, but I don't know how long it runs for. It doesn't say. But, oh well. I didn't want to go too crazy high on, money wise. So I went $300. That'd get me just about everything I'd need. Considering I've already got, a lot of the stuff. There's just some of the different meters and stuff I need that are a little bit pricey. But I'll see what happens. Doesn't cost nothing to try. Comments where? Here on YouTube, or where you think I should put it? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, it gives me a couple places I can post it straight from the website. Hey, if you're getting tired, you know, it is getting late, so I can understand that. Yeah, I know there's a way to do this on YouTube, but I gotta remember how to do it. edited my video descriptions, so let me see if it actually worked or not. Yeah, I got the link posted on every one of my videos. Go to my YouTube page if you can, and just click on a random video, just anything, and see if, make sure, you know, it might be there. It should be, but just to make sure. I gave it up. Okay, good. At least it's there. And that wasn't too bad then. I didn't know you could edit every video at one time like that. I got 140 some odd videos, but at least I know that it works. I never could spell very well. They tried to vote on it and make it legal in my state earlier in the year, but it failed, which I knew it would. Even people that were really in favor of it voted against it. No, that had nothing to do with it. They voted against it because only 3 companies had the monopoly on the growing and selling of it. It was going to cost a fortune. That's why they voted against it, because monopolies were legal in my state. But since all this came out and it got more attention, we voted it down, so now monopolies are not legal. So maybe in the future they'll vote on it again and it'll probably pass. Yeah, you'd be able to buy it, but it would cost a fortune. Because like I say, only them 3 companies were able to do anything. Yeah, it was crazy. What state are you in? Probably Ohio or so. Or at least this part of the country. Our governor, he didn't really do anything. I mean, it was just, oh, okay. It was just voted down, and that was the end of it. It was never been spoke of again. But even though it failed, I'm glad it brought the whole monopoly issue to the forefront. That's why, like, my internet bill is $80 a month because of that whole monopoly thing. Time Warner, which Roadrunner Internet, which isn't bad, but it's just expensive. They had paid the city years ago to be the only high-speed internet provider to be allowed here. And then they ended up breaking their end of the bargain and left town. So they don't even have an office here anymore. But yet they're still the only high-speed provider there is. There's a couple like dial-up and DSL places, but they're no good. I mean, yeah, I got pretty quick internet. It's like 50 megs or so download, 6 upload. But $80 a month's still crazy. I don't know, nothing else that was ever mentioned as far as that goes. I know those people trying to get it passed, though, are sure out there getting a lot of signatures. In some ways, they were doing it illegally, but, you know, nobody really done anything. Because they was campaigning, like, at the polling places, which is illegal, but they never got run off, though. At least not at my polling place. I didn't care one way or another if they wanted to, you know, campaign there, fine with me. Well, they were voting for to people, or not voting, but wanting people to vote for the marijuana law. They were definitely in favor of it. But yeah, there was other reports out of people that were knocking doors trying to get signatures and stuff that was literally paying people for their signatures. Because we had to have, I think it's 100,000 signatures in order to get something on the ballot. If I remember right. But even though the monopoly thing got shot down, I don't know how long before it actually takes effect, though. You can't have monopolies here anymore, but, you know, I don't remember how it was written. Since there's not allowed to be any monopolies in the state, does that mean no new monopolies? Or are the old ones done away with, too? That I don't know. So that could actually be a catch if they do pass this thing later on down the line. If these 3 companies are still on the books somewhere as having the right to grow it and sell it, if the law changes, then they could still have the monopoly on it, even years down the road. Because I don't know if it got rid of, like I said, existing monopolies. I think it only got rid of new ones. Not too sure, though. But it wouldn't surprise me for them to write something like that. Oh, yeah, they definitely confused a lot of people. Our governor's okay on some things and other things he's not. Like being a big fan of that healthcare thing, Obamacare, which is a joke. Yeah, that part of it was definitely not in the cards. But at least our governor is, pro Second Amendment, so I'm glad of that. We're pretty good on gun laws. I can buy any kind of firearm I want here. We really don't have any restrictions. I got a letter in the mail the other day, and my identity was hacked. It was involved in a big government thing where it said mainly people that had submitted to background checks this year. There's like 2.5 million people was compromised, and I happened to be one of them. So they gave me, I think, 3 years of credit monitoring, and that's about it. So hopefully nobody uses any of my identity. What's the firearms laws like out there? I know California's terrible, but other states I'm not sure. I think Oregon's pretty bad too, though, from what I heard. Can't own a whole lot. I hope the skies are this clear next week. Yeah, I filmed a lot of it last year, but it was good, but it's supposed to be the best one. And it won't be this good again, they said, for another decade. They're claiming up to 200 meteors an hour, but I don't know. A little skeptical, but either way, I'll film what I can of it. Yeah, I usually put it on my TV. I'll watch it on my TV. It always looks good. I got too many screens going. I got 2 monitors and then my TV. It's hard to keep track sometimes. So if it takes me a minute to answer you sometimes, I'm not ignoring anybody. Just got too many things going on. I do the best I can, though. But I can watch YouTube through my PlayStation, so sometimes I'll put it on there. I can watch it in real time, but through the software, but I usually don't. I just see stuff the same time everybody else does. There's no point in me trying to tell anybody that something's flying by on the screen in real time, because by the time you hear me say that, it'll be on your screen anyway. There's about a 28-second delay or so. It's still hard for me to believe I got all these subscribers on YouTube. 724. It's a lot more than I ever thought. I know next week my rechargeable batteries will sure get a workout. Good thing I got 3 sets and 2 chargers. I'm not sure how late I'll stay up every night, but I'll have to see just what kind of activity there is. But the later in the week, I'll definitely stay up, probably about all night. Yeah, I've got 140 some videos, I think, last I looked. Somewhere around there. 144. A lot of them are sky watches and other things. 151 right now. Should be a 3-hour difference from you. Did you read the little thing I put on my fundraising page? The little story, whatever you call it. Says our story. I just wonder if it sounded alright. Yeah, it's like I said, you got a 3-hour difference. But yeah, I'm just curious if it sounded right on that donation page thing, whatever you call it. Hang on, I'll put it back in here. Just scroll down toward the bottom, you'll see it. It says our story. Just let me know if it sounds okay. I mean, there was enough stuff I could have probably wrote a good bit of, stuff on there, but I didn't want to put too much here. People won't read it. Okay, thanks. I always wonder sometimes when I write stuff, if it sounds okay or whatever. Try to get the message across, but keep it short at the same time. I didn't want to type out my whole experiences or anything. That'd take too long. Too much to read. But I've told those stories enough times, but I don't know, people never seem to get tired of hearing them, that's for sure. Sometimes I get a little apprehensive about even telling them, just because I've said them so much, but I don't know, a lot of times I either get asked or, a little encouragement here and there sometimes. So I end up telling them again. I need to make me a video, though. I might do that tomorrow. Well, depending on what time I get up. I might make me a video of my 3 paranormal stories. Well, you've heard all three of my stories. Give me an opinion. Should I put them all in one video or do a video for each story? Since there's only three. I'm not too sure. That's one thing I've been thinking about before I do it. Yeah, that will work. Be easier on me too. But yeah, I don't know. I guess from the responses I've got from everybody else already over the last year or so, because it might end up being a little bit lengthy of a video, but I think people will at least be entertained enough to listen to the whole thing. Yeah, I'll get that done tomorrow. It'll be easier too, because there's sometimes people, pop in and want to hear the stories, but yet if something else is going on or someone else is, giving their stories and things, I don't always want to interrupt, so it'd be nice to be able to just throw a link out there and people could listen to it. Yeah, but you go outside, you don't see none of them stars. You might see 5 or 6 of them. That's it. That's my camera making them all visible. Yeah, you can only see just a few of them. But the night vision I'm using, it brings them in. That's the craziest thing, though. The stories are interesting, but for the longest time, I never really thought a whole lot about them. It was just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to even put into words, but going through that and the whole being an empath deal, I dealt with it so frequently on the empath side of it, I didn't realize, for a long time that it wasn't something, that just everybody wasn't going through that. I just figured it was kind of a normal thing. That's why nobody was talking about it and no real info out there. I didn't know. I was kind of all by myself in the matter. But then as years passed and, started learning other things, then I realized it wasn't such a common thing. And people have always enjoyed the stories. And no matter if it's the first time I told it or the 1000th time, they never change. There's no need to change anything. I mean, it is what it is. But some people are not very consistent when they retell their stories. But I can almost do it on autopilot. I've said them enough. But people get curious, though, when they see the name of the metaphysical group. Metaphysical Lemonade. But then once I explain the first story, then it all makes sense where the name come from. A lot of them are. That's why me and Lorraine started the whole Metaphysical Lemonade, to give people a place to talk about stuff, and not only that, but my biggest thing I wanted to change was people's perception that all the experiences don't have to be negative. My 3 are not negative at all. They were very helpful. Well, somebody else must have popped in and watching. It says we got 3 watching now. I don't think it counts me. But even to this day, though, when I tell the stories, sometimes it's even hard to believe, even now, that, that they're mine, something I went through. Most people's always used to hearing what other people have done and dealt with and this and that. But these are mine, that's for sure. The only thing I can connect mine together with are, there doesn't have to even be a link between them, but if I had to put one there, it would just be they were all times of distress. That's the only thing I can compare them to. Well, mine, there was nothing to be scared or anything of. They were just as normal as anything else. The people I saw were just as real as if you looked in the mirror or had somebody sitting beside you. There was nothing out of the ordinary. That's why I don't have a ton of detail. Because there was nothing to pay attention to. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I didn't, realize anything until after the fact. Until somebody told me. Was able to verify things. And who knows, I could have had other events, but without ever being verified of something being not normal, I'd never know. But still unexplainable. But how are you supposed to explain getting a glass of lemonade from a woman that died 50 years before I was there? How do you... I don't know how you can really make sense of it, I guess, but it is what it is. I still need to go to the genealogical library and research that place, but I just haven't made it up there yet. Maybe tomorrow I can give them a call and try to figure it out. Yeah, there are negative ones, I understand. But, you're a good example, too. You've had the bad ones, yes, but you can also attest to, the good one. So it doesn't always have to be negative. That's the biggest thing people always say, is you cannot have a positive experience. They're all bad and all this. And that's not true. It's just, emotional wise, evil seems to be, bad, evil, whatever. They just seem to be stronger. People remember those more. They let them shadow out the good experiences. But yeah, I think I'll just make the video and go from there. I don't mind telling it, but like I said, sometimes it's just, I don't always want to interrupt people and things like that. Well, that's true. Protection's always, a valuable resource. But, the evil can still bother you, but you know, if you're protected enough, I don't think it can do any real harm, but, you know, still give people a bad experience, though. But a lot of that stuff feeds on the fear, too, so if you can learn to overcome it, then you'll be better off, but that's not always an easy thing to do, of course. But I didn't come up with that name myself, though. The Metaphysical Lemonade. Actually, Lorraine's husband came up with that idea. And we both just were like, yeah, that's perfect. So that's why we went with it. And it's something, for whatever reason, it's easy to remember. Yeah, I can remember all of mine, you know, plain as day, but just not really in very much detail. Just because, like I said, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so. Yeah, the name definitely fits. And it had another added little bonus too, using that name, which I didn't think of right off. But it makes people a little bit curious. And that can be a good thing. It makes them ask a few questions. You know, I try to, you know, if nothing else, give them a reason of where the name came from. And then they, you know, the ball gets rolling that way. It's an easy icebreaker on the topic. That was an unintended thing, but then all the other crazy stuff that's went on this past year, besides that stuff. Like the seeing of all the objects in Lorraine's house. That's been pretty wild. And she's about 1,300 miles away from me. But I was highly accurate there for a while. Doesn't happen as frequently as it did, but there for a few nights, man, I was almost like I was in her house. I could see just about everything. Even her birthday gift of the ring, which she didn't get for about 36 days after I saw it. I saw it around the time her husband ordered it. She didn't know nothing about it. So that was pretty interesting. Yeah, it was a crazy few nights. I mean, that and all the other objects that she was able to just, you know, go walk around her house and find and verify, that type of stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting experience. Mine was kind of a odd thing, I guess. Color is my biggest thing. It all revolves around color. I turned my air conditioner on, so if you hear a little background noise, it's hot in here. But, well, I can tell you how it started with me and Lorraine, anyway. It was interesting. Well, all the other stories and stuff, you know, I had talked about those and everything in the past, but this was back in February of this year. None of this kind of stuff was even on my mind at the time. None of it. No paranormal, no nothing. And I was sitting in a chair watching TV. I don't even remember what I was watching now, but I was chatting with her on Skype on my phone. Just text. And I couldn't even tell you what we was talking about, really, not much of anything. And all of a sudden, I got a vision of her surrounded by like a bright blue light. Like, I don't know, like washing all over, blue. And I was like, I don't know what in the heck. I almost didn't say nothing. And I finally asked her, like, what's this? Could this mean? I told her. And she'd been going through some health problems and things, and it was something her aunt or grandma, I forget who she said now, had told her was to one of her, calming practices, I guess, of the waves, the ocean, the blue. Just watch the blue waves, coming in and out. So that made the connection there. And then after that, just everything was just hitting left and right. It got to the point to where I got such a bad headache, I just had to like lay down because it was like burnout. Just too much, too quick. So it went on from there, from that to noticing stuff about her husband, different things about his uniform from his job, that he was going to go to work in the next couple of days and his radio was going to quit, and it did. I told her printer was going to quit working, and it did, in the same way that I told her. She was printing coupons to go to the store, and I told her, as soon as you get done, it'll work fine to finish what you're doing, but if you come back to it later, it won't work. It'll start to work, slow down, and stop. And that's exactly what happened. And that was the only thing that ever happened that involved sound. I heard the printer. That was the only thing. Everything else has been all visual. And then it was just little things, the color of the carpet, the trim around on the walls, all the way down to the red cap on her husband's bottle of V8 juice. It was in the refrigerator. All kinds of just odd little things. But I finally figured out the reason behind it all, though. At least the best reason I could come up with. Yeah, mine was, like that too. I mean, but the reason I figured out was, and I almost got to the point, I actually said it to myself of, what's the big deal in all this? These objects, they make no difference. They're just random stuff. And then I got kind of the smack upside the head, so to speak, saying, the objects don't matter. They're 1,300 miles away from you is what matters. So that was, the thing of, it was more of a, for lack of a better term, confidence builder. In the future, maybe something will be important, and now I might not be as quick to dismiss it as I might have, previously. But that's the only thing I could come to terms with. But it comes in for me like color. Yeah, verification, exactly. But mine's always been color. Like, well, I don't know. You remember them, like you get around the 4th of July and stuff, them smoke bombs you can light, them, them cheap ones. You have red smoke, green smoke, blue smoke. Those cheap little smoke bombs you can buy. That's kind of the way I see a lot of things when it comes in. Just like when you light one of them little smoke bombs, and you got the thick cloud coming off of it. That's kind of how it is for me. The more vivid the color, then the easier it is for me to see the object. But that's the thing, though. If you had the validation or verification that what you saw was actually where you saw it at, it was there, then that's, proof in the gift, ability, whatever you want to call it. Kind of like a halo. But yeah, since you get the validation or verification of it, like I said, in the future, you know, it may happen again, and I think you would be more apt to pay attention to it now that you know that it's more legit. If you wouldn't have had the verification, same as me, if I wouldn't have had it, if something important would come up, I'd have probably just ignored it, dismissed it, whatever. So that's kind of my thoughts on that anyway. Right or wrong, I don't know, but it made sense. But the one about her ring was the craziest one, though. That's the one that kind of really put it to the test. Because that wasn't an instant thing. That was 36 days later before I found out the answer to that one. All I saw was her jewelry box. And on the top shelf, I kept seeing flashes of a red and blue. Well, come to find out, the top of her jewelry box is where the rings go, and their birthstones are red and blue. So, go figure. And she had no idea either at the time, until her birthday come around. Ah, don't worry about the spelling, I know what you mean. Yeah, exactly. You don't ignore it. And that's the biggest problem of all of it, I think, is people not acknowledging things. It is what it is, and just, don't ignore things. Not a good idea. Not like that, anyway. Now, being the whole empath thing, now that's a totally different, thing there. It can be annoying. Hard to deal with at times, but I've kind of learned to put it on the back burner, so to speak, but I don't want to completely get rid of it, because I did for about a week, where I felt nothing, no external anything, and yeah, dreams are, when you get stuff like that, the bad ones, I mean, I've had similar things, not necessarily dreams, but the hardest part is with being the whole empath deal is when you realize, something about somebody, but there's nothing you can do about it. You can't tell them, because they're going to want to know how you know and all that, and it just doesn't work, so you just sometimes got to let them just go. But for a true empath, though, things are definitely not always easy. There for a long time, every time going anywhere public-wise, it's almost like being in a war, You get so much stuff bombarded at you constantly, not knowing where it's coming from or who it actually belongs to. And then you're not even sure sometimes, is it your feelings or somebody else's? And that is a mess. I don't know if they were planets or stars or what for sure. But there are 5 of them lined up though. But yeah, it's definitely overwhelming to say the least. But over time, I've learned the hard way, all on my own, to, kind of put things on the back burner, so to speak. Recognize that it's there, but not let it get to me. That's not 100%, don't work like that all the time, but I try. My biggest problem was the release. That was the hardest. And then back in February, I went to there's 5 of them lined up there. 5 planets. You got a bright one up at the top, and then 4 right underneath of it. Not as bright though, a little smaller. Yeah, there's the 3 bright ones right in the middle. But yeah, I went to the UFO meeting back in February. It was in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the world's oldest UFO organization. They've been around since the 50s. And I went up there, listened to the speakers and all this. We had about, 20 minutes or so time to kill at the end. So they was going around the room asking people to just share whatever. And somehow or another, my hand ended up getting raised. I don't even remember. But I ended up telling some of the stories, and that was the biggest roller coaster ride of my life, I'll have to say. Yeah, they're bright. There's 4 of them in a line too, beside those 3 bright ones. But yeah, it was a good experience, telling all that stuff and release, but I don't want to have to go through it again. That was hard. Just try to picture reliving the past 18 years worth of every emotion you had in about 5 minutes. That'll put it into a little bit of a perspective. Yeah, it's an overload. But at the same time, though, I got rid of it too, so that was good. I literally, could visually see it all just going away. Very faintly, but I could see it. And that was just... It was a double-edged sword, so to speak. Glad I done it. Don't want to do it again. I think one thing that's helped a whole lot though, in the past year or so, is finally coming to the point to not trying to convince people anymore. Whether they believe me or they don't, I've come to the point where I really don't care. You know, why should it be such an important thing, for me to get, the world's acceptance? I mean, who really cares? If people believe me, fine. If they don't, well, that's their choice too. I mean, of course, we all like to be believed all the time, but I don't see it now as really being that big of a deal. I'd rather have a few decent friends, to chat with and stuff than just a whole bunch of people that are just around for the wrong reasons. Yeah, balance. It might come across as a bad attitude at times, but I don't mean it that way, but I really just don't care. If they want to believe me, fine. If not, well, that's fine too. My batteries must have, no? It says my stream's offline, but I don't know why. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, can you still hear me alright? I don't know why my stream stopped, but for some reason it did, but it seems okay now. Does it still look okay? The stars and all that? 'Cause I'm not sure why it died on me like that, but yeah, it stopped on me for some reason. It said stream was over. I don't know why. So I just stopped it on my end and just started it right back up. I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't have been out for very long. I don't know what the deal was. It's a new format I'm using on YouTube. It's a little bit different. I kind of like it better. It's a little easier, but it's got its little hiccups too, but like everything else. Ah, the screen didn't move. It's the Earth moving. It's just the stars are in a different spot. Yeah, that's just outside. Nothing's, that's just because we're rotating. Yeah, Meteor took them out. Hey, and maybe I should apologize a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it is my stream, but regardless, I've rattled on forever, all about me. I know some people probably get tired of hearing about me all the time and my experiences and whatnot, but I'm just trying to fill some time. It's either me rattling on or I can play some music. I try not to act like I want to be in the spotlight all the time. I'm just filling up the air. Since there's nobody else on Skype with me, it's kind of all me. Yeah, 10, I want to help you get Skype in the next day or so. So, well, both of you, So, yeah, if you want to message me sometime in the next day or so, I'll help you out with the whole Skype thing. Oh, okay. Well, you can feel free to call in anytime you want. Put your Skype name in the chat here, and I'll add you to my contacts. This chat don't get saved anyway. Once I stop the stream, the chat's going. Oh, the same name you got here for YouTube? Alright, that sounds good. Okay, I just added you on Skype. Or sent you a contact request or whatever it's called. If you get on Skype, you can accept the request, and then whenever you feel like it, you know, I can always add you in. I saw that. You want me to add you to a call now, or it's up to you? I know it's getting late and everything, but I ain't got nothing to do anyway. No, anytime, just let me know. It doesn't matter. Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, Skype's pretty good. I actually never had used Skype until I started doing the Skywatches. And then it took me a while to find a program I could actually use to be able to broadcast it. But I finally got all that figured out.
Hey, I'm getting a feedback. It's echoing.
Yeah, mute your video, the YouTube video.
Oh, good idea. I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
That worked.
Yeah, I've been on called at a lot of radio shows and stuff. You know, when Art Bell was on and a lot of the others, and they always say that. Turn your radio off.
Well, I actually have a headset, and I don't usually have that problem, but I did plug it into the one where I hear it, too, and I didn't stop it. I don't usually do YouTube videos, so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's working good now. I'm like, what was that? Something's wrong.
Yeah, I make that mistake sometimes myself. I've called in on just about every show that's out there. I talked to George Norrie the other night on his show. I've called a bunch of them.
Oh, good for you.
Well, if there's a caller or somebody will say something, I had to call in on his show because I forget who the caller was, but he was praising this healthcare thing, Obamacare, how great it is, and I had to chime in and tell him it don't work.
Obviously, he's been taking Obama pills.
I just don't think he ever tried to use it.
No kidding.
Because my parents had to drop the insurance. $1,200 a month with a $10,000 deductible. Who can afford it?
I can't afford it. I don't have any health care insurance.
Yeah, they don't either. And then it doesn't even cover normal doctor visits.
Oh, good grief.
$1,200 a month. I mean, forget it. So
I have a friend whose brother got cancer, and they moved him from California up to here so that they could take care of him. And because he moved, Obamacare dropped him. Oh, yeah. And instead of getting treated in time, he died.
Yeah. I had cancer surgery last year myself. And if I hadn't fought through everything, I had to get pretty, nasty, I guess you would say, with the doctor I had. Because I got rid of him anyway and got a better doctor. Because he set me up on the exam table, touched me with 2 fingers, said, I don't feel nothing wrong with you, go home. The following week, I was in the operating room.
Well, that's another problem with Obamacare is the good doctors are quitting and they are accepting substandard doctors who don't want to really waste their time and do anything.
Well, the guy that I had, he was from, I don't know, India or wherever. And the biggest thing I hated, I call him a welfare doctor. Doesn't just anybody that's getting any kind of help with the bills, he would take them. Because it didn't really matter. He knew he was going to get paid. But he would actually tell me 1 problem per visit. So if you had a headache and your back hurt, he'd make you pick one. That way he could bill it again the second visit.
I think they make them do it that way now because that's the way the doctors here do them. And we have a lot of doctors from India too. Yeah. They always say that they have to have these immigrants because there's jobs people won't do. Tell me being a doctor is a job an American wouldn't do.
Right. So, when he set me up on that table and he pushed me hard enough with his 3 fingers, he'd have to mark on my side. And he's like, there's nothing wrong with you. Well, you're not going to feel it. I had cancer in my right kidney. You're not going to feel that with your finger. So
what a moron.
Fought all of that, and then when I got the new doctor, they of course wanted my medical records. Well, this idiot I had wanted $1 per page to give me my records. And medical records can be pretty thick. There's a lot of pages. So I ended up getting a hold of the new doctor. Well, battery's getting weak now. But get a hold of the new doctor, and he finally was able to get them and got everything taken care of. But I was at least glad everything worked out for the best.
No kidding. Your battery's weak. Are you accessing with the phone?
No, that's just on my camera.
Oh.
Which, if you're going to stay on for a little bit, I can change the battery. It'll take a second.
Go ahead, I'll stay on with you for a little bit.
All right. Just give me a minute, and the screen will go dead for a minute, but it'll pop back on when I get the batteries in it. This runs on 4 AA batteries, and I can get about 5 to 6 hours out of 4 batteries.
That's pretty good.
They're rechargeable, so it ain't too bad. I'll be right back.
Okay. Those stars move fast. I can see just one big star now, or one big planet.
Okay. There we go.
Good. I saw a meteor while you were gone.
Yeah.
It was a bright one.
There's one star right above my house. It's just low enough that I can't really get it on the camera. But that thing, I don't know what star it is. I'll have to look sometime. But it's got every color of the rainbow in it, flashing 900 miles an hour.
Pretty.
I don't know what it is, but like if you would take a real fancy, like clear diamond and shine it in the light and you get all the different sparkles.
Like a prism.
Yeah.
That's supposed to mean something, what colors they reflect or look like.
Yeah, it's, from what I've read, it's got to do with just the pollution in the atmosphere.
Oh, really?
That's what makes them twinkle.
Yeah, probably moisture.
Yeah. And that, and with all the metallic stuff that's floating in the air from, you know, factories and wherever else, then I guess
right.
it reflects different. Kind of the prism effect.
So actual particles have an effect too.
Yeah. But yeah, I try not to rattle on quite as much as I was earlier, but I was the only one on, so, you know, better than dead air, I guess.
It is better than dead air. You do fine.
I remember when I first started YouTube back in 2009, around there. You know, my first few videos, well, some of them I wasn't even in until later on. I didn't have a camera. But once I had got a camera, I tried the whole writing out the script and stuff, and I'm like, man, this sucks. So I just wadded it up, threw it away, and just went for it. But I got 144 videos, and I'll bet there's only 3 of them I've ever watched. I don't edit anything or nothing. I just make it and put it up there. I know what I said. I don't need to listen to it again.
Yeah, when I first had to go on internet radio, officially, I did the same thing. I wrote about 10 papers out, and then I just kind of threw them on the floor.
I ended up sounding like a robot. Just trying to read everything. I'm like, forget it. So
yeah, some people are better at it than others, not me.
I just go with it. I've done some radio shows and things online. I got a few friends that's got some different radio shows, and I'm always kind of the fill-in type person. The guests cancel 5 minutes before they go on the air. They'll call me, hey, rattle on for an hour. Okay.
That's what happened to me too. Who's your friends?
I got the only one I haven't been on his show yet was Mallard Report, Jim Mallard. He's pretty cool. And the other one, he's actually in my state. It's Black Swamp Radio.
Black Swamp Radio. I'll have to listen to that.
He's up in Toledo. If you go to our Metaphysical Lemonade website, all the links to the different places are there.
Oh, good. I'll have to check him out. I like to listen to new people. The only one I'm really doing anything with, and all I do is nag them. But they are a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, and they're in Ohio too, and that's Jeremy Dieter, and right now he's on he's got a lot of YouTube videos, but right now he's on TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
Okay, there's a lot of them different radio stations out there.
They are.
It amazes me, because for a long time, I didn't know of most of them, but it seems like every time you turn around now you find one.
Yeah, I don't think there's as many as there used to be. I think they're
a lot of them
actually looking for hosts and co-hosts right now.
A lot of them are not as active as they used to be.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Maybe because it doesn't pay.
Well, that, and depending on who the host is, if they have trouble getting new guests, then they'll lose their audience, because a lot of these guests just seem like to get passed from show to show. Once they make their circuit, so to speak, people get kind of tired of it. So you got to get
some places are like that, like Blog Talk, for instance.
Yeah. The one that I go to, not as much as I used to, but it's KGRA. And that's where I actually met Lorraine at, which is my partner in the whole Metaphysical Lemonade thing. And that was last year. The last year on the 4th of July, because that's what started all this part of it. Was I caught this weird object on a video from filming the fireworks, UFO thing, whatever you want to call it. And I got home and got it on YouTube and all that, and then just started looking for just a chat room. I'm not a big fan of forums. I like chat rooms where people are actually there, so you get more instant responses. And then it just all kind of went from there.
There's a lot of people that like chat rooms. It's a nice feature to have.
But they say that's, kind of going the way of the dinosaurs, so to speak. Forums are the big thing, but I just don't care for forums myself. They're alright, but just, I don't know, they seem a little impersonal.
They aren't real time.
No.
Talking.
There's the business card, for lack of a better word, that I had made up. I just put it in Skype there.
Oh, thank you.
Which, that was pretty crazy. I had them made up, Vistaprint. They're cheap, $12.50 for 500 cards.
That is cheap.
And that was shipping and everything. Well, I made them, and I had a question. I wanted to check something, I don't know, edit or something. So I called him the very next day, and I was like, you hadn't printed them yet? And the guy's looking at him, and he says, no, but then he goes into this whole big thing about, I've been looking for a long time somewhere metaphysical related. I've had all these experiences, and started going on about that. So that was interesting. But I've had that happen a lot. Total strangers come up to me and tell me all the problems they got in the world. Even telemarketers will do it. And then they even forget what they're trying to sell me. Catches me off guard sometimes.
That's funny. I like to talk to telemarketers and get them off track too.
Oh yeah. But they're the ones that always start it though.
Huh.
They're telling me about all my I had one call not too long ago. I don't know what she was trying to sell me. She never did say, but I found out her daughter was getting ready to marry this guy, and he wasn't no good, and the whole life story. And then they say they feel better, and they hang up the phone.
Maybe you should charge them.
Yeah. But just all kinds of just things like that. I mean, I don't really mind. It's just catches me off guard once in a while.
I think people know when somebody's a good listener.
Yeah. But I don't know, kind of the latest little, I don't know, we'll call it a talent or whatever, but that I've kind of developed, not by any choice, but since I've told the 3 paranormal stories I've got so many times, I've got to the point to where I can do it on, for lack of a better word, I call it autopilot. I've said them before and actually be able to kind of sit back like a third person just and listen to the story, same as everybody else. And don't even realize, that I'm saying it. Because I've went through the whole spiel before and then asked some of the people, do you want to hear this one or that one? And they're like, well, you just said it 5 minutes ago. And I don't even have any recollection sometimes because I can do other stuff, answer some emails, whatever. It's just autopilot.
I was just going to say autopilot. See?
I don't know what else to call it. And then next month, they got the Mothman Festival down in West Virginia, which I went last year. I'm going this year, and looks like I might actually be speaking at it for a few minutes. So that ought to be
fun.
Yeah, a friend of mine that's in our UFO group here in town, he's a little bit younger than I am. I'm 33, though, by the way. But he's a little bit younger than me, a couple years. And he's our cryptid, Bigfoot researcher type. So he's going down there to speak on that topic, which is kind of, what the whole Mothman thing is. So it's his first public speaking event. So he's not real sure on, is the material he got going to take the whole hour that they give him. So I told him I'd help him out, and whatever time he's got left, I can fill it in, because I had an event that directly relates to the whole Mothman thing down there, so... Well, I guess
I did not know that Mothman was about Bigfoot.
Well, it's a cryptid. Yeah, so that they all kind of go together, I guess.
See, I happen to live in Bigfoot country.
Yeah.
I live in the county that has the most sightings of Bigfoot in the world.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Coos County.
I've heard that on the shows and stuff.
Have you?
Mm-hmm. But the experience I had, it was weird. I never even thought anything of it at the time. It happened several years ago. Probably, it was probably 8 or 9 years ago now. But last year when I went down there, me, Mom, and Dad went and checked the festival out, had fun. I come home, and about a month or so later, the Mothman Prophecies, the movie, was on TV, and I'd never seen it. So I figured I'll watch it. So it was alright, but the main character in the movie had a missing time experience, and I had the exact same experience in the same location as the guy in the movie.
Freaky.
The only difference was he was headed south. He was going from Chicago going to Virginia, I think it was. Well, I was coming from Virginia, coming to Ohio, coming home. And I remember it real well because I got a speeding ticket that night for going too fast in a snowstorm for passing a car. So I get done with the state patrol, and it's probably 2 o'clock in the morning or so. It was late. And I remember going across the bridge, which was the same bridge the Mothman event happened on. Of course, they rebuilt the bridge and everything, but same name. And I saw the big sign, saying, "Welcome to Ohio," or whatever. And once I crossed that bridge, I don't remember nothing for the next about 68 miles till I saw my exit to turn off and come home. Not one recollection of anything. And that's a pretty curvy road. So I have no idea what happened between those 2 points, but so I'd have to call it missing time. I don't know what else you'd call it. I sure don't remember none of it.
Well, that's not fun to realize you wake up and you're driving.
Yeah, that was... And it was just literally like snapping your fingers and you wake up, like when you... you know, you see them hypnotists on TV, snap your fingers and you'll wake up type of thing. And it's exactly was that sudden. And I didn't feel tired or anything. I don't know. I was halfway through the motion of making the turn to get off the road to take my exit, in the off ramp there. So I just like, kind of what's going on here, I thought I was just barely in the state, not 20 miles from home now.
Wow. I just saw 2 meteors, one right after another.
Yeah, the sky's been pretty active. Well, there's actually a meteor shower going on right now, but it's more predominantly in the southern hemisphere. But they said even up here we could see some of it.
Yeah, they said we could see it in the west, but I live almost right on the coast, so we get the clouds sucked in over us quite easily, and it's overcast. All this year, anything that was going to be neat, it's been overcast, so.
Weird looking thing. I can see it brightening and dimming out. Gone now.
Those stars sure move fast.
Yeah. Well, that camera's got a very narrow field of view. That's the only thing I don't like about it. It only probably is getting maybe a 30-foot chunk of the sky. That's it. There's nothing else I can do. So.
Well, that's good enough.
Yeah, I bought the camera brand new, but if you order it from the manufacturer, it's like $800. I got it on eBay for $200.
That's pretty good.
So now they're running $450, $500 for the same thing. They got a new model out, but the only difference is the new one's got a slot in the bottom for SD cards, so you can use it like a camera, take pictures.
Nice. What kind of camera do you have?
I'll show you. But it's actual night vision, though, because you walk outside, you don't see them stars. I can count about 5 of them when I was out there, and that's it. You look on
see if I can view this without cutting you off. There we go.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice camera. I mean, I didn't expect it to be all that well, but yeah, I haven't looked on eBay for a few days. I was kind of curious what they might be bringing now. But I actually paid a little higher for mine at the time than some of the others were going for, but here's one like mine. This one's $2.25 starting bid. Somebody will buy it. I'll put it in chat there.
I see that. See if it comes up for me.
It's kind of bulky, but I just put it on a tripod and set it out there. But in the wintertime, though, the batteries will last about an hour longer, though, when it's cold out. Which I always thought the cold would zap them faster, but it don't seem to. I don't mess with it as much in the wintertime. I set it and forget it. It's cold to run in and out.
Where has it come up at? I'm looking around. I have to be careful when I stand. I actually have a headset, and I've got all my Wi-Fi things here in my router, and if I get too close to the computer, sometimes it'll cut me out, so I have to be careful when I'm at the computer for some reason. It hates me.
Did you get a chance to read the little story thing, whatever I put on that crowdfunding webpage?
I will. I haven't yet, no. Okay, I'm looking at your camera. I can see it.
Because I don't know, it sounds alright to me, but sometimes I always wonder. I'm not the best at, making things always sound right.
I'll have to check it out later.
Yeah. So,
Copy.
My next plans as far as anything, well, I'm trying to still get some paranormal equipment put together, because I got put in charge of all the paranormal for our local group, in which our group's been there since 1986. Never missed a monthly meeting.
Wow.
I've only been involved in it for just off and on for about 5 years or so. I was the one to get paranormal even brought up into discussion. Nobody that was, running the group wanted to really bring it up, but I did anyway. I was vocal. I just jumped up during the meeting and just said what I said and let it go with that, and everybody was just asking me zillions of questions. And there's been some in the group that's had some experiences that have been pretty interesting. One lady had one a few months back, and she took pictures of it too. On part of her property, there was this real purplish, like almost a lavender color light that was cast over a big chunk of her property. I don't know where it come from. But when she went back in her house, all the silverware in her kitchen was completely flat as a pancake.
That would be different.
Just like, I don't know if you've ever seen them shows on TV, how it's made and all that. They got a solid sheet of steel, they'll draw the design on there of a fork, and then the press has to, punch it out. Well, the stuff she brought in looked like it was still just cut out of a sheet of steel with a pair of scissors. It was flat as paper. And there was no way that you was going to flatten some of this real heavy soup spoons and to where the bowl part of the spoon itself, wasn't even formed. It was all flat. And I don't know. I've heard of that before. I don't know what it means, but I've heard the people experiencing that.
I think most of the interesting things, or the most interesting things I've ever read or heard about, were different experiments in Russia.
Yeah.
Where they, they actually scientifically investigated people with different energies or abilities and tried to use them to their advantage. So those are quite interesting to read about, those stories.
The color's always been my biggest thing. I mean, as far as any, I don't know what you call it, a vision, seeing stuff in other places. It's always been about the color. The more vivid the color, the easier it is I can tell what the object is. Sometimes it's been almost scary of how accurate it's been too. What the object is, exactly where it's at, the whole 9 yards. It's just, I don't know, just different things.
It's just the way it is.
That's it. But I think, though, that it's a good name for our website and everything, the Metaphysical Lemonade, because it gets people curious. And that was kind of an unintended thing, but I was, glad it happened that way.
It's catchy. It's a catchy name.
Where the name came from. And then once I tell the story, then it all falls into place and you understand. And that's when everything started. I was 15 years old. And I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty young to know that too,
Well, when the event actually happened, I thought nothing of it because nothing seemed strange at all until a month later when I talked to one of the farmhands that was working the property. And then he filled it all in. Because what it was, excuse me and a good friend of mine, I still see him once in a while. He was actually involved in two of my experiences. But this one was the first one. It was hot out too, in the 90s, summertime. And we was out to the lake by the house and probably, I don't know, a mile or so out of town, there's a decent sized lake, state park. We was walking around it, and I'll put a picture in Skype. That's actually the same exact house the woman walked out of. Still there. And we're walking around the lake and go across the dam, take a turn to the left, and as kids you don't think about, I should save some water for later, and all that. You just drink it. You're thirsty. So we ran out of stuff to drink. So we're directly across from that house, just there's a big oak tree still there. And we stopped under it to get some shade. It was hot. So we're sitting there wondering, what are we going to do? We're here. We don't have no ride, don't have no phone or nothing, so we didn't know. So the woman comes out of the house. You're typical, just like a grandma, nothing out of the ordinary. Short older lady. Asked us what the trouble was. So we told her it was thirsty. It was hot out. She told us to hold on a minute. She goes back in the house. 5 minutes or so, maybe not that long, went by. She come back. 2 big glasses of lemonade. They're real heavy glasses too. Not them cheap dollar store things. And hands them to us. She goes back in. So we drank the lemonade and set the glasses down in front of her door. We didn't want to bother her because we didn't want her back out in the heat. It was hot. So we went on. About a month or so later, we was back at the same spot, and we saw one of the guys working. That's a pretty good sized farm. And I hollered at him, and he come over to us, and he asked me, what we wanted, and I asked him about the woman, and he's looking at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, yeah, she's right there. I said, last month or so we were here, and she gave us stuff to drink and helped us out, and we felt bad for not saying thanks. He said, I don't know what to tell you two boys, but the woman you're speaking of died 50 years before you was ever here. And our jaws just hit the ground. So that's when everything started.
That's pretty interesting.
And something I found out just the other night, matter of fact, I was doing a little research online, and the 50 years prior, which I'm not holding that guy to an exact, date, but 50 years prior would have put it at 1948, which was the exact same year that they started construction on the dam there and able to flood the land for the lake. So I thought that was kind of an interesting, thing that ties kind of the date together.
Yeah, for sure.
So what I want to do is, which I don't know why I haven't done it yet, I need to go uptown. We got a genealogical library. I'm not sure how. I know their records go way back, but I don't know if they've got anything current enough that could maybe try to help me figure out who that woman might have been. I'd like to find out. I've always been curious.
Well, that's not that far back. They should have something, you'd think.
Yeah, I would think. Because I know their records go way back. They go way back 1800s, but I don't know how modern of records they have. When did they quit putting stuff in their library? But being that that's the lake and it's a state park and all that, they ought to have something. Because I would imagine that, because from her front door there, easily you could throw a rock right in the lake. Because the trail actually cuts through part of that farm. So I just wonder, being that close, maybe she would have got some money or something, if they're basically flooding her yard.
Well, maybe it would have been stressful for her, too. Who knows? Maybe that's why she died.
Could have been. But I just think there should be some record, since I'm sure there's all kinds of records of the construction of the lake and everything. And being that house is right there, there should be something.
Do you have her name?
I don't have any information other than a picture of the house and the address of the property.
Well, that's important.
Because the address actually goes to the farm itself that house is sitting on. But other than that, I can't find anything.
You might be able to go to your county planning department and find out who used to own the property.
Now, I haven't called them because they're not from this. They're from a county north of me. But I did find the name of the current owners. But I never did get in touch with them to try to ask them anything. Because I really wasn't sure how to phrase it. I don't want to just go into the story, of course. That ain't going to work.
Well, just say that you're interested, that you had heard some stories about a lady that lived there in roughly this year, this time of year, and you just, wanted to research and find out who it was, what her name was.
Because the way our county's set up, well, the whole state for that matter, you can type in any address you want, and you can look at a copy of the deed and all the tax records. It's all public.
Right.
So that's how I was able to find it. But somebody's doing some work on that house, though, because I found a YouTube video from just this past April. There was a young couple that was walking around the lake, and they took pictures, and you could actually see that house where the window on the right side of the door, the one that's right as you're looking at it, It had like a curtain or something up to it, and the front door was open. So I don't know if somebody's doing some kind of work in there or what. I don't know. But I haven't been out there for a good while, but definitely it was interesting. And that was my first, major paranormal thing. And then I had the two other ones that were kind of interesting. One involved my dad and the same friend that involved this one. Literally got our lives saved. Got in a car wreck.
Oh.
And that one was just a whole weird incident altogether. Because we went on a winter hike. It was in not too far from us, an hour from us or so. A bunch of caves and stuff. They usually average about 3,000 people do this hike every year. So we done it and was coming home. Dad had a Ford Ranger at the time. And it had been snowing earlier in the day, but when we were on the road, it was fine. The weather cleared up. But the county was putting sand on the road for traction and stuff. And they dropped the whole pile of sand. Well, Dad hit it. And we spun 3 times, complete circle, and then we're teetering off of about a 40-foot drop-off. The back end of the truck's just teetered. Every movement we make, and we're just rocking. So I'm like, we don't know what to do. No phones. It wouldn't have worked down there if we had one. We didn't know what to do, so we're just sitting there, scared to death, afraid we're going to die. So this Ford pickup truck, a brand new F-150, pulls up. The guy gets out and ends up finding out it's the guy's mom in the passenger seat. Or she tried to shove us over. She was digging the snow out from our tires, telling her son, let him die, push him over. She was crazy. So the guy had to restrain her and get her back in her truck. So they're sitting there. Then this Dodge pulls up, little pickup. It couldn't do nothing either. So another vehicle finally shows, and it's a 70s model Bronco, all rusted out. And this guy gets out. Looks like it's the first time he's ever seen civilization in his life, It's a wild guy. And he pulls us right out, no problem. Got us out on the road. So Dad turns around. We go like 1/8 of a mile up the road, just enough so we can turn around. Come back, nobody's there. No tire tracks, no people, no nothing. All those people vanished. We get home, I walk in the front door of the house, my mom's sitting in the recliner and tells me the whole story just as it happened. And we're just like, what in the world here, all these people was there. There was about 6 people there, plus us. Nobody, no tire tracks, nothing. We don't know where none of the people went. It's like they just disappeared. So never have figured that out.
Just some crazy angels.
I guess. It's like I said, the only thing I can tie stuff together was a distressful situation. And
I've heard stories about people getting saved like that before. They're always interesting.
And the last one that I had, I may have had others, but if no one's there to tell me otherwise, I'm just going to take it as just a natural event. But the last one was in Norfolk, Virginia. I was by myself on this one. Well, mostly. I had staying with some friends down there. We got separated in town somehow. And I didn't really know the area too well, but I ran out of money. No money on me whatsoever. But down there, it was only $1.50 to ride the bus anywhere in town. And I was trying to find a way to get back to my apartment. It was a little too far to walk, and I wasn't familiar with the area that well anyway. So I walked over to the bus station. I'm just standing there, standing inside, wondering, what am I going to do? And I'm maybe 5 foot from the ticket counter, and I'm pretty short. I'm only 5'4", so the woman would have seen over top of my head real easy. And this guy comes in. Looks like a homeless guy, straight out of a movie, the old brown tattered clothes and all that. And he's standing there. He's probably 6 foot tall. And that's the only thing, I can really distinguish him because he was taller than me. And he asked me what was wrong. I was like, talking to him. I was like, man, I'm broke. Can't get home, nothing. And he tries to give me $1.50. I tried to refuse it. I'm like, nah, man, you're in worse shape than I am, He said, take it. In kind of a little bit of a forceful, tone. So I took it. I turned around, couldn't have took more than 2 steps, and I hand the money to the woman at the ticket counter. Get my ticket, turn back around, the guy's gone. I figured he walked out or something. So I asked the woman there, I was like, ma'am, I said, where'd that gentleman go that I was just talking to? She says, what do you mean? I said, well, he was right there. You had to have seen him. She said, I thought you was on the phone. You've been the only person in my terminal all night. So I walked outside, looked up and down the street, ran across the street to 7-Eleven, went in there, wasn't nobody, couldn't find nobody. But she swore up and down that nobody had been in there all night but me. She thought I was on the phone.
Wow.
But what I always wondered after that was, I wonder, what would the date have been on that money? Or was the $1.50 there after she closed her drawer out for the night? I always wondered about that. But
yeah, it makes you wish you would have looked at it, huh?
Yeah. But it was just a weirdest thing. And there was no way she could not have seen him. Because he was a lot taller than me, and as close as we were to her, I figured she would have seen him or at least heard him. I mean, because he was talking, kind of loud, forceful tone to get me to take the money. And I literally turned around and turned back around, and he's gone. But I always kind of wondered about all that, and somebody made a good point of, if I would have knew ahead of time that it was something out of the ordinary, I might have been more apprehensive to have took the help. And there could be something to that.
That's a good point.
So by not knowing and it all just seeming, normal, I took the help that, that I needed, and everything worked out fine. I don't know.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. But the whole purpose of the Metaphysical Lemonade website and even the paranormal stuff I'm getting into as far as investigating, that's with the local group. But my whole thing is to, I don't know how to, get rid of any of these things that might be in somebody's house or life or whatever. But I just want to get people to understand they're not crazy. And because a lot of people, I think that's the first thing that pops in their head. And with the Metaphysical Lemonade site, that whole thing is just to try to get people to understand that paranormal doesn't always have to mean negative. And that's what I've been told my entire life, that you cannot have a positive paranormal experience. And that's not true at all.
Well, I don't think that if there's spirits there or something, from what I understand, is they're not all bad. No. And if they're just nice, peaceful spirits, leave them alone.
Yeah.
And if they're frightening, it might be that they just don't know they're dead, or they've got some unfinished business, and maybe they just want to be listened to.
Yeah. And a lot of times I think too, depending on your reaction, can determine, the spirit's reaction, I guess would be a good way to put it.
That's possible.
Kind of like, in movies you see, aliens coming to the earth, so to speak. If you're nice and polite, then maybe they'll be nice and polite. But if you start shooting at them as soon as they land, well, you're in for an Independence Day style war, that kind of a mindset. They're going to react to how you react. That's kind of, my take on some of it. I could be wrong. One answer is not going to fit every situation anyway. That's why I like the term metaphysical, because it covers everything.
It does.
I wanted to have a place people could go and, share experiences, talk, whatever, and never feel like their experience wouldn't fit in. Because no matter how out there your experience seems to be, somebody else has had something similar. I'd almost bet on it.
Well, it seems like everybody has a story. That's for sure.
Yeah. And that website, the Metaphysical Lemonade, I put that together in about 2 hours. I just kind of threw it together, but it's got a live chat on there, and we run it a little bit different though. I'll still sometimes broadcast a Skywatch in there or whatever, same as we're doing now. But when those are going on, when the little meetup or whatever you want to call it is over with, I delete the YouTube video. For a simple fact, I want to keep everything as confidential as possible. Because I always have the web address to the video, to the YouTube thing, is unlisted. So if I don't give it, nobody can run across it. Because a lot of people don't want their business all over the place.
Sometimes that happens. They just want somebody to talk to.
Right. So I try to do it this way. It's a similar format. I just don't save anything.
Right.
And then, or I'll ask. It just depends on. Some people don't care. Some do. It just depends. But if there's any slight hesitation, as soon as it's done, I just get rid of it. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, so tell me, have you ever seen Bigfoot in Ohio?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever heard of Bigfoot being in Ohio?
Yeah, there's actually, right on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania, there's a state park. It's Salt Fork, and it's actually labeled the Bigfoot Triangle.
I'll be darned.
They have, but my particular county has never had a reported sighting that I've found on any, like Bigfoot Research Organization, all those places. Nobody from my area has ever submitted anything that I know of. But it's out there, though. I mean, I'm sure. I went to a conference a couple months back, a Bigfoot thing, and that was interesting. Guys were...
What'd you find out there?
Well, one guy was more into the history of it, but it wasn't so much of what I found out it was. But I was able to give a good insight, though, to the group that even the speakers, some of them had been on TV shows and all that, but something they hadn't thought of. But they agreed with me. And because one guy was talking about pheromones, Bigfoot putting off a scent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a hunter, so deer hunter and all that, so I'm familiar with scents of animals and things. And one thing that come to mind was with deer, I know they've done this a lot. It's happened to me. They'll put off a scent. You'll walk in that direction of the scent trying to find the animal, and then you'll find out somebody in the complete opposite direction either saw or shot your deer. So it's like a false direction. It's not an attractant, it's a deterrent. So, and the guy said that was a real good point because he's had part of his team, actually split up. One part of them go one way, one go the other. But the person with the recording capabilities, the cameras and all that, go right toward the scent, never see anything. People who went in the opposite direction always claim they saw it or heard it or whatever. So he was saying that, I brought up a real valid point. I don't know. I thought it was interesting anyway.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. I have heard that Bigfoot stinks.
Yeah,
they have a distinct smell.
Yeah.
But I never heard of that particular thing happening, so that's kind of
I know it's
different.
Happened so many times, not just with myself, but with a lot of my friends that hunt and stuff. Hear it a lot, because if there's a big buck or something in the area, you'll smell it. I mean, they're real strong. But,
right.
And so many times I've, sat there all day, just get aggravated more than anything, and say, I'm going to go after it and try to find it. And you follow the scent, 99% of the time, somebody in the complete opposite direction will have saw whatever you was going after. Because it's a deterrent. Because if you put out the wrong scents at the wrong time of year, you'll scare everything within 100 miles of you. So, scent has a lot to do with it. So
that's true. I know bears, they stink. Yeah. I heard that they're real similar to the Bigfoot smell. They have a stink like that, real strong.
But I've never had any experiences with anything, cryptid-wise, any creatures or anything like that. It'd be kind of neat, but I've never seen one, so.
I think I heard one scream once. Me and my friends had taken a midnight drive up a river here out in the boonies, and we stopped at a kind of a park out in the boonies to go potty.
Yeah.
And we heard something. At first I thought it was a mountain lion. It sounded kind of like a woman screaming, only it was much louder and much weirder. And I've heard plenty of mountain lions, and that wasn't one of them. And the hair on the back of our neck just stood up, and it started getting closer.
Yeah, I've never had anything that, I can recall of anything that seemed out of the ordinary. Because any sounds like that would definitely be out of the ordinary here, because I mean, the biggest creature we've got in our woods is white-tailed deer.
Ah.
There's nothing here. I mean, very, very rarely somebody in the southern part of the state will report like a black bear or something that might have came up from West Virginia if they had a flood or something. But other than that, nothing around here. So it would definitely stand out.
Yeah, we have a lot of game here. You know, we've got bear, many kinds, and we have mountain lions and wolves and badgers and nutria and wolverines. We have a lot of wildlife in the woods. Elk, tons of elk around here, even on the coast.
Yeah. A lot of states, though, I've found out recently by doing some reading. I can't remember what states they was right offhand, but there's, I think, a dozen of them now that have made it a capital offense. Like if you kill a Bigfoot, that's a murder charge.
Really?
They had to because too many organizations was putting out like 10 grand dead or alive on a Bigfoot, and people was shooting anything that moved.
How horrible.
Because there was actually one guy in, I forget exactly what state, out west. It was killed by a park ranger. I saw it on TV. He had dressed up like a Bigfoot. His wife and all of her, girlfriends were out camping or something. They wanted a girls' retreat thing. So he rented a Bigfoot costume, was going to scare them. Well, as he's creeping through the woods, the park ranger shot him with a tranquilizer gun big enough to take down, like a grizzly. And the guy said that he went about 50 foot and dropped over dead. So it was for things of those type of reasons. They've had to make laws like that and put restrictions out to try to stop a lot of those. It even had that TV show in Texas who was 10 grand for a Bigfoot dead or alive. They had to cancel that because it's just dangerous.
It is dangerous.
I mean, I'm the biggest Second Amendment supporter out there, but you got to be careful. You got to know what you're shooting at. But
yep, I'm a big Second Amendment person myself, but with rights and all that, does come responsibility. So,
which is why I'm aggravated at a lot of the media and stuff that's all anti-gun and all that. But
well, they have a purpose now, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I got my carry permit. I mean, I carry everywhere I go, so.
Well, good for you.
I got that earlier in the year, which there was one downside to it, though, I guess. I got a letter in the mail last week, said, and I knew where, this was the only background check that I've been subject to this year. Well, other than buying some firearms. But my information got hacked, so I had to call this government agency and sign up for credit monitoring. There was 2.5 million people that got their information compromised, so, and I happen to be one of them.
Oh, lovely.
But so far, nothing come of it, but hopefully it don't.
Well, Ohio has a lot of patriots there. They have a lot of groups, 3%, things like that.
We're very relaxed on gun laws anyway. We can own anything.
Good for you.
They even passed the two recent laws that were passed. The only thing we don't have is a stand your ground law. You do as long as you're home, like Castle Doctrine. But out in town and stuff, if you can get away, you got to get away.
Right.
But they rewrote one of the laws because it was written incorrectly years ago, which was magazine restriction. Anything over 30 rounds was considered full auto, which was dumb. So they got rid of that. Now you can own whatever you want. I got a 30-round magazine for my 9mm. That's fun. But they've done that, and the other one was on NFA items, suppressors and all that. Which we always could own it, but now, because you always have to get the letters signed by your sheriff, county sheriff, and now the sheriff department is not allowed to say no. They by law have to sign it. So just if the sheriff just doesn't like it, well, tough luck.
Well, I actually happen to be part of 3% in Oregon. Yeah. In fact, I'm the assistant coordinator for my county. Wow. And I'm the vice president of National 3%. I am his administrative assistant. And he's also my zone leader, and he's worked in Oregon to get he's talked to constitutional sheriffs who sometimes they vote on it, and sometimes, you know, the people that they get it on the ballot, they go to council meetings. I've gone to one with him, and he goes to different counties and either tries to get it on the ballot so that people will vote on it, or else get him to pass an amendment. And you know, there's a clause in that says something about a sheriff doesn't have to enforce a new law that he can't afford to enforce, and they've already got a list of things here because these little towns, you know, they're getting crushed economically, especially in Oregon, and so they've got a list of things that they no longer enforce. And they said, well, if you can put on a list a bunch of good laws that you're not going to enforce, can't you put on your list a bad law? And each county has done it a little different. Some are just, we're just gonna turn our head, we're not going to be part of arresting people here, you know. And some of them have gone so far as to say anybody that comes into that county, that they can arrest them and fine them for even trying to infringe on somebody's rights, because they think it's an unconstitutional law.
I had heard somewhere that Oregon was like strict on gun stuff, but I don't know.
Well, they passed this SB, I think I'm not sure of the number, SB 40. It's a gun law that says that basically you're supposed to register a gun before you lend it to anybody. You can't even hand it to your kid to shoot without getting them a background check and registering it. And the way I met 3%ers is I met a couple of them, and I didn't really know much about them, but I was, you know, my husband had gotten into activism. I was always the activist, but he got into local things. And then so I met these people, and they were going to do a protest rally, and they were going to walk out in the middle of our city at the busy time of day, and when the light turned red, they were going to walk out in the crosswalk and hand the gun to the next person. It was a I will not comply protest. And I said, wow. I said, when I heard about it, I said, well, you guys going to have press there? And they said, no, ma'am, because press doesn't, you know, in Oregon and the big cities and the main newspapers, even in the little towns, they're always liberal, and they always misquote them and paint them in a bad picture. And I have some activist friends, and I have photojournalist friends, and they're like, take every camera that you have and take any picture that you can, because they said a bad picture is better than no picture. And so that's how I got involved with them in the beginning. Was I came and took pictures I took every camera I had and every roll of film and went and took pictures of their rally, and I was impressed with their bravery. And our leader is an ex-police officer, and he was participating. You know, I thought that was pretty cool. We had Oath Keepers, the head guy, Stuart Rhodes, he was here. So it was interesting, and that's carried on to other states too. So
most people here, I mean, don't even pay any attention if you know, you got a gun, because we got open carry too, which you don't see as much, but you know, nobody really pays attention one way or the other anyway. I mean,
that's nice that it's like that, you know, because when people, if it's not, people forget what it's like. Like when I was a kid, people had their hunting rifles in the back of their pickups when we went to high school. We had, you know, they used to have classes here, and everybody had their guns in their car, and that doesn't happen as much now, and so people start to become more fearful when they don't see it very often, you know.
I don't know, 6-7 years ago or so, me and a friend of mine, we went squirrel hunting down along the creek. When we was coming home, Mom dropped us off up there. We didn't have a car at the time. And, I don't know, I couldn't get a hold of her or something. We was coming home, and we're walking right down the highway. I got a 12 gauge on my shoulder. We did get stopped by the highway patrol, but he had to let us go because it wasn't nothing, you know, wasn't breaking no law. But it was bad timing, though, because I had totally forgot that up in Columbus, which was only about 20 miles from where we were at, they had a highway shooter going on, and I forgot about it. So I told the highway patrolman, I said, if I'm going to break the law, I'm not going to have all this Hunter orange on where you can spot me 100 miles away. But yeah, I could take my AR and strap it to my back, loaded, and walk down Main Street, and they can't do nothing to me.
I see the different 3% groups doing that all the time in Ohio.
Yeah, I don't know.
My friend actually lives right outside of Columbus on the edge, I think.
I don't know if I'm necessarily a fan of that style of protest, but, you know, whatever, you know.
Well, I applaud them. That's really brave,
If
I
they want
think.
to do it,
And
that's
I think
fine.
I'm glad they're doing it. We tend, when we do functions here, except for, if it's a gun protest and then everybody carries and
Yeah.
we go in the middle of town and they did here.
Well, I guess it
But
would depend on the individual. Don't get there's
right.
some idiots out there that want to wave them around and,
No,
act
no,
all
we don't do
stupid.
that. And when we do any other protests, we always conceal carry.
Yeah.
Anybody that carries is conceal carrying. Or if we're doing something, like we might escort a funeral. We had the shootings in
Yeah.
Roseburg, and part of our group actually escorted some of the funeral members, And they close carry. They do whatever the people
Yeah.
want them to or whatever they think
Right.
is appropriate for the time.
Well, we just had, the Republican convention up in Cleveland, and all the anti-gun people up there and all this complaining. And I made some comments, and people actually agreed with me on a couple Yahoo articles I commented on that I said, look, there was all those people up there walking around open carry and probably a lot more concealed carry and all this stuff. But look, none of the protests really got out of hand, and not a single shot was fired. So,
nope, I was listening to the police scanner in Ohio during the RNC. I had, I used to work with Jeremy had activist liaison. He still does, and we used to work with networking groups, all different groups, networking people to 3%ers or to Anonymous or different groups like that. And so we kept an eye on things like that, and it was some crazy times. We had some Anonymous friends that were in there protesting, and we had some 3%er friends there, and then Anonymous ones got trapped in there when they shut all the gates at night. And so it was just an awful story. They had to walk through town back and forth all night long. They were exhausted.
Now, there was a couple state troopers that got hurt there during the protest, though. And that was kind of scary. Luckily, it didn't get worse than it did. These, I don't even know what protest group they were. I think it was the anarchists who were running around up there. But they had these yellow stickers. And if they would touch you with one of them stickers, they got a Georgia state trooper, he was up there, made a whole right side of his body go numb.
Oh, that's right. I was actually listening when they said something about that.
But I never heard what that toxin was.
Well, and I'm not sure what, the anarchists, some of the Anonymous people, Anonymous is just like 3%er in a way, because in fact, there's some people that are both. There's a whole different range of thinking, but usually Anonymous tend to be younger, a little more liberal, types of people. But I did not hear that it was an Anonymous. And, they had lots of groups there. They had the most trouble I heard was really Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, that was the worst, yeah. Alex Jones started most of it, though.
I didn't watch the video where he came on with the Turks or anything, but I heard enough about it that it sounded disgusting.
I watched it live because people was up there all the time live streaming everything. And what had happened, he got there, somebody bumped into him. You're in a crowd, you're going to get bumped into, and he said he got shoved. Well, before any of that happened, it was fairly calm. Well, he just starts screaming on his megaphone, you're all communists and all this. And he really got everybody fired up, and that's when it all started going a little crazy. There wasn't any news for his followers, so he had to create some.
Yeah, I've actually heard that about him. I've had other friends that did all this work to do this event, and Alex Jones said he'd come, and when he showed up, he ran right over the top of them and took over and started some drama. So he kind of, I don't know what to think of him, but who I do like on his show is I like David Knight. He seems completely different from Alex. He's always the voice of reason,
And I was surprised. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. There was a video out the other day from the Democratic convention. All these Bernie Sanders supporters that say they're going to be now 100% loyal Republicans and giving all their support to Trump. They're sick of Hillary and how she done everything.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that all pans out in the end. I don't know.
But
it's crazy times.
But the crazy thing about that is if they're able to do a complete 180 that easy, then they can fall right back the way they was just as easy.
Well, if they thought Bernie Sanders was the answer in the first place, and this is my opinion, and I applaud their reason for it. They want everything just to change, and they want the bad things to stop, and they want something, that's why people voted for Obama, because they believed what he said. Only they don't really, these young people don't have any idea what socialism is,
Well,
and they think they don't realize that it's going to take their freedoms, but they want freedom, so they're a little confused, in my opinion.
Well, CNN done which, you know how they are, but they done an interview with just a bunch of them, mid-20s, guys, girls, both, and asking them, and the majority of them said that they want to get rid of the Constitution, have a socialist government, and the reason they liked Bernie was because they felt like they would never have to pay for anything in their life ever again, and if they work, get a paycheck, that's all discretionary income, just to have fun with. You should have no bills. Government pay for everything. That money's for you just to have fun on and enjoy life.
Yeah, good luck with that, because that's not how it works out, is it?
No. And then there was some woman in Congress, I don't remember what her name was, but she was on TV the other day, said she's going to write up this bill or whatever, that anybody that's black, should, the day they're born, should automatically get a disability check because their skin color is a disability.
Yeah, I've been hearing all that crazy talk too. That they create. I'm 57 years old, and I actually lived in Indiana in the 60s, in the early, when I was a young girl, and I was there during the race riots. See, what happened is we were in the Vietnam War, and people were not happy about it, and they started protesting more and more. So we had the Vietnam protesters and riots over that. And then they went into Cambodia, or they were going to go into Cambodia. And that was the one thing they said they would never do. And it just started this big, hellfire storm. And to cover that up, they started beating there was the race drum and the gender drum and everything, just like now. Almost exactly like that. You would drive through Indianapolis, through some bad part of the city, and there'd be white people and black people fighting, and just cops and everything. It was, and the cops were, because things were so crazy, and there was probably, there's always some corruption, and they were breaking up these rallies. And then of course Kent State, and it was a really tumultuous time to live, and I just see this as a repeat. They're doing anything to distract us from the really horrible things that are happening.
This might sound, it's kind of conspiracy, I guess, but you can give me your take on it. We've had all these, shootings going around, like Orlando and Dallas and all the others. Well, what's your thoughts on the term that's been thrown around for a while, crisis actors?
Well, I know that they have crisis actors for things, and I wouldn't put it past them to completely fabricate something like that, but I don't think that all of them are fabricated. And here's another thing is, we had a shooting ourselves in Oregon. We had the Roseburg school shooting, right? You remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Yeah, Roseburg is only a couple hours from me, and I go there quite frequently. I have family members that live out there, and of course I know people from our organization that are 3%ers over there. And so they couldn't hide something like that from us. Roseburg is it's probably a little bigger than Coos Bay, but not much. We kind of go there to shop. They have, a Home Depot and a Costco. We don't have anything like that, But a lot of people, and a lot of them were my friends that were kind of conspiracy people, and they just automatically threw out there that it was a complete hoax. And there was some weird things about it. I was kind of privy to things going on, and there were some drills before it. There were some hokey things about it.
That's why I use the term false flag.
That's right.
False flag doesn't mean nobody got hurt.
Right, and I think that applies to a lot of them. Plus, shootings just happen, but with this one, they took a picture of our state vice president in Oregon 3%, a picture of him and his daughter, and said, I believe it was him or his friend, and said that they were a crisis actor, and we're like, I know this person. They're not a crisis actor, And we knew people that had been hurt there.
The thing that I found out just recently, and I done some digging in on this a little bit, was a friend of mine actually showed me the screenshots, and I went and verified that it was legit. It was from Toronto, Canada, hiring crisis actors to work in the state of Colorado, the dates of November 14th through the 17th of this year. And the company that was heading all of this was called E9 Corporation. So I called them on the phone and recorded the conversation. I still got the audio. And the guy asked me, you know, what I was calling about and all that. So I told him, and he's kind of laughing it off. I said, yeah, it's got your guys' name on it. Said you're paying $1,000 a day and all this other stuff. And what really made it bizarre, it was a Craigslist ad, is what it was, which I've seen before. But since the guy said, well, do you still have the site or whatever? I was like, yeah, I'm looking at it. He said, well, I want you to message it and tell them to take it down. It's false. Why should I get involved with that, taking it down?
No kidding. I wouldn't have either.
And what that E9 Corporation does is if you've got any project, whether you're in the government or corporation, whatever, they do your paperwork. They'll get your people hired, their security clearances if need be. They do all that stuff. So I'm just wondering, you know, what's going to go on during those days in November in Colorado.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, because... And people was commenting on when I had posted it in different places, you know, well, why would they want people from Canada? And the guy on the phone even said that. And I said, well, a lot of these crisis actors that's been used lately are starting to get recognized from event to event. People are posting pictures. You get some foreigners coming in, people are less likely to recognize them. Plus, you can use the whole angle of a foreigner was shot. That's a whole nother angle we haven't really heard much of.
Well, that does make sense, and yet they use, you know, that one girl that they show that it's all the shootings.
Oh, yeah.
They actually said that she was a girl we knew here. So it makes me question all the other ones. And, you know, I have a friend that I know that is very trustworthy that, you know, we were talking about different things like this, and I said, you know, but I don't know about the Sandy Hook one. That's so weird because they leveled the whole school. Yeah. And everything. And he said, well, actually, he said, I know a little bit about it because I had a friend that was a teacher there, and I will tell you that they got shot in the arm, or their arm broke. I think they got shot in the arm. So he said, I know somebody was hurt there, you know, and that something happened, but I'm not sure that it wasn't some kind of a setup or anything.
Well, the Orlando one that happened down there at that nightclub, that's an interesting one. There's a guy, I can't remember his name right offhand. Colin was his last name. The black guy. And he's on Fox News, you know, getting all these interviews. And I'm not even sure he's even in a hospital because he got so many people around him, you can't tell what kind of room it is. It's him in the bed. And he says he was shot 3 times in the leg. He's claiming the shooter had a shotgun, which was never reported. But the craziest thing was, he said the shooter came up point blank, put the gun up to his face and pulled the trigger, and he blocked the shot with his hand. His hand doesn't have the first mark on it.
That's interesting. And I know a little bit about that one too, because there is a girl I know that's a teacher in Florida, and she is actually from another town that's a couple hours from me, a bigger town. And she had a friend that actually died there. So I know people died. I don't know, you know, like, was it a setup or was it, you know, a false flag event? I don't know. There's hinky things about it, but I know that people actually died at that one.
The footage that people was even live streaming didn't make sense. Like, they carried one girl, she was a victim. They didn't. She was outside, and they carried her back to the nightclub instead of to the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I've heard lots of things, and I don't know. The only thing that I know that is true is that people died there.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. But the thing I don't understand at all was, you got this guy in there doing all this shooting and whatever, but they said that he was posting it live on Facebook, updating it as it was going on. He was checking his status and doing all this. So why didn't somebody just grab a beer bottle or something, bust him upside the head with it? You know?
Because not everybody thinks like us. You know, people don't think, they don't take responsibility for protecting themselves.
I haven't been in a situation like that, so I can't say 100%, but my mindset would be, if I do nothing, I'm probably going to die anyway. So I might as well try. I mean, you really have nothing to lose at that point.
No, exactly. And see, people that are out in the boonies, we know that if you ever call the police, they don't show up for hours. We don't even think about it. You must know when somebody's there and that situation's going on that nobody's going to come save you. But I think these people, you know, maybe they're city people and they don't think like we do. You know, we would always be thinking of getting help, getting out, or stopping them before they kill everybody. You know.
I like law enforcement. I've always been a supporter of and all of that. Yeah, there's some bad cops, but not all of them. But still, they're nothing more than, I hate to say it, but they're just like janitors. They come in afterwards and clean up. They cannot be there to stop it. They just can't. So you got to take care and do it yourself.
That's right. Well, you know, you're your own first responder, we always say.
Exactly.
If you've got any kind of a weapon or any kind of sense, and anything can be a weapon, you can respond within seconds. No police officer is going to be able to respond in seconds.
No way.
Nope, there's no way.
And it's just, man, all these anti-gun people that are scared to death of even, you know, like the kid that chewed the Pop-Tart into a gun shape and all that crazy stuff. But those same people, you know, if something happens, what do? They call a policeman, which is a man with a gun. I just don't get it. Just like that night when Dallas had those officers shot. Those people were protesting, cussing at those cops and everything, and I saw it. As soon as the first shots were fired, those same people was running toward the law enforcement for help. Makes no
Funny
sense.
How that works.
Yeah. It makes no sense. And I'm so sick of all the assault rifle term being thrown around.
Oh, so well, see, this is not an accident. This is a plan.
Well, sure.
You know?
Yeah, it's all by design. Massachusetts is the worst state in the country as far as gun rights go. They're worse than California now. Because they banned the AR-15 altogether.
Yeah, I think Massachusetts and, you know, California are having a contest who can throw their rights away quicker.
It seems that way. Well,
and see, then the Californians get unhappy, and, you know, they're south of me. They get unhappy because they enact all these taxes and all these laws, and then they wonder why they have a hateful place they can't afford to live in, and then they come to Oregon and try to do the same thing again and wonder why it doesn't work, you know? They raise our property levels, and we have horrible property taxes.
It makes no sense to do the same thing all the time but expect a different outcome.
Yeah.
I don't understand that, but man, there's a bunch of satellites flying by. I just seen 3 of them.
Oh, neat.
You can barely see them, but they're there. That was kind of weird, seeing that many of them at one time.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
But
maybe they're made up there producing baby satellites. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a little satellite herd.
Yeah, where's the mothership? But yeah, everything is, you know, this state, it's a boring state. There's really not much here. This town I'm in is horrible, but there's literally nothing here for anybody to do. But as far as your rights go, I mean, we do have our rights. I mean, like getting a concealed carry permit's not hard.
No, but it's just the fact you have to have one at all.
That's it. It is a moneymaker.
Well, not just it's a double moneymaker, triple, quadruple, because not only do you pay for it, but then, you know, they've got an easier way to get you if you don't comply exactly this way or that way. You know, when they make another law, it has to be enforced with people with guns, and it causes more people to lose their money and have to go to jail and get their lives wrecked, you know.
That's the only good thing about our governor is he's very, you know, pro-Second Amendment, Kasich. But other than that, you know, I'm not really too wild about the guy, but at least he's good on that part. And just about every gun thing that's come up is, you know, pretty well went through without a hitch. Hasn't been really no problems. I mean, as far as getting the permit, it's an 8-hour class, which is kind of a joke anyway. Most of the class slept through it. It was in the guy's living room. And we done that, and even though that instructor was an idiot, but I went through that. That was $75, and then I think it was $65 at the sheriff's department. Wait a week and you're done, or however long it takes to get the check back. Mine took about a week.
Well, here in my county, I believe the sheriff actually takes you, or his deputy takes you out and makes sure that you do know how to safely handle a firearm.
Yeah, they don't.
And
nothing here. It's just as long as it's an NRA instructor. But that instructor we had, he was an idiot. And I told him he was.
Yeah, well, in 3%, we have a lot of good instructors.
The way he had me try to hold a pistol, was so incorrect. It was just horrible.
How sad.
Yeah, well, first off, he liked that whole, what they call the teacup method, which is just dumb. Using your hand to cup the bottom of the gun.
Uh-huh.
But not just that. I mean, there's some people that still like that style. But the grip style was horrible. I've shot a lot of guns. You always want to get up as high as you can on the grip of your pistol, obviously. But his rule was the webbing of your hand in between your thumb and, your forefinger should be at the bottom of your trigger guard. Half of your grip should still be visible when you pull the trigger. Huh. So I tried it his way. About lost the gun out of my hand. You can't control it.
Oh, not good.
You can't control it.
That's not safe then.
It's just, there's just no way whatsoever. And I told him he was nuts. I just never seen anything that, wrong. So to speak. So,
I've seen a lot of wrong things.
Well, I have to, especially at the gun range. You
yeah.
see some crazy stuff there. I saw a girl there. She could shoot too, but she was pretty decent with her revolver, but she had never loaded a gun. Her boyfriend always did. So he's up signing in with the range officer. She's got the bag there with her stuff in it. And she's got this revolver. I don't even know what caliber it was. And she's got a magazine, looks like it's out of a Glock, and she's trying to figure out where it goes in the revolver.
Oh, that's ridiculous. See, that would never happen when we get together and do anything like that.
She had never, she was just there with her boyfriend. They were just shooting. And
right.
They didn't even have a gun there that would take a magazine. It was just something he threw in the bag.
Oh,
she had never loaded a gun before. She just shot it. So, it was really, no danger of anything. It was just kind of a crazy error, I guess. It really wasn't going to hurt anything, but... Yeah, let's see. I'll show you this picture. It's kind of hard to take a picture of myself. I done this a while back, but... That's the grip he was having me do. That's a Glock 19 in my hand. And my other hand would have been just, right over top. Not covering that top part of the grip.
Looks awkward.
Very. Very. Yeah, I almost walked out of the class. I was so aggravated with this guy.
I'll bet.
Well, when he takes his 45 that he carries, little small compact thing, even though he just tore it apart, I knew it was safe, points it right at me and dry fires it 4 times in my chest. I didn't like that too well.
No, I wouldn't have either. I think I would have quit right about then.
I told him. I was so aggravated. And by doing that other, the teacup style, whatever you want to call it, grip, where you got your hand just basically, your weak hand gripping the bottom of your magazine, which is just awkward. He was saying that by doing it that way, nobody can disarm you. So he had this guy that was sitting beside me hold it that way, and he comes up and at first he says, well, hold the gun like you normally think you should. And it was the correct, procedure. And he walks up, grabs the end of the guy's gun, pulled down on it, and jerked it out of his hand. And then he says, do it my way. And he's like, now I can't get the gun. So I spoke up. I said, yeah, you try to disarm me, I'll just pull the trigger. The guy shut up real quick. He's one of them Mr. Macho kind, saying that he was a sheriff's deputy, which I can understand why he's not anymore. Saying that he got off work at midnight and he got shot by his ex-wife's ex-husband. He was walking home, and the guy shot him in the elbow with 12 gauge. The wadding hit him and broke his funny bone. He said, but I never hollered. I never made a noise. I didn't want to wake the neighbors. I had courtesy. I said, you're an idiot. I said, for one, the neighbors already woke up. Somebody just shot a 12 gauge. And besides that, you get shot, you're going to holler. I don't care who you are. There's no Mr. Macho in it. You got shot, plain and simple. You're going to scream or make a noise of some kind.
Yeah, no kidding.
Natural human reaction. But he was that type, and the only reason I sat through the classes was I was, smart enough to know that he was just an idiot, and I was just trying to get it done. But I felt bad for a lot of the other ones there that had never even seen a gun until they walked into his class and opened one out of a box that they borrowed off somebody. And those were the ones I felt bad for. Because, the first, it's hard to get somebody to unlearn a bad habit,
Yeah, it really is. That's why they need to be taught right.
That I don't really like, but I know a lot of people that are doing it. The people I've talked to online that are starting to carry a 22, caliber long rifle as their carry gun. And I don't necessarily agree with that. One guy said he used to work in an emergency room and he carried a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, for years, and he traded it off, and now he carries a 22 because it's more effective.
A lot of people believe that, actually. And we've killed many a deer as young people when we were young people with the 22. You can kill a man with a 22.
You can, but my whole thinking is, yeah, it might kill the guy or whatever, but I want to stop the threat as quick as possible.
Right, a 22 isn't so reliable, but it depends. Are they very far away? Where are they?
And we've all had a lot of misfires with 22s. It happens. You buy a box of 22s. You can have some misfires.
Well, you just got to figure that can happen with any weapon, and that's why they're always pointed in the right direction.
Right. But it's just, well, as far as, just not going off with 22s a lot of times. Because it's rimfire. It happens. Center fire, is at least carry a 380 if you're going to carry something small. I carry 9mm, but...
Well, in my neighborhood, everybody had guns. All the kids had guns. We had our first, probably a 22 by the time we were 9 or 11, something like that. And there was only one accident. It was with the bigger one. But they were cleaning, one of the older kids was cleaning a gun downstairs, and it went off and got his little brother upstairs. And that is the only accident from my whole little town then, Yeah,
I grew up around them. And the thing I always stress to people, if you got, kids and guns and all that, is take the curiosity away from the gun. When the kid quits being curious and just knows that it's just an object, that he knows all about it, and, it ends up being no more than just a broom in the corner, looked at the same way. You don't have to worry about it. And that's how my dad taught me. I could get out his 12 gauge, I could shoot it, take it apart, clean it. He had a single shot, which he still got. He bought when he was 16, and he's 63 now. And he's always kept it. And, I could do whatever. I might not have got to have shot it right then and there, but, when he got time, we'd have went out and shot whatever. The thing kicks like a mule, though, because it's light, but... But, all that, and after a while, it was just something I didn't even pay attention to. I knew it was there, but like I said, it was no different than if just you had a broom or a mop in a corner. No big deal.
Well, there's more deaths from people not being armed than there are from people being armed.
Yeah. And a lot more, concealed carry people do, save lives, but it never gets reported.
But that's right.
The only time I ever see it's when I read the NRA magazines I get every month, and it's always in the first couple pages, armed citizens. I'm a life member of the NRA. So.
Well, they're not telling the truth, so that they have an agenda.
Yeah, I'm still paying off my lifetime membership, but I did go ahead and do it, though. I went to the NRA convention this year, too, in Kentucky. That was a blast.
Nice.
That was fun. They had because all the guns down there, 99% of them, they're all, on display wanting you to pick them up, dry fire them, play with them, do whatever. They take all the firearm pins out. So even if some nut got in there and tried to load one, it wouldn't go off.
No, there's not going to be anything happening at a gun show.
But they do that mainly because that way there's no damage to the gun either.
Right.
But they had all kinds of historical ones. I even saw a pair of 1911s, the oldest guns in the world. They were both made out of a 500 million year old meteorite.
Interesting.
And they had turned down offers, they said, well over $1 million.
I wouldn't doubt it. Look, that they've been talking lately about the most expensive knives there were, and they were made out of meteorites. It's like the most expensive and rarest material there is.
They bought this meteorite. It landed in Africa, and it was about the size of a basketball. And they was able to make a pair of pistols out of it.
Hmm.
And I met a few of the guys that's got some gun channels on YouTube. Some of the more popular ones down there got some autographs and stuff. That was cool.
Nice.
But it was a lot of fun, and I'll put the link in here. You can watch it later. But I made a video of the trip.
Oh, I put a couple pictures in for you too. It was my first photography gig with the 3%ers, and those two guys on the right, the far right one, that younger gentleman is he's my coordinator for my county. I'm his assistant coordinator. And the guy standing next to him is our zone leader, and that's Tom McCurkin.
I haven't been aware of any actual gun rights, anything that's extremely local, like in my own town. I've never heard anything or seen anything.
Well, see, what we've realized, we don't know if it makes a damn bit of difference if you're who you're voting for the president. Who knows if that's fixed, but you can certainly make a big difference locally if you get involved.
Well, that's what I've said for years, was when I vote for the president and anything on a federal level, I do that. I mean, of course, I'm going to vote the way I want, but I look at it as a symbolic gesture. It's a right, and I'm going to do it. I don't expect it to really make any difference. Now, when you get on a state and local, those votes, I think, make a difference. But when you get on a national level, things are so rigged and messed up. Just like when Obama got in there the first time. It was the last time, the second election. There were 4 counties in my state where Obama got 110% of the vote. Now tell me how that wasn't rigged.
Yeah. Well, see here, the city people, our biggest city, Portland, and a couple other little cities, they have all, they have a bunch of districts. And out here in the boonies, we have these huge districts. So it makes it look like Oregon's liberal, but most of the land that people live on, which the government doesn't own, which isn't most of it, that's for sure. Right. The government owns most of Oregon in one way or the other. But most of us are rural, and we're more conservative or just liberty-loving people. A lot of people that I know are in these groups. They aren't even Republicans, They don't really
I've got my
attach
views
themselves to any party, but
I got my views and opinions on all the issues and everything, but guns or whatever. If you don't want one, I can care less if you buy one or you don't. Just leave me and my rights alone.
Exactly. And our rights are not to be voted away. That's not supposed to be possible.
No.
Can't wave your magic pen and write them away, nothing.
Yeah. There was a reporter from, I don't know if it was Fox or CNN, one of them, I remember last election. She was proving how easy it was. She was undercover to vote multiple times in an election. And she voted 7 times in the last presidential election and recorded the whole thing in New York. She voted, but she voted 3 for one candidate, 3 for the other, and then the last time she voted the way she won, so they canceled each other out. But she was just showing how easy it was, walking in there and saying, "Well, I just moved into the neighborhood and don't have an ID," or whatever excuse she'd come up with, and they'd let her go.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then, like states like mine, you don't have to have any ID to get a driver's license. And then once you get a driver's license, you can do anything.
They've been complaining all this time, they don't like Trump's idea of a wall or having to have ID to vote. But what they do at their convention, they put an 8-foot wall around the perimeter, and you had to have an ID to get in.
Yep, I know.
I mean,
they make no sense, but people believe it anyway.
Oh yeah, they fall for it. I saw a funny cartoon though somebody sent me. It was Hillary and Trump talking back and forth, and said, she looking at Trump and she says, "Where's your tax return?" He says, "I emailed it to you."
I saw that. That was cute.
Somebody actually, I don't even know what they're advertising, but there's a commercial that was running on YouTube before some of the videos. It was some technology thing, I don't know, but it was Trump talking in front of his new wall that he built across the Mexican border, Then it shows all these Mexicans have tunneled under it and they're running behind him, waving at him. It's like, jeez.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, I saw it a few times. I haven't seen it for a while, though, but I don't hardly get any ads on my computer. I got an ad blocker for just about everything, but...
It works out better that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to see as much of the junk that comes around. And they've actually proved, though, there was an article I read, and I believe it, that a lot of these presidential polls, you know, they're always talking about on TV, they're done by pop-up ads. And they found out that there's, for whatever reason, the middle of the ad is where most people will click their mouse, just like an instinct, to try to get rid of it. The middle of the ad. So that's where they started putting the candidate that they're wanting that poll to be in favor of. People aren't even reading it. They're just clicking, trying to get away from it. So I thought, well, they'll try anything. I don't believe none of them polls anyway.
No, I don't either, because, you know, they're usually on one side or the other, wherever the poll goes. You read that because you think a certain way. So they're going to get more people that think that way and agree or don't agree with a certain issue or candidate.
If you want lead your poll, you know, then you call up an area that's predominantly Democrat.
Right.
And also they could say, you know, 50% might have said Hillary. Well, how many people would you even poll? 2?
Exactly.
I mean, you really don't know. It's just, I don't know, but yeah, I haven't done too much on YouTube lately, other than the sky watches. My main part of my channel was always gold and silver related. That's always been kind of my thing, coins and just gold and silver in general.
Oh, how interesting.
Bars, rounds, the whole deal. I've done halfway decent at it over the years. I started in 2008 buying and selling. And then I sold out most everything I had in 2010 when it hit $42 an ounce, and I only paid $13 for it, so I've done pretty good there.
Right.
But that's been a interesting and, you know, a learning experience along the way.
Well, I always figured my dollars were better spent just on, you know, out here we lose power. We're boony people. We always we were preppers. We grew up that way, you know. And so we always canned. But the year when I heard that beef was going to start going up, I canned myself a couple years worth of beef. And when I bought it, it was $2 and under. And within a couple years, you know, it was about a year, really. By the next year, it was $4, $5, $6 a pound. So I figured that I really couldn't have invested my money and made that much of a return on something as I did just doing that. And I was never really into metals, but, you know, I started poking around and looking, and, I bought a couple bars of silver, and, you know, I talk about it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with watch where you buy. There's a forum that I deal mostly on, and it's all private transactions, and I've done all kinds of deals on there. I've had, you know, when I was selling gold and stuff when it was a lot higher, I had guys send me $4,000 in just a white envelope through the mail. I mean, everybody's always said I was trustworthy. No matter if they didn't like some of my views on different things, I've always been trustworthy. And I've never, you know, because, you know, mistakes do happen with things, but I've always been, you know, do my best to make it right, fix any errors that come up. I've never had any trouble. I got 100%, you know, feedback on everything.
Well, that's nice.
But some of the people, it just kind of boggles the mind how trusting they are. Because back during that time when metals were a lot higher, I had $100 worth of mercury dimes, 1,000 dimes, and I still got a chat room on Pal Talk server, and I was in there about 6 o'clock one morning, and there was, I don't know, 6, 7 people already in there talking, and this guy comes in, never seen him before in my life, never seen him since, and I just was goofing off, and I threw it out there. I said, I got 1,000 dimes. Whoever wants to give me $3,600, you can have them. The guy says, how do you want paid? He paid me instantly, and then I never heard from him for about 4 hours. I didn't even know where to send him. He finally messages me back later on in the day and gives me his address. Never heard from the guy since. The guy didn't know me from anywhere. And I was like, I had one guy actually lived in Oregon. Matter of fact, I forget what part, but it was one of them phone calls I didn't like, and I got out of it real quick. He calls me, and he would have made a fortune if he'd have done it, but I didn't know. And silver was $17 an ounce. I'll never forget it. It was a Friday morning. The guy calls me and he says, I paid my house off 2 months ago. He had a $250,000 house. Paid it off. Well, that morning he was in the loan office. Calls me, has me on speakerphone. Give us the word. Do we mortgage the house and buy metals, or do we keep our home? I'm like, I am not legally or even wanting to answer this. So it's like, man, you got to go with your own instincts. Don't listen to me or anybody else. Keep your house. But, you know, I don't know what he ever ended up doing, but he'd have made a fortune if he'd have done it. But because it shot up to almost $50 an ounce afterwards. But I didn't know that. Nothing guaranteed.
No, and you don't want to ruin be the reason somebody ruined their life and lost their life savings.
And that's a criminal offense to give somebody financial advice anyway. But regardless of that, I just would never do something like that. Now, if he would have had, $5,000 laying around, should I buy some? No, don't mind helping somebody there. But when it comes to your home or, that kind of stuff, that's not my call. Don't ask me that kind of stuff. I don't, that's just not my thing. I do the best I can, but I won't even give them any kind of an answer on something like that. I just try to get out of that conversation as quick as I can.
Well, I tried to just kind of learn about it. I went to different sites and kind of, my friends were all into it. And I went to a couple sites and realized that they were just charging you an outrageous amount. Yeah. And so then I went to a couple pawn shops and they were even worse.
If you ever do want to buy any, though, the best website that as far as retail, and I've bought and sold from them, they actually gave me more when I sold to them than they were supposed to, just because they were closed when I tried to call them.
Huh.
Which is right there in Texas. It's Provident Metals.
Oh, no, you know what? That's where I ended up getting some from.
That is the best company, in my opinion, to buy from. Their prices are fair.
I agree. They are fair.
As long as you spend $99 or more, you get free shipping.
Yep.
All the time. So, I used to advertise for a company out of Utah. It was Quality Silver Bullion. And they were pretty cool.
I've heard of them.
They were nice. They're getting a lot bigger now. They had recently, within the last few months, I know the owner real well, Jim Little. He bought a actual press from the Denver Mint. And he's now able to strike 25,000 coins an hour.
Wow.
So they're doing, and his dad started their business in their garage. He worked for a company, I forget where at, but he was trying to go the extra mile and really, treat the customers well. Well, his boss didn't like it. He was more about just making money. So he fired him. Well, and then 6 months later, that company went out of business. So the guy takes his retirement that he had saved back, cashed it out, and bought the equipment to set up the presses what he could in his garage. And now they're a humongous company.
Amazing.
So it was neat how that whole thing played out. But the problem now is, though, so much counterfeit out there, you got to be careful. Now, you deal with Provident and places like that, you're fine, but other places, you really got to be careful.
Oh, really? Because some of the guys were telling me that the best thing to do is to buy junk silver. And I was, and I was downtown in another town, and there was this little old guy in the back of this. My girlfriend wanted to go see some antique store, and it was a little old mall like that, and he was clearing the back corner, and I sat there, and he talked to me about all the coins, and they were marked pretty fair, so I bought a couple from him.
Yeah, that's fine, but the problem is the Chinese. It was an article I read not long ago that the biggest industry in China right now is selling counterfeit coins to the United States.
I'll be darned.
And you can go on their website, it's Alibaba, Chinese, and everything on there is counterfeit. And there's guys that's got 55-gallon drums full of fake coins, and they'll tell you, send me a picture of the coin, and within 7 days I can have one made for you. Gold, silver, makes no difference.
Wow.
And they'll even sell you $10 and $20 bills, counterfeit. They sell them by the kilo. It's unreal. They got all that stuff. But they're really deceitful because The one listing I saw, the guy had fake silver bars from Apmex, and they're one of the largest dealers out there. But they're fake bars, but he even had a fake receipt to go with it and a pamphlet to how to make your prospective buyer think they're real.
Good grief.
So they're going to all the extremes. But there's nothing anybody can do. Because I've talked to a couple different companies, well, Quality Silver Bullion being one of them, their products were being counterfeited on there. He said, there's nothing I can do about it. There's not a lawyer in this country that'll touch it, because it's China. He said, there's nothing we can do about it. So, and it's even getting hard for people that like high dollar collector coins, because they're counterfeiting those. But what makes those hard is I've seen a few of them. They look identical to the real ones. They're even made out of the same metal. If they're silver, they're real silver. Gold is gold. And the same plastic holders that'll come from the grading companies with the real serial number on it. So if you type in the serial number on, the grading company's website, it'll show up as real. But the real coin might be $10,000, and you go on there and you can buy it for $20. But there's no way to really know unless you just happen to have one of the real ones in your hand. There might only be 5 of the legitimate ones out there, but this guy will sell you as many as you want.
Wow, I didn't realize that was happening too.
Yeah, it's just getting bad. But as long as you buy from reputable, people, you're fine.
Right.
That's like
it's not like I've ever invested a whole bunch of money in it, so
Yeah, that forum I'm on, it's unreal the amount of money some of those guys will spend just from people they've never met. I mean, I've spent some decent money, but nothing like some of the guys on there, buying an ounce a month, that really can't afford much. And then I've seen other guys on there that done transactions of 500 ounces of gold in one transaction, wire the guy the money and get it in the mail a few days later. Just that trusting. And that was $700,000 at the time.
Wow.
People were just that trusting. They built up a trust relationship. There's never been any issues. If you get one negative on that website, I mean, you're pretty well done.
Right.
You got to be on the up and up the whole way. And I've never had any trouble. I bought the gold Mercury dime that the Mint come out with back in April. And I sold it on eBay, and I got the highest price of anybody on eBay for that coin.
Huh.
Yeah, I bought it from the Mint. 5 minutes after I got the order confirmed, I went ahead and put it on eBay and sold it for a $155 profit. So that wasn't bad.
No, that isn't bad.
I didn't even have the coin yet. I had just ordered it 5 minutes prior.
Well, that reminds me of something completely different I saw as they have out this new card game. Have you ever played the Oregon Trail game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've got them in cards now, but they're only selling them at Target, and there's only a couple. There's one Target that's selling them in Oregon, and they were like $13, but you couldn't order them. You had to go to the store, and that particular town is about 5 hours away from me.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, it's probably on Amazon, and I went, and sure enough, it is for 50-something bucks.
Well, remember a couple years ago when Twinkies went out of business, Hostess?
Yes.
I sold 2 boxes of Twinkies on eBay and got $80 profit.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Twinkies.
I was watching TV that day because I helped my dad with his retirement. I manage his finances. And I was watching the stock market on TV, CNBC, and they had the woman on there. She was in California and showing all these people that were loading up these shopping carts in the store, anything Hostess. And then she said something about eBay. So I jumped up, run to the grocery store, and I had bought the last 2 boxes that they had. Come home, sold both of them. After I paid my shipping and fees and everything, I had $80 in my pocket. Got instant feedback. People love me. They were so happy. I couldn't believe it. I paid $5 a box, and my dad was like, well, my dad said, "What if they don't sell?" I said, "That's a risk, no risk in chance. What's the worst that happens? I eat them." I wasn't too worried about it. There was no risk.
Yeah.
So I was pretty surprised that I got that much money, but it's just one of them crazy things.
Yeah, if you pay attention, to things and
stuff like
know which way they're going to go.
It's all about timing. That only lasted about a weekend, and then nobody could sell them hardly anymore.
Right.
Now they're bringing back the crystal clear Pepsi that was back that was out during the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
If I can get it comes out in the U.S. I think the 8th this month, so it'll be Monday. If I can find a bottle of it that very day, I'll try to sell it on there. But if you wait too long, it'll be out everywhere. Because people don't like to wait. They'll pay crazy prices for stuff just so they don't have to wait. Like them idiots paying $15,000 for an iPhone. That's what
good grief.
That's what they were going for when they came out, the latest one. The rose gold edition, and all it is pink paint on the back of it. You can scratch it off with anything. They were buying them up. I saw a whole page of them on eBay, and they were averaging about $15,000 a piece.
Obviously, people have too much money.
Yeah.
Too much time on their hands.
They do. And now the craze is that stupid Pokemon game thing.
I know.
That's going crazy. I mean...
Yeah, I hear it's all over, but I try to not look. It seems like, you get into the city and everybody's walking around looking at one of them phones anyway.
Yeah,
so.
That and all the just idiot people. I've seen a lot of videos. They had one in Central Park where some rare Pokemon had been spotted in some part of the park. People leaving their cars, running in the middle of the road, jumping out. Just running after this thing. I saw a guy doing a live stream playing the game, and he walked off a pier into the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Woman got caught in a tree. She snuck into a cemetery after it was closed, climbed a tree to catch one, and got stuck and had to call the fire department. Just all this crazy stuff. I mean,
well, they're saying, that it's kind of a third-party type of a thing to where you're basically out there like a Google camera or something,
yeah, that's what it is. Because I messed with it for just a couple minutes on my phone, just sitting in the house, but I didn't mess with it any farther than that. But and I've heard rumor that some terrorist organizations could be involved, because this is an easy way for them to get more accurate maps of cities. Because there's been a report of one guy tried to bypass U.S. naval security because there was a Pokemon on board one of the Navy ships, and he wasn't even in the military at all. And then the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., people were trying to catch a poison gas Pokemon there. That's kind of
saw that.
Bad. So all this different stuff, because people's, using their real camera on their phones. But some people have turned it into a moneymaker. There's a woman in New York City. She's booked up for the next 3 months. She gets $20 an hour to do the walking for you.
Oh my
Because
goodness.
if you get like an egg, I guess, in this game, you got to walk 5 kilometers in order for it to hatch. People don't want to walk, so they're hiring this woman to do it for them. One girl got put in the hospital. She got this idea off Facebook, I guess. I was laughing. It was kind of funny. That if she would take her phone and attach it to her ceiling fan, then it was the right speed and she wouldn't have to do the walking. So she puts it on, and when she turned the fan on, it was on a high speed, and her phone flung off and busted her and blacked her eye.
Oh my goodness.
She had to go to the hospital. They had to run 3 of them out of our hospital, running around the ER trying to play it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, people walking in the police station. It's just crazy. I mean, I don't know.
Pokey zombies.
That's what it is. That's what I called people for a long time. I call them technological zombies. Because they're clueless. They don't know anything. So,
it's kind of frightening, you know?
People are spending like a lot of money on this game too to buy items, and people have been robbed already.
Yep.
One guy done a video on YouTube just to show how creepy it can be. And I never realized this, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was in his living room with a friend, and they was messing with the game, and they saw on his phone that about 5 minutes away from him, somebody was parked there, and they had what they call a lure. I guess it's supposed to attract all these critters to one location. Well, they wanted to go see who was sitting there, because whoever sets it out still has to be there, I guess. 3 o'clock in the morning, they drive about 5 minutes from the guy's house. Here's a guy, probably 60-some years old, sitting in his car, no lights on, playing Pokemon, and he said to the guy on camera, "I'm just waiting to see who might show up tonight." How creepy.
That is creepy.
So, all that kind of stuff. So, that's a dangerous
thing. And people have been robbed.
Yeah. There's been some murders have been solved because of it, though, because people have actually located bodies.
Lovely. So yeah, I think right off the bat, a little girl located a body.
Yeah, one girl in Australia, I think it was, has already been killed because of the game. Walked out in front of a car.
Right.
But come to find out, though, the car was stolen. The guy was running from the law, and her mom's trying to say that, the girl had been playing the game, but she had knew from talking to the girl that she had already put the phone in her purse or something. So I don't know if the games really had anything to do with it, but regardless.
But they had to make it that.
Yeah, they had to make it that way.
So you got to try to think ahead of them. If they're trying to make it like Pokemon's dangerous.
Yeah.
Is it to make it popular, or is it to make another stupid law?
There's a few lawsuits out over it already. Because one guy put out I think it was $100,000 lawsuit already because he had nothing to do with the game or anything, but he's had over 100 kids in his yard in 2 days because these Pokemon are in his backyard. People are trespassing.
Yeah, I could see where that would be a pain.
And there's been other cases where people have tried to get inside people's homes because they've said there's a Pokemon in their living room. So it's just been. At first, I thought, well, maybe their software has just got it set up as these creatures are just at random. But the more you look into it, they don't look quite that random. Almost some of them look like they're placed for whatever reason.
It's good to pay attention to things like that.
Yeah, and they did say that if you own a business, you can pay the developers to put Pokemon in your store. That way you can try to attract, customers.
Oh my gosh.
Because realtors are doing it. Selling these $1 million homes, and they'll say there's a rare Pokemon in here, but it'll only be here during, our open house hours, so they're trying to use it to get people in to sell these homes. That's creative. If it helps you, your business, but when people start trying to bypass naval security and all this kind of stuff, well, that's a little too far.
Yeah.
But that goes back to the whole terrorism thing. When they're
everybody's a terrorist anymore, except the people that are really terrorists.
But when you're using your actual phone camera to look at the real world, if somebody is up to no good, well, they now just have good video of naval security.
Yeah, but are we going to trade our freedom for a little security that we'll never get?
No. But I don't know. Well, I saw a picture earlier tonight of the Army. They always have those, safety briefings all the time. You go out in town or whatever, be safe. Well, now they had to have a Pokemon Go safety briefing for the U.S. Army. And it showed all the soldiers sitting in a classroom. I was like, geez. Stuff's just, I don't know. But there was some creative ways people was coming up with to kind of, cheating the game. So they didn't have to walk as far, like putting their phone on the back of their dog and letting the dog run around the yard. That was pretty good. One guy was flying his phone on a drone. And the most creative one I saw, though, was a guy that found out if you put the phone on a record player and turn it on the slowest setting, then that's the same speed as walking, and he didn't have to do anything. He could just sit there and watch his phone spin around and rack up steps. So
that is quite creative.
Yeah, that was creative. Speaking of drones, there's a new company out. It's kind of creepy in my opinion, but they're taking dead animals and turning them into drones.
That is creepy. Yeah.
The guy
not up for that.
The guy originally started it by his cat died. So now he's got it shows him his cat's flat as a pancake, got 4 propellers on it, and he's flying him around the yard. That's just creepy.
That's twisted.
But most of the time he said he uses roadkill. But he will use anything if somebody wants. He even done an ostrich. He said he made an ostrich fly. I was like, geez, man.
But you can terrorize people with those.
Oh, yeah.
Just but like they're going to come up with laws for one way I can see it is because we got these fires in Oregon and every year on the West Coast we do, and they're not allowing anybody to go on any land and barely do anything.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of underbrush and a lot of dead wood, and we get forest fires then.
Yeah.
And so they got people with the news people and other people they got these drones with cameras on them, and they say they're interfering with their flights, to put the fire out and stuff. And I don't know how much of that is true, but you can just see the law waiting to happen.
You ever seen any of those videos or hear anything about them? I think the guys are nuts, but they're flat Earth people, the ones that still.
Yes.
I watched part of one last night, and it was craziest. I just don't know. Well, they think gravity's fake and all that stuff too. So, and the moon ain't real. That's a hologram.
Yeah, I watched a couple of those, and for 5 seconds I thought maybe the Earth is flat, and then I was like, "What is wrong with you?"
Well, the one I watched part of last night, 'cause it was over an hour long. I just skipped through it, but the guy was. There was probably 100 comments that I skimmed through, and everybody's like loving this guy to death, saying life changing and all this. He was talking about out west, Monument Valley, those areas where you got the mountains, the columns. Well, he said those are not mountains; those are tree stumps. Trees used to be 2 miles tall, and that's where Silicon Valley makes all their computer chips, from the silicon trees.
That's a very interesting theory.
And he even says Mount Everest is nothing more than a tree stump, a real tree stump. It's just been cut down over the years.
So it's been like petrified.
Yeah. He said because wood, there's no way you could petrify wood. It would either rot, burn up, whatever. He said so those were the silicon trees, and the mountains that you see, like Monument Valley where they filmed, the John Wayne movies and all that. Those are just tree stumps. Now, I will admit some of them do kind of look like a tree stump. But they're not, though. But those people are just out there.
That's a pretty out there story, I gotta admit. That's a hard one to buy.
People in the comments, though, I saw not one person disagree with him. And people were saying, this one guy says, I am 51 years old and you have changed my life. I have now been fully awakened. And I'm like, what is wrong with you, dude? Go back to sleep.
Go back to sleep.
I just don't get some of this stuff.
Wake up again.
And they say there's no satellites. They say there's a dome over the Earth, too. You can't leave the Earth. That's the reason thunder is so loud. It's echoing off the dome. Like a snow globe. I mean, these people are just, I don't know. I don't get it myself, but they're out there.
Gullible.
Very.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think it's intentional.
Yeah.
And I think some of it's probably a psyop. And, sometimes people are just batshit crazy,
Yeah,
so.
that's true. And the windows on an airplane are curved just so that people that are flying will think they're seeing a curved Earth.
Yeah, but you can go to a mountain and see a curved Earth.
And they also claim, which I've seen this myself, videos and pictures, but they claim that there's no clear image from space showing a curved Earth. There's plenty of them.
Yeah,
but
there is.
The biggest thing that they're always asking for, and I haven't found one of these footages yet either, or even really found out why there isn't one, but if any space launch, whether it's a rocket, space shuttle, whatever, there's never any continuous footage of, from the launch, from the ground, to being in orbit. It's always, different camera shots. Not one continuous, uninterrupted video.
Well, I can actually understand why people believe that the moon thing was fake. I mean, they finally admitted that, yes, some of it was done in a stage because they didn't get a clear shot.
They don't even have the original tapes anymore.
I wouldn't doubt that either.
They said they were lost. They don't know.
Well, see, so, you never know. The big thing, I'm not a rocket scientist myself, but I mean, I thought there's a lot of radiation out there, and I don't think we have anything capable of really blocking that.
Well,
but I could be wrong.
I don't know so much about that. The thing that gets me is they had really no technology at that time. They said all the math that was done to send them to the moon was done on paper. There was nothing, hardly anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, if they was able to do it way back then that should be so easy to do now. We should be able to book a flight for the weekend.
Oh, they did have computers then.
They did, but they were just so
Well, my father was in the service, and he said that they had a great big huge building that housed enough of a computer that would be about 100th or 1,000th of what we have in our computers now.
But it's just so many things and NASA's answer always is, there's nothing else to do on the moon is why we never went back. I don't buy that for a minute.
I don't either, but I've always heard these theories about how there's, kind of an underground, there's two NASAs and one's more military, but I always figured that research was for military anyway,
Now, there's a flip side to it. One of the astronauts who died kind of recently, Edgar Mitchell, he was real big into UFOs and that whole thing. And his whole thing was, because he was up in space and all that, and said the reason that no one went back to the moon, the more or less the beings that were already there didn't want them, didn't want people up there poking around.
I heard that story. That was a little out there too, wasn't it?
Because according to the initial reports where they landed the Apollo mission, that Neil Armstrong and all that, wasn't even the right location. They had to detour at the last minute and they almost ran out of fuel. And the story goes, because somebody was more or less already in their parking spot. Take it for what it is, I don't know, but...
Huh.
But I don't know, my camera died for some reason, I don't know. Oh well.
Uh-oh.
The stream didn't stop. I don't know what happened. I know the battery didn't die.
I know it's getting late where you are, so, you know.
4:45. Yeah, I don't mean to keep you up.
Oh, actually, I'm three hours difference from you.
Right. But that's one of the fun things about doing the sky watches and everything is, we got kind of normally a own little crew, so to speak, but it's always fun when different people come around. You get different, opinions, points of views, and all that.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting to listen to people. There's a few crazies out there.
Oh, yeah. And, I've been pretty surprised, I will say, as far as people online anyway. Now, in my normal day-to-day life, everybody thinks I'm kind of nuts, but regardless of that, I've been, pretty well accepted as far as the stories I've shared with everybody a zillion times over and all of that. But dealing with all that stuff on my own has been rough over the years, to say the least. The whole being an empath deal is not easy. But
well, it's not something in everyday conversation, is it?
No, and I've been shoveled to all kind of doctors over the years and the whole deal. Had doctors even quit because they couldn't figure it out,
Literally that's the downside to things like that, huh?
Literally quit the profession. The therapist I had quit, and the last I had ever seen him, he was one at the grocery store giving out the free samples of sausages and stuff. And he literally just...
Did you do that to him?
Not intentionally. But it was just... I don't know. It all started, though, with the lemonade experience. It all went from there, but the whole empath thing is definitely a roller coaster ride. I mean, I've learned to deal with it a lot more than it was in the past, but there are days that it's rougher than others when you're, latching on to everybody else's feelings, emotions, whatever you want to call it. Happy, sad, and everything else for no apparent reason.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's something you want to be open to 24/7, that's for sure.
It's tricky, but the hardest part for me was the release, is just being able to just kind of release all of it. And it's not that I couldn't do it, it was, how can I put it? Well, I always was too worried about everybody else. Even people, I had no clue of, maybe didn't even exist for all I know. But I was afraid if I released everything, then somebody else would just have to deal with it. And I didn't want to, be that way.
So you were kind of driven.
Yeah. So back in February, when I went to that UFO meeting up in Cleveland, Ohio, which wasn't too far from where they just had the convention, the Republican thing, because that's the oldest active UFO group in the world. They've met ever since the 50s. And I went up there and listened to a speaker and that whole deal. And then, like I said earlier, we had time to kill, so I wanted to say something, but at the same time I didn't. But somehow or another, my hand got raised, and they called on me anyway. And I'm just like, okay. So I go talking about everything that's going on, and just all of a sudden, I don't know, it was so weird that I literally did relive every feeling and emotion for the past 18 years within about a 5-minute time span. Whether it was good, bad, or otherwise. You want to talk about a roller coaster ride? And I could literally see it all just leaving me. It was very faint, but kind of, to put it in context, like, you ever had a glass of water and you pick it up and it just don't quite look right, like there could be like one speck of dirt got in it. Just barely tinted, you're just not sure. Well, it was kind of that shade that I just saw everything leave. And it was a good experience, but I don't want to go through it again. It was one of them things, it's going to suck, but you got to do it anyway. that kind of a thing.
Oh, that sounds like being a grown-up or something.
Well, yeah. But that was interesting, because the night before that, I hadn't slept at all for about 24 hours before I went up there. Because the previous night, I had went to bed. I don't know what time it was, but I was dreaming that I got up and went outside for whatever reason. Well, I came back in, and I was standing at the foot of my bed, literally my legs touching my mattress. I could feel it. And I'm watching myself, and I'm asleep. I can see myself laying there. And then all of a sudden, it's like, that feeling somebody watching you, it kind of startles you. So I woke up, and it felt like somebody hit me in the chest with a sledgehammer. I mean, it hurt. It took a good 15 minutes to kind of get to myself. So I didn't know what to think of that. And then shortly afterwards, a few days, I was listening to George Norrio's radio show, Coast to Coast, and he had a dream expert on there, which I tried to call in, but my Skype was acting up and I couldn't get a clear connection. But I emailed the woman, and she ended up putting me on her show. And the guy that was also there was a dream analyst expert type, and he claimed it was out-of-body experience. I have no idea, but that was pretty weird. That's the only time something like that ever happened, though.
Yeah, I like listening to Coast here and there.
Yeah, I just signed
They're
up for
interesting.
their monthly subscription thing. I don't know how
wow.
I'll keep it, but I figure I'll try it for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
It's only like $6.95 or $6.50, something like that a month. And then you can go back and listen to the last 5 years of shows. And I used to like Art Bell, but of course he ain't around anymore.
Right.
He got kind of crazy and quit. He said it was a safety concern because he was being shot at, but I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, he just got out of the hospital, though, a few weeks ago. But, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. George Norrie's all right, but the only thing I don't like about him, he agrees with everybody.
I noticed that, too. That's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Just about any video that comes around paranormal-wise, he believes it. And he's got one on their site that I found, and even the guest that he had on the same night that he posted the video, she was a demonologist, and she even said the video was a hoax. It was from China. The way the caption is, it's a woman in a hospital, but there's no medical equipment around. It looks like the woman just died and they wheeled her out in the hallway. It doesn't look like any medical stuff anywhere, and they got a security camera on her. 13 seconds into the video, it looks like her spirit, transitioning into the afterlife. It gets up and leaves. But it's computer generated.
Well, yeah, and that's such an art in this day and age that and I hear it's even almost impossible to tell if anything's a real UFO because it's so easy to fake things.
Yeah, without getting a hold of the raw file, it's almost impossible. Mm-hmm. If I can get a hold of the raw file, then I can edit it through or go through some software I got, and it'll tell me what camera it was taken with, whether it was an iPhone or a Canon digital camera, or if it's been in Photoshop, or it'll tell you all that if you got the original file.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get like a video off Facebook, they remove all that information.
Right.
because you can track people with that information. You can walk right to wherever they took it. It gives you GPS coordinates.
I wouldn't doubt that. I have one of those little fancy cameras, and I don't
shut all that
trust it.
stuff off, but with the right software, probably way more, higher tech than anything I got. Is it really shut off even? You don't know.
Right.
So.
You don't know. Pretty soon, your toaster will be able to track you,
Well, they've got that new Samsung refrigerator they've been advertising. I actually saw one. They're about $5,000. But every time you shut the door, it takes a picture. So if you're at the grocery store, you can actually look with your phone inside your refrigerator to see, do I need milk or eggs or, the whole front panel on the refrigerator is like a smartphone. It's all touchscreen. You can, use your finger and write a message on your phone, and then it'll actually appear on your refrigerator. Crazy.
See, there's just going to be no getting away from all that stuff.
Best Buy had one, and they all, about a year ago they had one. It was Samsung too, and it was a stove and and another refrigerator that could actually call you on your phone, tell you your milk's going bad, stuff like that. The stove.
I don't want my refrigerator to nag me. No, thank you.
Could you imagine being at work or something? Be like, I gotta take this call at my refrigerator.
I know. Come home and clean me. That's what mine would say.
John, refrigerator, line 1. But the stove was kind of cool though. I mean, the oven part was a refrigerator and an oven. So you could take your dinner, get it ready in the morning when you're going to work, and you didn't have to worry about it going bad. But at 5 o'clock when you walked in the door, it would be done. All you gotta do is pull it out of the oven and eat it. So that was kind of neat. But if you was going to be late, then you could just, by text, change the dial, or whatever, change the timer. It was kind of a neat idea. Don't need it, but...
Yeah, until your house decides to attack you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It always makes you wonder, though. I mean, if you can access it, so can everybody else.
Well, that's true. And think of something else. Think of all these time-saving devices we have, and we probably have less time than we've ever had.
Yeah.
Through,
Yeah.
I might not spend, hours washing my laundry, but I don't think they necessarily had to kill themselves to, maybe unless, they were a slave like we are.
I thought about that, back in like early 1900s and, beyond. A woman or whoever, they'd spend all day, wash board, wash tub, washing clothes. We can't find 5 minutes just to open a lid and throw it in there.
I know.
And we get all that, and end up with a mountain of clothes. All you gotta do is literally throw it in there, turn the dial, throw your soap, and shut the lid. It takes you no time.
But because of those because of that, I think our habits are different now. I don't think, I think they wore different layers of clothes. Like I know my grandmother and my great-grandmothers always wore aprons in the kitchen.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So they might not wash their dress, they're probably old habits. They didn't wash their clothes after one wear because they had undergarments and they weren't dirty.
Social media has made people antisocial.
Yes.
I've been in people's houses before where two people will be sitting 5 feet apart and they won't even talk to each other, but they'll text each other.
I've done that in my house. I don't text. I hate those phones. I have a problem with them. And actually, I have a problem with technology. And I didn't even touch a computer till I was about 31. But I use a computer quite a bit, but I can walk away from it. I can leave the house. And then I've only got an emergency track phone maybe. But I don't ever give it out. I don't ever use it unless it's an emergency, Yeah, I see people get sucked into them so easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a show on TV for a while. I saw an episode of it. They were just getting random people off the street, and they would take their phone, no matter what kind of phone they had, it didn't matter, and they were suspending it from about, I'd say maybe 5 foot in the air, and right below it was just a concrete slab, so it was going to shatter their phone. So they would put on their... tell your mother, like, the most embarrassing thing or some real embarrassing moment or reveal something about yourself to, you know, a loved one or something that they really shouldn't know. Or will drop your phone. And these people would say anything to save their phone. Anything. I was just like, oh my God. I couldn't believe how crazy some of these people are.
You'd think that would be illegal to do to somebody. You know, that they wouldn't get away with that. But
yeah. That's how people are, I guess. I mean, people are so clueless about it.